everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Alexander, with Yalo sitting on his back, traveled the multiverse and reached a location. The white light blinded him for a second. In that second he heard a lot of moaning noise. Then the next moment, his vision became clear. He looked where he was and only saw a red-haired woman's naked back, hopping on someone. "Goddamn you horny animals, there is a kid here and why would you call me at this moment?" He shouted and used magic. Clothes appeared on both of their bodies while he also covered Yalo's eyes. Both Natasha and Leonidas were shocked by the intrusion. They both looked and saw Alexander standing beside the bed. "Dad, why would you come at this time?" Leonidas questions while getting up embarrassingly. "You pressed the emergency beacon and called me," Alexander replied back. Leonidas quickly looked for the device in his pant pocket and saw it making blinking lights, signifying it was activated. "Arg, we must have pressed it by mistake while being." He stopped in the middle. "Haha, being wild you mean? It's good to be young. Well, nice to meet you. Aren't you two going to give your dad a hug?" Alexander laughed. He was never a man to fret over such things. Sex was a natural thing, though it's better to do it in private or just not in front of your parents. Leonidas embarrassingly came and gave him a hug. Alexander looked at Natasha who was red-faced in embarrassment. She also came and hugged him. "Okay, you two continue, I will go out," Alexander said and started to walk to the door. Dad, it's all right. Let's go out." Leonidas quickly tagged along with him. That was the only way to forget this awkward moment. "Well, sure, but Olivia will get angry if she finds she didn't get a new grandchild because I disturb you too," he shamelessly replied. Leonidas quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the room. "Dad, stop embarrassing us. I know you are doing it knowingly." "Haha, well, I can't help it. Teasing you two is fun." Hey, meet this little one. He is Yalo, I have adopted him. He's an alien and has very slow growth. He's 24 years old and is still a baby," he introduced the child. Yalo waved his hand slowly at Leonidas. Leonidas picked Yalo in his arms. "Haha, he's cute. Hey there, Yalo. I am your big brother. Your mom was angry, she was missing you a lot you know." "Yeah, we were going to come to visit after we completed our work in this world," Leonidas answered. Where are we by the way? From all this furniture, I'd say we are somewhere medieval," Alexander deduced. "Yeah, this is one weird place. This whole kingdom is on an island in the middle of the ocean. The whole kingdom is surrounded by 50-meter-tall walls and also divided by walls into districts. Outside the walls is the dangerous territory where nobody likes to go because of Titans. Titans are a race of giant, man-eating humanoids. Strongly resemble nude humans. They are typically bipedal with the limbs and features one would expect in humans, however, they are all deformed to some extent in body proportions, enlarged head, small limbs, etc. The vast majority of Titans have a masculine body shape, although all of them lack reproductive organs. Titans do not mate or interact with organisms other than humans, their sole purpose in life is to seek out and devour humans. They do not derive any real sustenance from humans either, but it did not affect their activity or decrease their numbers. Some Titans do not react to pain, and all will move as long as there is sunlight. Most Titans show no signs of intelligence and act like mindless beasts, easy to trick, distract, and deceive. We have been able to deduct all this in recent times. There are also a few Titans that are much stronger, intelligent, and trained in fighting. They are the biggest threat right now because they broke through the wall a few years ago. A lot of people died. There is also a kid who can turn into a Titan and be conscious. He was able to block the hole in one wall with a boulder. I suspect someone is controlling these new Titans. Natasha and I have been in this world for just 3 days, so we haven't done a lot except research yet. The world purity is at 65%. We were going to take over the whole kingdom soon. But that Titan kid says there are secrets about Titans under his home's basement. His home was in the area that was attacked by abnormal Titans a few years ago. That area is now swarming with Titans and we are planning on launching an assault. According to what we will find there, we will make our plan." Alexander silently listened to everything and digested all the information. This is by far the strangest situation I have encountered. Well, I'll give you a hand. What identity do you two possess right now?" he asked. I just inducted ourselves as commanders in the army by using legilimency on a few important people," he explained. Well, I won't be staying for long, so I don't need an identity. Besides, what can they even do if they find me? As long as I slap 1 or 2 of these Titans with my hands it would shut them up." He shrugged. Soon Natasha also came out in her normal clothes. "We will show you around, Dad." Leonidas put Yalo on his back and they roamed through the medieval city-like place. "Where are we at the moment?" Alexander asked. "Oh, as Nat and I are high-ranking officials, we get to live in the best place. This is the area called Mitras. It is the capital of this walled country of Eldia. It is inside Walshina, the innermost of the 3. The newly crowned queen lives here too. You won't believe it, but when we came here, the place was in an uproar. It was found out that the current king was actually a proxy to the real king who was secretly living as Rod Rice, instead of Rod Fritz. Also, apparently, these walls are made of huge Titans as a base. erected by the powers of a titan called Founding Titan. Leonidas continued to tell him in detail about what he knew about the city and its geography. He told him about the possible memory erasal of all the Eldians many years ago. Leonidas reached this conclusion because he could not find any verbal proof of history. They had just arrived 3 days ago, so they had not done much till now. But soon they were going to attack the place called Shiganshina district. Whoosh! Alexander noticed a noise that resembled the release of air pressure. He looked back and saw a man just jumping down from the top of a roof with the help of some kind of instrument. General Universe, the man saluted. Yes, Alexander instinctively replied. The man was confused and looked at his face. He saw a slight resemblance between Leonidas and Alexander. Natasha started laughing from the sides. Yes, Connie, what is it? Leonidas responded. Sir, the meeting about the planning for retaking Shiganshina will commence shortly. Commander Erwin asked for you to come and provide valuable input. Connie informed them while standing in attention. Alexander walked to the bald kid. He remembered Saitama by looking at Connie. Ah, I wonder how that kid is doing, he thought. Alexander patted Connie's bald head. Kid, you look malnourished. Here, eat this. He gave him an energy bar. Connie took it and checked the thing. The wrapper looked weird to him. He couldn't imagine such a smooth texture of the paper. He had no idea it was plastic. Though it was biodegradable as it was Alexander's item. We will be at the meeting. You are dismissed, Leonidas said. When Connie was gone, Alexander asked, generals? I thought you said you were a simple commander. Well, anyway, how much do they know about you two? Have they witnessed your powers? No, we haven't done anything extraordinary till now. I guess they are in for a crazy show now that you are here. Leonidas chuckled. Leonidas and Natasha brought him to a heavily guarded building. The queen will be here, which is why there is so much security, Leonidas informed him. Well, I came with you just to know what is going on. Once I know everything, we will fast-track everything and fix all the problems. If we go at a normal human pace, it will take too much time. Alexander planned. We know, we were also going to do that once we know the origin of Titans. Honestly, the mindless Titans look so much like humans, and if there is a possible cure I want to make it. Leonidas responded. It had been so long since he had met Leonidas that he had forgotten Leonidas had a pretty good brain. They entered the building and went inside a big hall. Lots of military people were sitting there. Most of the people saluted Leonidas and Natasha. Then suddenly a small blonde girl came running and hugged Natasha. Big sis, thank you for coming, the girl said. Alexander smiled. Haha, what a cute kid. Hey there little one, here. Have these chocolates. Don't forget to share it. The blonde girl instinctively took it and then looked at Alexander confusedly. Wahahaha, Dad, she is the queen, Historia Fritz. And she is not a small child, it's just her height. Leonidas laughed heartily. Alexander scratched his beard wryly. Well, chocolates are still good for health if eaten in small quantities. Keep it. Big brother Leo, who is this old man? Historia asked. He is the man I told you all about. Who is unquantifiable better than me in everything I can do. He is my father, Alexander Maxim Universe. Leonidas introduced him. But where did he come from? I've never known a man as talented as you say him to be. I'm sure a man like him wouldn't live in hiding. Commander Pixis raised concerns. Well, he was living outside all the time in the southern mountains. As we all know, that region has not been explored much because of its snowy and harsh terrain, making it impossible to use horses. Leonidas made up the story. As much as I don't want to believe this, if he is really strong then it shouldn't be too hard for him. He must have also mapped a lot of lands too, right? Commander Pixis asked. Yes, he had. Leonidas nodded. Alexander had no idea about the place. But then he heard Leonidas talking to him mentally. Alexander repeated the words, there is not much. I climbed mountains after mountains. My motto was to climb the highest peak there. And I was able to. It was so high that I was able to see the whole island we are on. His mention of the island brought everyone to attention. And from up there, I could see the northern, eastern, and western end of the island. Beyond it was an endless ocean. When he stopped speaking, he heard everyone breathing loudly. Oh, don't tell me you people didn't know about the ocean. Alexander blurted. The blonde, smart-looking man stood up. Commander Erwin, we didn't. We were never able to reach the end of the island because of the need to travel so much. What you said proves one thing. There are many things we all were lied about. We need to find whatever is in the basement of Aaron's house that might give us a better clue. Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's go, Alexander said. Then everyone started to look at a dark-haired kid. Oh, he must be the one who can turn into a titan. I would like to see you turn into a titan. Maybe I can find out how you can become so big. Suddenly a girl stood up and covered the boy. He is not a lab rat. I will not let anyone experiment on Aaron. Oh, she's clearly in love with him. I never said I was going to do experiments. Besides, even if I say I want to, why would you say no? Don't you want a cure so anyone who becomes a titan can be turned back to normal? He asked. You mean you can make a cure? Another woman asked. She looked too interested in his words and was showing a bit of pervertedness. Possibly. He replied. Then we must get to work. She nearly shouted. Hang, cut it. Retaking Wall Maria is the priority. No one will come between that, a short man said with a serious expression. No wonder so many people are short. Living inside walls must make their supplies limited, resulting in malnutrition, Alexander thought. Sigh. Leonidas, tell me when you decide to make an attack. I will look around till then. He shruggingly said and went out. Alexander went out and secretly flew around the whole walled area. Yalo, who had been invisible till now, was finally having fun. He noticed the difference in the infrastructure between the innermost area and the outermost area. It was clear that except for the wealthy and nobility, everyone else lived in poverty because most of the good stuff was hogged by the big guys. Just like any other normal aristocratic society. Alexander went to a random place near the wall and looked through it. The bare muscles of large humanoid things were clearly visible. They didn't have any life in them, seemingly awaiting orders from someone. Alexander checked out the matter they were made of and it was surely not something organic as it had not rotten till now. Ah yeah. Yes, Yalo. They are surely ugly. He sighed and flew away. Alexander then went to the eldest person he could find in the whole of walled areas. He finally found a 75 years old man. It was rare for something to live this long in such a society. He used legilimency to find any flaws in their memory. As mentioned by Leonidas, Alexander didn't find anything from before 63 years ago. There was just nothing. Alexander looked for another man who was 65 years old. Again, he couldn't look at memories from before 63 years. This proves one thing. The walls were probably raised 63 years ago. And for some reason, someone used a method to erase their memory of the world outside so they would quietly live here. Soon after, Alexander received a message saying they were going ahead with the assault. Alexander met everyone on top of Wall Maria, overlooking the Kushina district. They arrived and started killing brainless titans, and Aaron went on to use his hardening ability to seal the outer gate of the district. Alexander saw the whole transformation of Aaron into a titan and he deduced that it was certainly not a biological or chemical process. The amount of matter the body needed to produce such a humongous outer body was huge and it can't be made from the energy inside the human body. Alexander also felt the mass was appearing out of thin air and setting itself around Aaron to make him a titan. Interesting, so there is a supernatural side to it too, he thought. When they thought everything went successfully, just then huge boulders started to fall on them. The scout told them about the beast titan and his army of titans gathered outside the wall. Boom. Suddenly a huge cloud of mist appeared near them, on the other side of a house. A humongous figure started rising. It's the colossal titan, Armin shouted. What a nuisance, Alexander complained. He walked forward towards the colossus titan. Oi, old man, what are you doing? Return to your position. Levi shouted at his back. Haha, kid, keep your eyes open now, Alexander replied while chuckling. He jumped onto the roof first. Everyone was shocked as he was not wearing any vertical maneuvering equipment. Then, with a loud boom, everyone saw Alexander launching himself towards the head of the colossus titan. The house over which he was standing collapsed under the opposing force on its roof. Alexander reached the head of the colossus titan. Big and slow. Easy target, he muttered. I call this, serious slap. Boom. A slap, so loud that a huge sonic boom was made. Clouds over the sky disappeared and showed a light blue sky. Everyone looked for the head of the colossus titan. But there wasn't any. The head had evaporated under the punch's force. Henge walked to Leonidas. General, who did you say your father was? Can you also do such things? Everyone was shocked by the unbelievable scene. The colossus titan was knocked out with one slap. Then they saw Alexander coming back to the ground with a boy in his hand, not knowing what was going on in the monstrous old man. My slap control is too bad. I used too much power again. He landed back on the ground and dragged the tall, thin boy to where everyone else was. Well, I guess this is one of the 9 titans? He asked. Bertold, Mikasa growled. Roar. Alexander looked back and another titan appeared out of the smoke. This time it was a smaller titan but with some kind of exoskeleton. This must be his teammate. Well, let's take care of him too, Alexander muttered. The new titan came running at them at full speed. Alexander simply stood there. Once he was close enough, Alexander punched the air. A loud sonic boom came and with that, a wave of air was seen traveling towards the titan's neck. Before the armored titan could realize the severity of the situation, the air wave cut his neck. His head and body fell in 2 different places. The head of the titan came rolling towards Alexander, which he stopped with his foot. He pulled out the boy half stuck in the nape. This marks the second. Now, what about the beast one? Seeing that except Natasha and Leonidas, everyone was still in shock. He just jumped to the beast titan and simply took out the man hiding in the nape. While he was dealing with the beast titan, he saw another unusual titan that had a cannon on its back. He teleported to its back and tried to take out the human inside. He didn't know if it was a human titan or not, but it seemed it was his luck and he successfully took out a girl. Thud. He piled the 4 together. By then everyone had returned back to their senses. Are you a titan too? That was the first thing Aaron asked him. No, I'm not. I am just strong. You should drink more milk and eat more fruits. He joked and walked to his son. How is this possible? No human can be this powerful. Hang shouted. Well, I am not your enemy. I am helping you. Isn't that a good thing already? You guys should be happy that I am here, Alexander said. He knew it was very hard to just accept the things he did. But he also didn't want to mess with their minds. Someone had already done that. Then how do you explain all this? We don't need a secret double agent in our ranks. Levi pointed. Well, I'll be blunt now. If I say, I am God, will you believe me? He asked. Ha, I'd say keep joking. Hang scoffed. See, for a normal human, who has lived his whole life inside these walls, accepting new and unimaginable things can be very hard. It is very common. But, let me show you. Can a normal human do this? He asked and turned around. They saw the whole Shiganshina district magically repairing itself into perfect condition. All the broken houses were getting repaired. After that, Alexander pointed his hand at the wall. In an instant, it grew a few meters more. If I am a normal human or even a titan, should I be able to make this? n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. He showed his palm on which a miniature sun appeared. This is the sun, as powerful as the one in the sky but smaller in size. Hang walked to him interestingly and tried to touch it. Go ahead, but I am warning you. It will burn your body to ashes even before your skin touches it. So, it is clear I am not a normal man. I am not a titan either. You can believe whatever you want about me. I am just here to help. He clarified. What is your final agenda? Commander Erwin asked. To find the truth about titans. To find out why you all are living in walls and why I found traces of memory tampering in all the old people in the whole kingdom. He blurted. Then we will find whatever is inside that basement and find the truth. Leonidas sternly said, bringing everyone's mind back to their mission. After that, they all rushed to Aaron's house that was fully restored now. The 4 titan-turning humans Alexander caught were unconscious and tied to different corners. Their tongues were wrapped with a piece of cloth too. Aaron ran into his house and to the basement. He tried the key necklace but the key didn't work. So Leonidas just kicked it open. Oh, it looks like your father was a man of talents. There is a lot of research material here. Alexander commented. This must be for fooling the police. It was widely known that the police would arrest you if you were caught conducting secret experiments on anything. Hang added. Look for any secret compartment, Natasha ordered. Not long after, they found the secret compartment in a drawer of a table. They found 3 books in it and through them learned about the life of Aaron's father, the world outside the walls, and a one-sided version of the story about the origin of titans. The books portrayed that Eldians were good and were discriminated against by Marley. They lived in internment zones. But if that was the case, why did King Fritz not use his titans to safeguard his people? Why did he bring his people here and remove their memory? This only tells us one side of the story. If we truly want to understand everything, we need to look at both sides. Alexander decided. So, we are going to go out. We must tell everyone about this. All of us were lied to for so long, Erwin conflictedly said. Alexander nodded. Yes, we should tell the public. But, we need to be careful with words. If someday we want to return to the mainland then we cannot have our people still live in hatred for the mainlanders. That will only restart the whole cycle. I will go to the mainland and try to find out everything. Meanwhile, Leonidas will help you all to prepare. Leonidas agreed. Yes, we will need to stop the public from going restless and starting all kinds of conspiracy theories. We can't afford that right now. Hence, Alexander flew away with Yalo. He first flew up to look at the world's geography. After a while, to his surprise, he found out that everything was similar to the normal Earth. The place Eldia was situated in Madagascar. After that, he flew to the port of Eldia to see from where the visitors entered the place. At the port, he found a ship. The men on it seemed to be armed with World War II-era weapons. He made himself invisible and infiltrated the place. He found the highest-ranking man among them who was a captain and used legilimency to gain knowledge about the world. From this, he learned about the Marley Empire. It spanned from Europe to the whole of Africa. In the middle was also the Middle East Alliance. In the east was another kingdom called Hizuro which he imagined to be Japan. The Merlians seemed to have a deep hatred against Eldians due to the previous atrocities committed by the Eldians over them and the world with the help of their titans. He couldn't find anything deeper though. He was just a ship captain. Psi, I guess I'll just go and infiltrate the library of some important figure in the mainland. He decided to quickly complete his work here as he didn't know what help would be needed in his original world. This place already had Leonidas and Natasha. While Alexander was leaving the ship, he saw a door guarded by 2 men with guns. Did they catch someone? He asked himself and simply made himself intangible and crossed into the room. Inside, he saw a girl, tied to the wall. Each limb of hers was tied as far away as possible from her other limbs. Even her tongue was covered with a cloth. Is she also a titan? He lifted the invisibility and spoke. Kid, what are you in for? The girl looked at him with her dejected eyes. Oh, yeah, just wait, I'll get that thing off of your tongue. After untying her mouth restraint she growled at him. Who are you? I'm just a wandering old man. What about you? He asked back. Her eyes twitched. I am Ymir. Don't tell me you are the one that little Historia mentioned, Alexander exclaimed. You know Historia? She asked softly. Yeah, she became the queen. What a strong lass. Alexander praised. I'll drop you back to her. He offered and untied the restraints. He then teleported and put her in the royal palace where Historia was. Just as he appeared he disappeared again. Alexander traveled nearly the whole world in a matter of a few minutes. He looked around and checked the level of civilization. He could officially say now that the world was in the mid-industrialization phase. He looked around for the different kinds of ethnic cultures and couldn't find many. There were mainly Europeans, Asians, and Arabs. That was it. There were no Africans for some reason, even though the whole Marley Empire spanned Africa. Alexander then went to the capital city of Marley and looked for an important-looking residential building. He went in and looked for books and started reading. Surprisingly, the house had books with detailed world history. Details of even the first Titan were there. He quickly started reading them. It all started about 2,000 years ago with a girl named Ymir, when the world's dominant kingdom was the Marley Empire. They were strong and considered themselves superior to all other races. They killed as pleased, pillaged as pleased. There was a tribe called Eldians that was one of the suppressed classes. Then the Fritz family came into power as the ruling family of the tribe of Eldia. Around 2,000 years ago, Ymir's village was attacked and enslaved by the Eldians, who then cut out their tongues. One day, after a pig got released mistakenly, the tribe's ruler, Fritz, questioned the slaves on the culprit. The slaves gave up Ymir, who was released only to be hunted down for sport. Wounded and desperate, Ymir found an unusually large tree with a chasm at its base. Seeking shelter, she stepped inside and, not knowing of the sinkhole beneath, fell down into a pool of water. There, a mysterious spine-like creature fused with her and turned her into the first Titan. With her newfound power, Ymir returned to serve Fritz and used her Titan form to cultivate the land, build bridges, and amass wealth for the Eldians. Under his command, she also vanquished the armies of Eldia's rival, Marley. But, in her heart, she was a broken girl who was just a tool for King Fritz to exploit. She was a slave even after so much power. She was forced to commit horrible crimes that broke her mind. The killing of entire ethnic communities because they were considered impure and lesser. Forced to kill children on whose shadows she felt her own image. No wonder I couldn't find any African or other ethnic groups originally hailing from this region. These Eldians killed them all, Alexander realized. However, due to all this destruction, human civilization regressed to an even worse stage. To reward Ymir for her service, Fritz took her as his concubine. She didn't have a choice anyway, and together, the two had 3 children. Maria, Rose, and Sheena. 13 years after acquiring the power of the Titans, Ymir died while thwarting an assassination attempt on Fritz. Ymir could have lived if she wanted, but she let herself die and be free from the miserable life. King Fritz then forced his daughters to eat their mother's corpse in an attempt to preserve the power of the Titans. He commanded his daughters to continuously reproduce, to have their children eat their spines upon their deaths, and perpetuate this ritual from child to child so that Ymir's blood would not die out and Eldia could rule forever with its Titans. Ymir's power was eventually divided into the 9 Titans. The 9 Titans continue to wage war against the nation of Marley, taking control of the continent and gradually transforming the Eldian tribe into the Eldian Empire. Eldia conquered countless other civilizations as well, using pure Titans as cheap weapons of mass destruction. This resulted in massive casualties and entire cultures being wiped out. They eventually took over most of the known world. They also allied with the Hizuru kingdom. According to the Eldians, Ymir's existence was hailed as a god-given miracle. Meanwhile, Merlians believes she received her powers from a deal with the devil of all earth and used this to ostracize the Eldians. For years, the founding Titan power remained with the Fritz family while the 8 remaining Titans were inherited by lesser Eldian families subservient to the founding Titan and the royal bloodline. Those who inherit the power of the Titans are destined to die after 13 years as Ymir did due to a phenomenon called the Curse of Ymir. In the book, Alexander found that the Eldians enacted various atrocities on the people they conquered, supposedly killing roughly 3 times the world's population at that time, making human civilization regress even more. Most of the ethnic groups not allied with them were considered third-class citizens. Merlians lived in very bad conditions at that time. Then, an epidemic took the world like a storm. The epidemic led to a significant drop in the worldwide population. With the power of the founding Titan, the king of Eldia altered the biology of the subjects of Ymir to give them immunity, and no subject of Ymir died to the epidemic. The world was seemingly going backwards in terms of development. Then about 100 years ago, the 145th king of Eldia, Karl Fritz, decided that his people had hurt the rest of the world too much and had become the very thing they fought. He took the vow to renounce the war and made it so that his ideology passed down to each new king who inherited the founding Titan, and also made sure that only the one of royal blood can truly use the powers of the founding Titan. To that end, he retreated from power, leaving the noble families with the other 8 Titans to tear each other apart. This gave time and strength to Merlians to rise up and start a revolution. Meanwhile, Fritz himself retreated with as many Eldians as possible, as well as some representatives of other ethnicities, to Paradise Island, Madagascar. Once there, he created the walls using millions of colossal Titans, erased the subjects of Ymir's memories of life before the walls, and made the ethnic minorities, whom he couldn't mind control, the new nobility. As far as the world knew, only 2 of these groups resisted, the Ackermans and the Asians, and both were hunted to extinction within the walls as a result. The Eldians left on the mainland were captured by their former subjects, now freed Marleans, and made second-class citizens, only spared extermination because their ability to be turned into Titans was useful in warfare. In the present day, the only free Eldians in the world live within the walls. Marley is the world's foremost superpower, thanks to its liberal use of Titans in warfare, which spread the hatred of Eldians to unprecedented levels worldwide, but conventional technology was catching up. So, the whole world hates Eldians now, even though they are just being used at this point. But I wonder, from what I know, I have already captured 8 out of 9 Titans. This means only the Warhammer Titan is left. It is under the Tiber family. The Tiber family was the first of the Eldian houses to side with Marley in the war. I feel bad for that little girl Ymir. So much hardship because of others. Alexander closed the book and walked out of the building. But when he came to the door, he found the name of the person who owned the house. The name plaque showed Tiber as the surname. No wonder they had such a detailed history of titans. Well, I might as well take the Warhammer Titan with me. Alexander spent some time trying to find the person. It turned out, it was a female. She was an Eldian noble living in Marley. Knocking the woman and putting her in Fahame, he went to look for where the Ymir girl found her powers. From what Alexander theorized, the world was somewhat similar to Earth. But the history diverted around the time the Roman Empire was on Earth. Of course, instead of Roman, there was the Marley Empire. The Eldians were a group that suddenly got lucky. Alexander wanted to find the underground pool of water where Ymir found her powers. So, he looked for the place all across Europe. He meditated a lot to feel the flow of energy. He felt something like strings connecting to the Eldian people, but they were invisible. Alexander found out these things were called paths in the Marley government's research facility. It seemed that the Marley government had done a lot of research on it. They had found out that the paths serve as channels for the transportation of several things, such as memories and wills from other subjects of Ymir, flesh and bones that make up a Titan's body, commands from a Titan's scream, and the power of the Titans. I should just ask Father. I don't have time for all this, Alexander growled. He looked up at the sky and spoke. Father, can you hear me? In just a millisecond, he received a reply. Hello my favorite son. I thought you had forgotten about me. I was just having a party. You should come too. You already know why. You are omniscient and omnipresent. Well, can you tell me what this whole Titan thing is here? How did humans get this power? Oh, let me check, God replied in his always cheerful manner. I found it. That damn Zeus, I'll spank him to reincarnation this time. Son, as it turned out, this planet was supposed to be a normal Earth. A million years ago, Zeus was fighting a monster turned sentient who called himself a Titan. Zeus took the challenge and fought him across the multiverse and eventually slew him here. But the fool left the body to rot. As it was a cosmic monster, bodies don't decompose that fast. That girl Ymir stumbled across that corpse. She probably touched that corpse and automatically received its inheritance. She got connected with the path and touched on the source of all living matter. The poor girl was mentally broken, and even while living in the middle land, the land between living life and death where all the paths converge, she follows the will of her captors. God genuinely sounded sad. Wait, Ymir is still alive? Alexander asked. In a way she is. She is the mother of all Titans. She can never die. She lives in the middle land and is connected to the paths leading to all subjects of Ymir and Titans. It is her who lets all the Titans have their power. God explained. Poor child, can you send me to her? I want to help her. He asked. Good plan. Yes, here you go n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. In an instant, Alexander found himself standing on sandy land. As far as he could see there was sand. Above him was dark sky, but many thin threads were traveling through it. Alexander looked around and finally saw a little girl sitting on the sand with a bucket near her. Hey, little one, he called out warmly. She suddenly got up and walked away slowly. She did peek at him for a moment though, but all he could see was the depressed and pain-filled face of the girl. Alexander kept on looking at the girl. She was just ignoring him and minded her own business. Alexander called Leonidas and told him to tell Aaron to turn into a Titan right now. A moment later, he saw one of the strings in the sky light up and came down and touched the little girl. The little girl quickly started attaching sand to the string. Soon, a body was formed and got dragged away by the string to eventually disappear. So this is how the Titan bodies are made, he thought. Alexander finally decided to approach the girl. She was still doing something with the sand. Hey, little Ymir, do you know who I am? He asked. She stopped working and looked up at his face for a second. Then she shook her head. Haha, well, I am just an old man. Are you bored here? He asked. The girl quietly nodded. Alexander knew that what he was seeing was just her astral body. She had already died in reality, but her soul was stuck here for the past 1,000 or so years. You know, you don't have to help the Fritz bloodline anymore. They don't need the powers of a Titan. The Titans are being misused by the Marley now, to kill and torture the subjects of Ymir. Your subjects, he revealed. The girl looked at him confusedly. Little Ymir, you don't have to listen to anyone. You can do whatever you want. You are free, he said. Free, she repeated. Alexander walked close to her and sat down to her level. He then caressed her hair. Yes, you are free. Have you ever been to an amusement park, Ymir? She shook her head. Well, the world she lived in was backward, so obviously, she had never been to an amusement park. Alexander looked back and started waving his hand. He created many park rides around them. Then finally, he took out food from Fahame. Here, taste this. This is called ice cream. He handed her a small bowl. Everyone likes ice cream after all, and it was the easiest way to better a spoiled mood. She looked at it confusedly. Alexander took the spoon, scooped up some ice cream, and fed it to her. For the first time, Alexander saw a changing expression on her face. He again caressed her hair. I bet you like it. Well, my child, being free means you can do anything you want, whenever you want and wherever you want. I am sorry for all the bad things that happened to you in your life. But, I want to correct it. This place is not the end of life, Ymir. There is a place where all souls go. They also have fun there. Ymir nodded and continued eating her ice cream. Alexander soon notices tears falling from her eyes. Sigh. It is okay to cry, child. He gave her a warm hug. She soon started to cry loudly. Yes, let all the bad memories, anger, and other emotions out. They are not meant to be kept inside. He patted her back. She kept on crying for an hour or so before calming down little by little. Let's go. I'll show you what an amusement park is. He grabbed her finger and walked to various rides. They spent hours going through roller coasters, water slides, mechanical bulls, teacups, and many other rides. He gave her tasty food too. Little by little, her face's lost shine started to return. Soon, there were only pure innocent smiles on her face. Now, my child, ready to go to the heavens. Her sins are too many. Even if she was forced to do all that, she still killed many people. I need to talk to Father. He silently started talking to God. Father, can she come to heaven? Let me see. Brainwashed and harassed since childhood. Assaulted in unspeakable ways. Yes, she can come to heavens and live the best life possible. I will transfer all her sins to all the previous Fritz kings. They will rot in hell forever now. This poor child didn't see a single day of happiness her whole life. God sympathized with her. Thanks, I'll send her up then. Alexander looked at Ymir. Little one, it's time to go. Will you come too? She longingly asked. He smiled at her. Not yet, child, but don't worry. I will come soon. There will be another grandpa there. He will look after you. Also, you will be able to see me from there. He noticed the frown on her face. Don't worry, little one. I don't break promises. Ah yeah. Little Yellow also patted Ymir's head. She looked at the cute alien baby and smiled. After a while, lights from heaven came and she flew into it while looking at him. He and Yellow waved their hands to say bye. Don't worry. She will enjoy her time in heaven. God's voice came. I hope she does. Okay, now I gotta destroy these strings. They were connected to all the Eldians because Ymir received the inheritance from that monster. It somehow connected itself to her whole bloodline. He made his observation. Absolutely correct, my son. Alexander's work was done here. He was somewhat happy that he came here. Leonidas wouldn't have been able to do what he did. He cut all the strings connecting all the Eldians and Titans to the middle ground. Back on the island, Eren was in his Titan form. Whoosh. Suddenly, his Titan body disappeared and he fell down on the ground. He wasn't injured as his girlfriend, Mikasa, saved him. What happened, Eren? Are you fine? Are you hurt? She hastily asked. I am fine, but I turned back automatically. I didn't try to do it. Eren muttered. Leonidas, standing a distance away, looked at the scene and smiled. It seems Dad has dealt with the reason why the people were able to turn into a Titan. The next moment, Alexander appeared beside Leonidas. I found everything. Though it's much darker than I thought. I'll give you the memories. I need to return to my world too. There are and never will be any more Titans in here anymore. Leonidas quickly went through the whole memory and nodded. You made my work much easier. I just need to deal with the normal people now, though I can't say this will be the easy part of this mission. Haha, yeah, dealing with people is the hardest. Well, I need to return now. Be sure to come back and meet Olivia after you are done here. Leonidas and Natasha gave him hugs and some kisses to Yellow. Then Alexander was on his way back. Meanwhile, Leonidas called for a high-level meeting. He revealed everything that Alexander found. It certainly broke the hearts of many when they found out about the atrocities committed by their ancestors. They also had mixed reactions when they found out that there will not be any more Titans. Eren was at ease though, because he would have died in 13 years if he kept on being a Titan. Now, he can live a normal life. He also didn't have to worry that a Titan would attack them as there will be no more. Leonidas then planned to make contact with the mainland and slowly change the government. Also start many campaigns to better the image of Eldians. To their luck, the Hizuru kingdom was still very eager to support the Eldians, which made their work easier. After that, it was all boring work which Leonidas and Natasha had to do. The white light disappeared and Alexander appeared back in Mount Myoboku. It was currently nighttime and he saw a bonfire lit in the distance. It seemed a night party was going on. All the tailed beasts and other toads were playing around. Olivia was talking with Fukazaku's wife, Shima, and Gamamaru. Amy was sitting on the side and combing Berry and Hat's fur. The noise of Alexander's feet brushing with grass gained everyone's attention. Ji-chan. All the tailed beasts left whatever they were doing and came to give him hugs. Where did you go, Ji-chan? It's been 15 days. Kome complained. I had some important work, Kome. Let's go, I won't be going anywhere now. He patted Kome on the head and joined everyone. He had just sat down when Berry came running to him. Dad, please give me my gaming console. I have already graduated from Amy's school. First solve this and prove that you have learned something. Alexander took out a notepad and gave him a simple math problem. Berry was able to easily solve it. Very good, here you go. Don't spend too much time on it now, he warned him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then he saw Berry running back to all the tailed beasts and teaching them how to play. When will Leo and Natasha come? Olivia asked. Soon, however, he still has some work there. Getting rid of racism is not easy, he replied. Yelo came to him with a book. The next day, Alexander was busy teaching Jiraiya. Good, you made a lot of progress while I was gone. You can fly for a few minutes now, he praised. Jiraiya laughed, haha, your granddaughter helped a lot. She is a very good person. Yeah, Amy is like that. Alexander proudly agreed. Any parent would feel proud to have such a smart and caring child. Well, let's go and have some breakfast now. Not the insect one though, Alexander suggested and brought Jiraiya with him. While eating, Alexander asked, so, you look pretty old. Don't you have a wife or kids? Ha ha ha, no, that isn't for me. I won't be a good parent. Besides, I am more interested in my research. Jiraiya replied. Alexander, of course, knew what research he was talking about. Still, don't you have someone you like? Someone you wished you could be with? Sigh. There is one, but I know she doesn't see me like that. She is also too traumatized to even love someone again. She will probably just spend her whole life gambling. Jiraiya muttered. Alexander immediately understood who he was talking about. Oh, you are talking about Tsunade? Well, I did meet her once. She was indeed in a miserable state. Kid, from my experience, I can tell, she needs you right now the most. And if you are her good friend, you would go to her, to give her a shoulder to cry on and help her get out of her trauma. Leaving things unattended could worsen them. Also, just say what's in your heart. At worst she will slap you, and at best, she might just start looking at you differently. Jiraiya silently listened to his words and really grew to be a bit worried for her. She was very strong. He was not worried about her physical well-being, but mental well-being. I think I will pay her a visit later, Jiraiya said. Alexander stood up. That's good. Now, I gotta go, and hey, take this. For your research, keep it a secret. He put a book on the table and walked away. Jiraiya kept on looking at his back and then at the book. It had a hardcover with no words or images. He turned the cover and opened the book and read the words in bold. Huh? I've never heard of this book before. Kama Sutra. Jiraiya exclaimed and profusely turned the pages, one after another. In the evening, Alexander was giving some lessons to toads. Alex. Alexander heard a shout for his name. He turned around and saw Ragnarok. What? He asked. The nine-tailed fox attacked Konohagakure. I just received the news. Ragnarok informed. Jiraiya immediately left all his equipment on the ground and got ready to leave. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Wait, Jiraiya, I will go with you. You won't be able to handle Kurama alone. Alexander stopped him. He looked back at all the tailed beasts. Little beasts, do you want to come to get Kurama? Everyone immediately agreed and jumped on his shoulder. They looked too enthusiastic for some reason. Alexander teleported to Konoha with Jiraiya and his entourage. Ragnarok stayed back to gossip about Alexander with Olivia. It had been an hour since the Ninetales was released. The whole village was in shambles. Nobody had the confidence or strength to fight the fox. Most civilians and children were sent to the shelter. Boom. A Biju Dama was sent to that forest where it blew up and made a huge crater. Whoa, is Kurama on some kind of catnip? Why is he being so destructive? Madatabi, Two Tails, asked. Little ones, I want you to go and hold Kurama tight. Can you do that? He asked. Yes, together we are strong. Let's go, my brothers. Son Goku shouted. Alexander meanwhile went to where he saw the fight between the blonde Hokage and the masked man going on. Just as he arrived, he saw the Hokage throwing a blue spinning energy ball at the masked man's face. But Alexander saw the man using some kind of spatial teleportation ability to get away. Alexander simply distorted the space around them, which stopped the man's ability. Oh, those eyes. Aren't they Mangekyo Sharinon? Now I understand why Kurama is being like this. He walked up to them. Both of them were shocked at the moment. The masked man obviously knew about Alexander, as he was told by Madara and the White Zetsu. He was told to run away as fast as possible if standing against him. But he wasn't able to run away either. His spatial ability was not working. You are the sage, Minato exclaimed. Oh, so you do recognize me as the sage? Alexander amused. Care to tell me what is going on here? He asked further. Minato explained to him the situation. Seeing the masked man wasn't going anywhere now, he tried to extract Ninetales out of Kushina. Alexander nodded. Kurama, that's his name. And you? He moved to the masked man and tried to take his mask off. Just as he was about to, a white humanoid thing came out of the ground and tried to drag the man into the ground. Oh, not today. He grunted and stabbed the bottom of his staff into the white Zetsu. The moment it made contact with Zetsu, a dark red fire came out of the staff and burned the Zetsu. The masked man was still left behind. He finally took off his mask. Alexander had no idea on who it was. He had never seen the guy, but it seemed the Hokage knew. Obito, Minato voiced in a conflicting voice. No. What have you done? I wasn't supposed to take that off. Give it back to me. Obito tried to take the mask back in a crazed attitude. Obito, what are you doing? Minato shouted at him. I am not Obito, I am nobody. I am just a servant of my lord. Give me my mask. Obito persisted on taking back the mask. Alexander's eyebrows raised seeing this. Someone has tampered with his mind. Someone has brainwashed him to be his servant. Minato heard him and looked back at growling Obito. His face turned sad at that moment. Can you fix him? Minato asked him in hope. Most likely, he replied. He went to Obito and put his palm on his head. Obito instantly stopped resisting at that moment. Alexander looked into his memories and found a block in it. Everything related to his past life was blocked from his brain's access. He only remembered what he was taught. Alexander saw everything while he was undoing the block. He saw that the kid was present when he saved Isabu from inside that girl. The kid loved her with all his heart. Alexander saw his tragic supposed death and even more tragic meeting with Madara Uchiha. He couldn't help but turn a bit softer for him. Eventually, he dealt with the memory block, and all the memories from his childhood to the moment before he lost them flooded into his mind. It would have been painful, so he made him fall unconscious. He's okay now, but he needs some rest. He just got back memories of his whole life in a second. It can be overwhelming, he stated. Minato nodded and picked Obito's body. They both came back to where Nine-Tailed Fox was. Alexander saw what was happening and facepalmed himself. Of course they wanted to take revenge for all the bullying Kurama did on them. In front of him, all the tailed beasts were in their big form. 4 of them had caught Kurama's limbs and the other 4 were administering revenge. Kurama was also out of his mind control now and was trying to get out of the restraints. Leave me, you worthless fools. Did you forget I am your boss? Kurama shouted. No, you are our brother. That's it. Now, stay quiet and let me do my work. Jaiki, 8 Tails, talked back to Kurama and shut him up. Haha, I'm gonna have so much fun, Shikaku heavily chuckled. You raccoon, keep your hands away from me, Kurama growled. You can see Jiraiya, Kurama, Minato, and Obito on my discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram /Mr_Mord in front of Alexander. The tailed beasts painted Kurama with colors. Some made lipstick marks on his lips, some made his eye black, some wrote stupid Kurama on him. My fur, you bastards, Kurama shouted. This is what you get for being bossy around us. Stop whining or we will cut all your tails. Then you will become 0 tails and according to your own words, fewer tails mean less powerful. Shikaku shouted back. You trash raccoon, Kurama growled. Alexander flew to them and hovered near Kurama's face. Kurama-chan, did you forget I told you all to stay together? If you had done that you would have never been caught. Ji-chan, you're back. Kurama's face lit up, ignoring his siblings messing with him. Yes, I am. Didn't you used to say that you were the eldest of you bunch? He went ahead and strongly knocked on his head. With that, a bump appeared on his head. Ji-chan, but nobody listened to me, Kurama complained. Oh, really? Then maybe you shouldn't have treated us like your servants and ordered us to hunt for you and work for you. We don't even need to eat and you still made us go and bring food just so you could taste it. Son Goku retorted. Yeah, you acted like you were our king or something, Kome added. Alexander crossed his arms and silently looked at Kurama. Kurama was trying not to look into his eyes and tried to look away in shame. I had not expected this from you, Kurama. Do you think the Sage of 6 Paths would be happy to see you like this? He scolded him. Kurama quietly shook his head while looking down. Then you need to change your behavior. If you want to be respected then you need to learn to respect others first. Your strength will not always be able to shut others up, he said. Now, stop you all. Give Kurama another chance. Kurama, tell them you will be good. He nudged at the red fox. Kurama looked at his siblings. I will try to be better, guys. Ha, you better. Shikaku scoffed. I will help you, don't worry, Kome said. His cheerful and happy-go-lucky mindset didn't let him have that long enough attention grab to stay angry at someone continuously. Haha, okay, now, won't you give your Ji-chan a hug? He opened his arms. Poof. Kurama made himself small and ran into his arms and snuggled. Haha, easy now. You will be free and no one will try to catch you again. He caressed his fur. Then other tailed beasts felt jealous and also jumped at him. Finally, all 9 siblings were together and Alexander could now focus on the world itself. Minato brought Obito to the ninja hospital and got him checked. But as the sage said, Obito was unconscious due to mental strain. All the mayhem had stopped outside since he saw the sage talking to the 9 tails and other tailed beasts doing something to it. He had too many things running in his mind, the 9 tails, the sage, Obito, his wife who gave birth some minutes ago, and all the injured in the village. Not too far away, Hiruzen was on a bed too, injured from fighting the 9 tails. He heard Obito waking up. Obito opened his eyes and tried to get up. My head hurts. Easy, Obito, stay calm. Minato tried to ease him. Obito looked at Minato's face and stopped moving. The next second tears started to fall from his eyes. He quickly hugged Minato's waist. Sensei, I am sorry. It was all Madara, he controlled my mind. Obito muttered. Minato was confused. Who? Madara Uchiha? He's alive. Or was, till a few days ago. He is behind everything sensei, he's been controlling things from the shadow. He found me in the forest and saved me. He infused the body of a thing called White Zetsu which has first Hokage cells with me and saved me from dying. I was naive and thought I was doing right by helping them. But when I saw Rin and Kakashi that day, I tried to reach out to them but Madara had me caught and brought to him. He then used something to stop me from gaining my memories. Obito told him everything. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Minato stayed silent for a while and processed everything. If what Obito said was true then this attack was much bigger than what appeared. It was widely known that Madara wanted Konoha to rule the world after they had most of the tailed beast with them. But Hashirama disagreed. Okay, we will discuss this later. For now, you need to get better. I will see the situation outside. He forced Obito to lay back down and left to see his wife. The 9 tails were just extracted from her body after all. He reached his home and ran up to Kushina's room. There, he saw her and little Naruto beside her. Naruto was crying loudly and Kushina's hand was resting on Naruto's cheeks. Minato walked to them to pick Naruto up and make him stop crying. But then he noticed that Kushina wasn't moving or reacting to the noise. She looked lifeless and only had a few tears that were now drying up. Kushina, he called out and checked her pulse. His face lost all color the moment he touched her hand. It was cold. And no, this can't be happening. Wake up Kushina, you are stronger than this. He shouted, making little Naruto spooked and he started wailing louder. What do I do? No. Just then, he remembered the scene when the sage curing Obito's memory blockade. Maybe, he can still save her. He made a shadow clone and made it pick Naruto while he picked the cold body of Kushina and teleported to where the tailed beasts were gathered, albeit in small forms now. When he appeared near the place, he instantly felt the chakra was much heavier and thicker around the area due to the presence of so many powerful beings in one place. The tailed beast sensed Minato. They all had grown to know when a human wants to harm them and when not, so they didn't react to Minato. All except Kurama. Kurama instantly grew big and showed anger. Kurama growled at Minato because he had Kushina in his arms. He thought they were trying to seal him up again. Bam. He received a knock on his furry head. Be nice, Kurama. Minato kneeled in front of Alexander with Kushina in his arms. Sage of beasts, please save my wife. Minato thought he would need to negotiate and plead a lot, but something unexpected happened. Okay, Matadabi-chan, 2 tails, come here. I'll teach you how to bring a recently dead person back to life, he said and walked to Kushina. He quickly checked her body and saw there was still a chance of recovery. Alexander made Matatabi place her 2 paws on Kushina's chest. Okay, do it, he ordered. Matatabi sent an electric shock to her heart. Alexander, in the meantime, used his hand to give chest compressions. Again Matatabi, he ordered. In normal circumstances, the patient's heartbeat should start up in most of the cases. But it seemed Kushina was brought to him too late. Alexander then had no other option but to use his magic to restore her body. It was certainly more effective as she came back to life in a matter of a few seconds. Though she was still unconscious but had a good pulse now. She's fine now, only tired and unconscious. Take her to the hospital and have adequate food and nutrients given to her, he said and returned to the little beasts. You should have let her die. That's what they get for capturing me, Kurama grunted. Bam. Be nice, did you forget what Ji-chan said? This time Kome corrected him. He did say he would help Kurama become nice a while ago. Ha, yes, listen to Kome. Alexander laughed at the moment he was done saving Kushina. Jiraiya appeared. Old man, I need your help. Although you stopped Kurama from killing anyone, a huge part of the village got destroyed and many people are seriously injured. Jiraiya then noticed Minato and Kushina. He saw her unconscious and got worried. Minato, what happened to her? She's fine, Jiraiya-sensei. Lord Sage saved her. She had stopped breathing. Minato explained. Jiraiya went close and checked her pulse himself. Yes, she seems fine. Damn it, only if that arrogant woman was here, we wouldn't be in such a mess in the hospital. Then Jiraiya saw Naruto. Is this my godson? Ha, look at his tiny whiskers. You named him Naruto as planned, right? Jiraiya picked the child in his arms. Naruto quickly grabbed onto Jiraiya's white long hair and started playing with it. I will train you when you grow up, Naruto. Just like your father, he proclaimed. Cough. Shouldn't you hurry to the hospital, Minato? Alexander reminded them. Sensei, take care of Naruto for me. Minato just said that and teleported away. Maybe Naruto sensed his parents were nowhere near, so he started crying loudly. Jiraiya was flustered as he was clearly inexperienced in this. Alexander walked forward and took Naruto in his arms. Naruto instantly stopped crying and started looking at his face with concentrated eyes. Then in an instant, his face grew a wide smile. All the tailed beasts surrounded him and looked at Naruto. Wow, such a tiny human. So cute. Kokuo interjected. Yes, look, he's looking at me, Kome exclaimed and flew around Naruto. Kurama tickled his belly with his furry tail and made him laugh cutely. Haha, he's not bad. While they played with Naruto, Jiraiya stupidly looked at the scene. Who would have thought that the tailed beasts could be so gentle? He had become a believer now that the world had hugely misunderstood the tailed beasts. Whoosh. Alexander saw Itachi and Shisui appearing. Alexander smiled seeing them. How are you two? I hope you didn't slack off in the training. Haha, I am a fine old man, but our little Itachi just started going to the academy and has a girlfriend already. Shisui teased. No grandpa, Izumi is just a friend. She keeps on following me every day. I will not be staying in the academy for long anyway, Itachi refuted. Alexander walked to him and patted his head. If someone is trying to be your friend, you should not ignore them. At least talk to them once, who knows, you might find some surprises there. There is also a big reason why you shouldn't ignore her if she's interested in you. It can save you from a lifetime of shame. His serious words confused Itachi and Shisui. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Itachi asked. You see, having a girlfriend is as important in life as being strong. Tell me, do you want to eventually become like him? An old lonely man who is known to be the biggest pervert of this era, he said while pointing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes twitched. Hey, old man, don't spoil my image in front of kids. I still have a reputation to keep. Alexander scoffed. Huh, you never had any. Even the old toad sage prophesied that you'd be a pervert like never seen before. Hearing him, Itachi and Shisui started laughing. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you, I have a little brother now, Itachi told him. Oh really? Then I hope you are being a good brother to him. Alexander ruffled his hair. He was happy to see the good changes in Itachi's behavior. I am. Itachi nodded. Alexander then looked at Shisui. What about you? Did you find a girlfriend? I tried but I have so much work and missions that there is no time to go on dates, Shisui replied. Then maybe I should become the Hokage and give you leave. Alexander contemplated. You would become a Hokage to give me leave? Shisui asked in shock. Yeah, it is certainly not hard for me. These little potatoes are enough to make anyone not object to me, and even if we forget them, my personal strength alone is enough to spank the world leaders into submission. He muttered. No, Ji-chan, stop calling us potatoes, we are Bijuvengers. Kome argued with him. A distance away, Barry stood with a proud face like he had taught a good thing to Kome. It was his idea to name them Bijuvengers. Meanwhile, Hats had gone somewhere because he smelled something familiar. Okay, I will not call you potatoes, I will call you potato vengers. He joked. Ji-chan, the tailed beasts complained. Old man, can you heal people? Jiraiya asked. Yes, why do you ask? He replied. Can you heal the people who got injured? Jiraiya asked. Sure, let's go. He blurted. So, with Naruto in his arms and a big line of tailed beasts behind him, they marched to the field hospital. A lot of people had gotten injured in the rampage caused by Kurama. Although no one had died yet, it was a matter of time before someone died due to injuries. Alexander's entrance with the tailed beasts obviously caused an uproar. But Alexander decided that he would not find a better time to uplift the image of the tailed beasts. He talked with all of them mentally. Listen, my little potatoes, they all hate tailed beasts because of what Kurama did n/o/fell/b/in.c//om. Huh, stupid fox Son Goku interjected. Everyone ignored that and Alexander continued. So, this is the best time we can make them like you. I know you all know a lot of medical healing techniques. I want you all to use your potent chakra to heal everyone here. If there is someone you cannot heal, you tell me. Did you get it? You all are professional medical ninjas today. Can I count on you? All the tailed beasts saluted with their chubby hands. Yes, Ji-chan. In an instant, they all dispersed and jumped from one bed to another. They politely introduced themselves first and then used their powers. Almost everyone would get spooked at first, but soon everyone realized that these weird animals were actually healing them. They all could only recognize Kurama and not the other beasts. Barry was also flying around and throwing some tears here and there. He could voluntarily drop tears now because of his regular practice of crying while watching rom-com movies. Itachi then suddenly appeared near Alexander. Grandpa, Izumi's father is gravely injured. Can you help him? Sure, anything for my student's love life. He teased him and followed him to the family of 3. From one look he understood the family. The mother was an Uchiha and her father wasn't. Though he still saw the activated Sharingan in Izumi's eyes. Probably got activated when she saw her father getting stuck under heavy rubble. Child, stop using Sharingan, you would collapse due to chakra depletion otherwise. He advised. It seemed no one had realized she had awakened it till now, shown from their apparent shock. Alexander saw a tiny bit of jealousy in Itachi as he was yet to awaken it. Alexander whispered to him, come to me later, I'll help you awaken it too. Itachi's mood got better with that and he nodded. Alexander looked at the unconscious man on the bed and checked him. He had a punctured lung, something very easily treatable with magic. He acted like he was performing a complex jutsu for a while and then got up. He will be fine now, I have treated the puncture in his lungs. Don't let him eat anything oily for a month. He then left them there and looked for the Hokage and his wife as he needed to return the blonde bundle of giggles in his arms. Haha, yes, play with my beard, I grew it just for you. He played with Naruto in his way. Soon he found both, Hokage and his wife fine and talking to each other. It seemed the red-haired woman was shouting and throwing stuff at Minato for leaving Naruto with some so-called sage of beast and a pervert sage. He entered the room and the woman instantly stopped shouting. Haha, continue you two. I just came to give little Naruto back to you, he said. The husband and wife got embarrassed by his words. He walked up to Kushina and tried to hand over Naruto. Yaa. But Naruto wouldn't leave his arms and held on to his beard. Every time he would try to give him to his mother he would make noise to relay the message that he was uncomfortable. It's okay, Naruto. She is your mom. Go to her. He tried to talk to the baby, but Naruto still won't budge. So, he made him fall asleep. It seems he got too attached to me, he muttered. Kushina looked at Naruto in a judging manner to see why he wouldn't return to his own mother. Thank you, Lord Sage, for saving her. I owe you everything. Please tell me if I can do something for you. Minato bowed to him. Actually, I think you can do something not just for me but also for the village or even the whole world, Alexander replied. Minato looked at him with a confused face. He was trying to imagine what Alexander was going to ask. And how can I do that? He asked. Simple. By letting me become the Hokage. I am going to unite the world and stop all the wars. Bring an era of peace. An era where there are no tailed beasts left to exploit. Alexander claimed. Kushina and Minato's eyes widened. But you are not a citizen of Konoha, you can't become the Hokage. Not to mention, you need affirmation from the clan leaders and daimyo. Minato argued. Leave that to me. I don't think anyone would say no to me. I've got enough strength to win over anyone. I am not even counting all the tailed beasts yet. So, you decide what you want to do. If you don't want to do it, it's alright. I'll just go to Tsunagakuer and become the Kaze Cage. The daimyo of Wind Country is a good friend of mine. He said shruggingly and started leaving. Tell me your decision in a few days, I'll be staying in Konoha till then. He said and left. Kushina and Minato looked at each other conflictingly. What are you going to do? Kushina asked. Sigh. I don't know, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Obito's room in the hospital. He remembered everything now and wanted to see Rin and Kakashi. He didn't have many people he could say he was close to. If he were to count, they could be counted on a single hand. His grandma, Minato, Rin, and Kakashi. Knock knock. Come in, he said. The door opened and the people he was craving to meet came in. Obito's face grew huge smiles. Then suddenly Rin ran to him with tears in her eyes and hugged him. You are alive. Obito had somehow matured a lot in recent times. Normally, his face would have turned red with embarrassment right now, but he already understood by now that his love was one-sided and there was no need to be over the top all the time. Seeing her happy and alive was enough. He patted her back and smiled. Yeah, it's crazy but somehow, I survived. Rin then looked at his face. Half of it was twisted in spirals. She didn't feel disgusted and touched his face. I am sorry if I was a better medical ninja then maybe. Obito quickly put his finger on her lips and shook his head. No, it was not your fault. It was nobody's fault. Let's just be happy that I'm alive and not cry about my face. Don't make me feel bad about it now, you guys. They finally felt a bit of old Obito's image in him. Kakashi then stepped closer. He didn't know what to say to Obito, but it was Obito who spoke first. I was there when Kiri Shinobi attacked you too. I know what happened. Thankfully, that old man stopped Rin from killing herself. Rin looked down and didn't say anything in embarrassment. Kakashi, on the other hand, was shocked. You were there? Why didn't you come to us then? Kakashi asked. Then Obito went on to tell everything that happened to him after he was saved from under the boulder. After hearing his story, both Rin and Kakashi were shocked. To learn that one of the strongest shinobi in history was still alive was a shock. After calming down, Kakashi turned serious. Obito, you can take your eye back. Obito punched Kakashi in the guts. Who takes back birthday presents? I am happy with just one, you take care of the other. If you die of old age before me, I'll take it back. Besides, I look cool this way, isn't it right, Rin? Kakashi smiled hearing that. It had been a while since he last smiled. Meanwhile, outside, the tailed beasts had mostly healed everyone and now were playing with all the children there. All the adults were confused on what to think about this. When the beasts were done there, they decided to check patients in each room and treat them. They were too serious in their roleplay as doctors. They finally entered the room of Obito in a neat line. Team Baiju Yuvengers is here to heal everyone. Oh, look, his face needs healing. Let's go my brothers. Kome led the entourage. One by one, they all hopped on to the best. So cute, Rin exclaimed seeing the small-tailed beasts. Lay down, patient. Son Goku ordered Obito. At the same time, they all gathered around his right arm and the right side of his face. This looks weird. I've never seen a human body like this. It's like there are two bodies in one. Saiken evaluated. Yeah, this guy is very weird, Shikaku added. Their small talk was funny and made Kakashi and Rin laugh at Obito. Hey, you guys. What are you doing here? Go back to your old man. Obito complained and retracted his arm. Hey, we are tasked to heal people by our best Ji-chan, Kome scolded him. Seeing the intense gazes of all the tailed beasts he let them check it again. While they were checking it they suddenly noticed the arm's texture changing. Oh, look. It's moving in weird ways. Kurama pointed. Poof. All of a sudden, Kurama disappeared. They all looked at what happened and saw a small white tentacle coming out of the arm. Then the tentacle moved towards the other tailed beasts. One by one they all started disappearing. Run my brothers, the tentacle monster is after us, Kome shouted. Only he could fly and get away easily. But he looked back and all his siblings were gone. He angrily looked at Obito's arm. Give my brothers back you monster. He dived at the tentacle to attack but the next thing he knew. Oh no, he also disappeared. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were shocked at what happened. Then they saw the whole white part of Obito's body detaching itself from the body. Obito was quick to recognize it. Zetsu. Obito, you betrayed Madara-sama. I thought we were friends. Zetsu said in a sorrowful tone. Cut it out with this act of yours. You were just using me. I will kill you this time. Obito was enraged. Oh, how will you do that? I am the only thing keeping you alive. The moment I go away, you will die. Zetsu threatened. I don't care. Obito firmly said. So be it. Zetsu started to completely detach himself. Are you sure about that? A voice came from the door. Everyone looked at it and saw Alexander standing. Zetsu seemed like he was shaken to the core and tried to get away as fast as possible. Won't help. I will be keeping you this time and getting all the information necessary out of you. Alexander said and walked forwards. He pointed his palm at the Zetsu and started motioning like he was squeezing something. Soon, Zetsu's body started to twist and compress into a ball-like shape. Then Alexander took out a vial and put him in it. This will be your home from now on. Ha ha ha, you are naive if you think I am the only one. You cut one head and another will take its place. Zetsu crazily laughed. Are you feeling the urge to chant Hail Hydra too? He asked. What's that? Zetsu asked. Alexander scoffed and put the vial in his pocket. He looked back at Obito who was having trouble breathing as half of his body was gone now. He walked up to him and poured vials upon vials of medical potions in his mouth. Then he used natural energy and magic to heal him. In front of their eyes, little by little, Obito's limbs grew back. It was a bit weird when they were in their baby stage though. By the end of the 20th minute, his body was as good as new. There, all healed and back to perfection. Treat this old man to lunch will ya? Now I gotta go and see how my potatoes are doing. He said that and disappeared. Fahame. Olivia was having a picnic with Yalo and Amy by the lake. Around them, many unicorns and phoenixes were roaming. This is why I like to live in Fahame. It is quiet and peaceful, Amy said as she drank some tea. Yes, not to mention, no pollution, Olivia added. Splash. They all heard a loud sound of something falling in the lake. They turned their heads and saw the tailed beasts falling one by one into it. A red fox also fell right beside Amy. Then on top of the fox, Kumo fell. Oh, thank you for being my soft cushion, Kurama, Kumo said and started to look around. Grandma. He shouted and ran to give compulsory hugs. One by one all the tailed beasts came out of the lake and Olivia and Amy helped them dry up with towels. This was Kurama's first time meeting Olivia and Amy, so he was a bit reserved, but seeing all his siblings acting close to them he realized he could trust these humans, and the small weird baby. How did you arrive here? Amy asked. Oh, it was a tentacle monster. It attacked us. Kumo explained with lots of dramatic pauses. Without their knowing, Alexander also arrived. Haha, it was not a tentacle monster, it was a Zetsu. Just like the black one. He tried to take control of your body, which is why you all got teleported to here, because it was dangerous. He added. Okay, you all stay here and have fun, I will go out. You can come to me whenever you want. I also need to find hats. God knows what he's up to. Alexander returned to Konoha and started repairing the whole village. He wasn't just repairing the destroyed part but also the old out-of-shape parts. With lots of shock-filled awes in the background. He made the village look like it was newly made just a moment ago. They think you are some kind of old god. Jiraiya came to him. Not the first time. This is the first instinct of humans. If they see another human being extremely strong, beyond any imagination, they are quick to label them an angel or a demon. Alexander replied. Yeah, you are right about that. Well, I just came to inform you that Hokage has invited you to the village meeting tomorrow evening. Jiraiya informed. Alexander nodded. Okay, I'll be there. What about your crush? Why don't you go and bring her here? If she argues, then just tell her that she owes the Sage of Beasts and it's time she pays up. What are you going to do? Jiraiya asked. Boy, I am doing you a favor. If she's here, then you will have more chances to strike up a conversation. This is called being a wingman. He explained. Jiraiya smiled. In that case, I am leaving. With that, the old pervert vanished. Sigh, I should find Itaki and Shisui, might as well just teach them. During the Ninetales attack, Danzo didn't come out. He already knew he couldn't fight the tailed beast. So, he decided it was okay to let the village be destroyed for now. But he also felt the need to get that Mangekyo Sharingan now. He knew that the tailed beast was not the only threat. This time the tailed beast appeared, next time the sage will. And that was exactly what happened. So, the moment everything calmed down and he saw the sage repairing the village with his powers never seen before, he told his root ninjas to tell Shisui to come and meet with him regarding a very important mission for the village. Shisui, who only saw Danzo as a close friend of the third Hokage and didn't see him as a person who would do any harm to him, decided to go. He appeared near the root hideout and was escorted into it. Welcome to Root, Shisui Uchiha. Danzo appeared in front of him. How can I help you, Lord Danzo? Shisui greeted with a bow. You can help me safeguard this village from all the threats. You have the key to do it. Danzo stated. I don't understand what you are saying, Shisui blurted, although he had an idea what he was pointing at. Shisui, your Uchiha clan has always had the potential to rise up to become great. But sadly, after Madara, no one was able to achieve that greatness. They all dissolved themselves in their self-pity and hatred. If we had that power, then forget just Ninetales, Konoha could have taken many more tailed beasts around the world. But, at last, someone appeared in your worthless clan. Thank you for your sacrifices, Shisui Uchiha, you will not be forgotten by me. The moment Danzo stopped speaking, a root ninja appeared beside Shisui and injected something into his neck. In an instant, Shisui started feeling weak, like his chakra was being drained. Don't worry, it won't be painful. Now, I need those eyes of yours. As you have no idea what a Mangekyo Sharingan can do. You are so foolish, trying to act all good and smart. Danzo evilly said and walked closer to him. Shisui Uchiha, I can proudly say that you are one of the most talented members the Uchiha ever produced. You are so strong and already have sufficient strength to be called a powerful Jounin. You could have easily reached a higher cage level in the future. But you are too soft. Danzo went ahead and used his blade to rip out one eye. Why is this happening? Just when things were looking great, Shisui thought. He had started enjoying life now as there were no wars and he was also receiving training from the old man. No, I will not die here, he resolutely made up his mind. No, Danzo, it is you who will die soon, he shouted, and suddenly a green-colored skeleton started forming around his body. His eyes started bleeding but he didn't stop. Soon, he was standing in the middle of a translucent green giant body with a spiral sword. He first launched himself towards Danzo, who couldn't handle his strike and fell down. But Shisui felt the poison in his body acting weird and decided to leave. He used the body flicker technique and left the root base. He appeared a good amount of distance away in the jungle. Shisui, what happened? An alarmed voice came. He saw Itake coming to him. You must have been training here. It was Danzo, Itake. He poisoned me and took one eye. Shisui weakly muttered. Cough. He coughed up some blood. Itake worriedly grabbed his hand and took out a card from his pocket. Grandpa said if I break this he will instantly come to us or we will come to him. He explained. Crack. Alexander was looking for hats all around Konoha. Barry, do you smell where he is? He asked the phoenix in the sky. Dad, I'm not a dog, I can't smell that far, Barry complained. Oh, wait, I see something. I see a tail. Coming out of a ramen stall. It's gotta be him. Only he has such thick fat fur. He exclaimed. Good, lead the way, Alexander instructed. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He followed Barry and came to a shop called Ichiraku Ramen. They lifted the curtain and took seats. And sure enough, they saw Hats slurping on ramen. Old man, this fish ramen is tasty, try some. Hats spoke with his mouth full. Alexander took a seat and decided to try some. It had been a while since he ate some food, but he was surprised that the shop was open even after such mayhem. Oh, we have a customer, Ayam-chan, come and help. The shop owner called for his daughter. Well, give me your best ramen as I don't know which one to try. Alexander made an order. Just then a little girl came from inside the shop and started helping her father while giggling. HOH, what has happened that you are smiling, little one? He asked. Hee, nothing, Grandpa, she said while trying not to laugh. Soon the order was done and the little girl put a napkin under the bowl and gave it to him. While eating, Alexander noticed that the napkin was not normal. He lifted the bowl and saw something printed on it. It was his own photo from a time he wanted to forget. The only one who had such a photograph of this was Dabi. The image was taken when he ran from the lady man on Momwaro Island in One Piece World. Seeing his annoyed face, the little girl started laughing loudly. Then a tall Dabi came from inside the shop, lifted Ayam in his arms, and came to Alexander. Yo, how are you, boss? Alexander's eyes twitched and only two words came out of his mouth, pineapple pizza. Just those words were enough to make the smug look from Dabi's face vanish. So this is where you have been all this time? Alexander exclaimed. Well, I appeared near this shop. I ate the ramen here and liked it. So I decided to learn to make it too. Dabi said cheerfully. You do have your fetish to work in a bar or restaurant it seems. Alexander joked. Why didn't you contact me all this time? Alexander asked. Well, I knew you'd be coming here so I decided to just enjoy myself till then. And honestly, if I wasn't here, many people would have died in the Ninetales attack. Dabi seriously replied. Oh, so this is why no one died. Then I should be thanking you. Okay, let me eat my ramen now. He shooed Dabi away. After taking his first bite, his eyes opened in pleasure. It was like a bomb of various flavors exploded in his mouth. This thing is amazing. Why are you not famous in the whole world? I've never tasted something this good in a while. I must tell Olivia and others to try this. He muttered. The next moment, the shop was flooded by Olivia, Amy, Jenny, Gina, Barry, Michael, Douglas, and all the tailed beasts. Amy the blind girl from Marvel, Jenny the mutant girl that was stuck in the mob in Marvel, Gina baby 5 from One Piece. Hey little one, do you want to see magic? Alexander called out the cute little girl helping her father. Ayam came to him excitedly. Alexander showed her his closed fists and asked, tell me which one of these hands has candy. If you are right, I will give it to you. Ayam concentrated on his hand seriously with her eyes furrowed and selected his left hand. But it was empty. She got sad. Okay, close your fists now, he said. She did as asked. Now, when I say, open them, he said. 1, 2, 3, open. The moment she opened her fists, 2 huge chocolate bars appeared. It was nonsensical because her hands could not hide such big chocolates. But she was not interested in magic anymore. Now, chocolates had her full interest. She held them over her head and showed them to her father. Olivia lovingly gave her even more chocolates. What a sweet child. Alexander then went back to eating. But then he felt many gazes on him and saw all the tailed beasts intensely looking at him. You all want chocolates too? He asked. All of them nodded strongly. Haha, okay, here you go. While they all were busy eating, a noise resembling an apparition came. He looked back and saw Itaka supporting Shisui. Shisui's right eye socket was bleeding. Alexander got up and dashed to him. He didn't ask anything and quickly checked his body. The first thing he found was the poison in his body. Here, drink this antidote, he advised and poured the contents of a vial into his mouth. Then he saw the missing eye. His face was extremely serious and showed a bit of anger. Who was it? It was Danzo. He wanted my eyes so he could control the tailed beasts and Uchiha clan and rule the world. All in the name of keeping Konoha safe. Shisui answered. Where is this Danzo right now? Alexander asked. In his underground lair. Not many people know him, but Danzo pretty much has free reign over many things in the village. He even has his own army called Root. Shisui added as he started feeling better. And who gave him this much freedom? He asked. Third Hokage. Danzo and Third Hokage were Second Hokage students and were friends, Shisui answered. Sigh. Alexander looked back at Dabi. I want a list of every bad thing he has done in his entire life. He has until tomorrow noon. Then I will go after him. It's time the village learns what kind of monster has been living here, all under the protective umbrella provided by Hiruzen. Dabi nodded and took hats with him. Alexander looked back at Shisui. Don't worry, I will get you your eye back. For now, go with Barry and rest in my home. Barry flew to them and led Shisui to Fihame and gave him a room to sleep in. Alexander then looked back at his family still busy eating, except Olivia and Amy. They were looking at him. He just gave a reassuring smile and walked back. It seems they were worried that Alexander might get angry and they had no idea how many people would die if he got angry. He sat down and finished his food. He also bought a bowl for Itaki. Ah, hey, Tuki, I don't have any Ryo, do you take gold? Alexander asked. Tuki looked at his face for a second to determine if Alexander was a swindler. He then looked at Olivia and Amy and determined that a swindler cannot have such a beautiful wife and granddaughter. Sure, he replied. Alexander fiddled into his pocket and took out a pouch filled with gold coins. He threw it towards Tuki. Tuki opened it and looked inside. There were many shining golden coins. He knew that they were worth way more than the ramen he served. Aye, this is a lot more than the price. I think even one of these coins would be a lot. Tuki tried to return the pouch. Take it, I got too much gold anyway. And, I don't want your shop to ever close down. I also advise you to renovate the shop and make it bigger, so that you can accommodate more people and make people happy with your art and also maybe hire more helpers like our little Ayam-chan, he said. Ayam shyly giggled in the corner. One more, Mr. Ramen Maker. Son Goku shouted as he emptied his 10th bowl. Haha, I think it's going to be a busy night for you, their stomachs are bottomless pits. Alexander laughed. Tuki shook his head. No, I like this. My ramen is so liked by the mighty-tailed beasts, it is a genuine honor. Haha, then make another bowl for me and I'll make sure even God appreciates your ramen, Alexander said. Tuki didn't know what his words meant and went to work. Unknown to him, Alexander would really send it to God. Dabi traveled the whole world in a single night and dug out everything related to Danzo. He even found out what he was about to do. This guy is seriously waiting for death to just come to him, Hats said. Yeah, power-hungry people tend to be dumb many times, Dabi added. Then they returned to Fihame and reported everything to Alexander. Danzo Shimura was unable to get both Sharin on. He had already deployed all his men to find the boy but no progress could be seen. Where will you go? I have already sent your wanted posters to all criminal groups in nearby villages. Sooner rather than later, I will have my Sharin on. Today, he had something else to do. Orochimaru had come to him and told him about a kid named Kabuto in Konoha's orphanage. It was run by an ex-member of Root, Nono Yakushi. She left the organization and became a jonin in the regular forces, a captain of the medic corps, and a caretaker at the village's orphanage. At the orphanage, she became known as Mother. Mother. No one who works for me can move an inch without my permission and she thinks she is free. He cockily muttered and headed out to the orphanage with some of his men. He reached the orphanage and called its warden out. Nono Yakushi was a young woman with shoulder-length light brown hair covered by a white coif and emerald green eyes. She wore a black, loose-fitting gown with a white apron over it with sandals. Lord Danzo, welcome to Konoha's orphanage, please come in. She politely greeted them. Though she had already sent all the children to their rooms. It was already hard to manage the orphanage with the lack of funding, she didn't want any more trouble. Please sit, Nono Yakushi. We have something important to talk about. We need your expertise in working undercover again and want you to go to Uegakuer. Danzo ordered. Nono looked conflicted, but, Lord Danzo, I am just a warden here. Danzo took an angry tone. You will do this mission, it is your duty to the village. Or I will pull out the funding to the orphanage. She got tense, she had to accept it. Okay, I will do it. But no harm will come to the children here. Yes, I can assure you that, but you will have to give us one of the kids here. We lost an umbu in collecting the intel from Uegakuer. We need someone to fill his place. Danzo voiced. No, they are just children. She refuted. Yes, children who will grow up to be this village's shield, Danzo shouted back at her. The root ninja standing to his side took a step forward to intimidate her. Suddenly a mocking voice came, ha ha ha, you are one dumb bastard, Danzo. Everyone looked at where the noise came from. They saw a cat with a huge grin hovering in the air by the window. You were just going to die before, but messing with an orphanage was the worst you could do. Now, I think he will give you a punishment worse than death. Hats muttered in a mocking tone. Danzo got up as he was alerted. He felt immeasurable strength leaking from the cat. I also hate scum like you who harm kids, but too bad, I can't punish you. Who are you? Show your true self, Danzo shouted. Boom. The roof of the room got ripped out and Alexander, Dabi, Ragnarok, and Douglas flew in. We are your worst nightmare, Danzo Shimura. That is our true selves, Alexander said with zero expression on his face. There was only a plain look, which in itself was scary. And the sun hasn't even set yet, so it is just going to get worse, Dobby added. Haha, man, you foo asterisk ked up big time, Ragnarok laughed. Badman dies, Barry flew in and sat on Nonoyakuzi's shoulder. Douglas walked up to Danzo and just tapped his finger on his chest. Danzo fell to the ground like a lifeless doll, but his eyes were still open and he could still speak. Who are you? He shouted from the ground. Other than Alexander and Ragnarok he couldn't recognize anyone. The most confusing thing to him was why the daimyo of Wind Country was with Alexander. Nono Yakushi had run to a corner to save herself from the fight. Danzo's 2 men were also given the same fate and were paralyzed from the neck down. Alexander looked at Nono. Child, you are doing a very good deed. There is a special and beautiful place in heaven for people like you. I will increase the funds to the orphanage by 100-fold, so you just have to worry about keeping the kids happy and full. Oh, your eyes seem to be suffering. Here, you have my blessing. Alexander raised his palm towards her for a second. Instantly she realized she could see crystal clear now. She only had the courage to nod. She already knew who Alexander was, plus, the aura from other beings who arrived with Alexander wasn't any less overbearing. Why yes, Lord Sage. Haha, good, now, forgive my blunt intrusion. I will repair the roof, he said and waved his hand. In a matter of seconds, the roof assembled itself. They then left with Danzo and his men being flown with them. As they left, all the kids came back running to Nono. Mother, are you okay? Kabuto asked worriedly. She caressed their faces and smiled. Yes, I think there are happy days ahead. Kabuto, you will not have to worry about orphanage's funds now. Kabuto embarrassingly reddened. He was secretly trying to learn medical jutsu so he could help Nono and also make some money for the orphanage. He wanted to repay Nono for giving him her own glasses so he could see better. He silently looked at the disappearing figure of Alexander. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The day was a happy day for the village because no one died in the Ninetales attack and the village was repaired to a brand new state. On top of that, Alexander had sponsored a village-wide festival to be held. It was officially being called the Baijuyu Festival. As the name suggests, the main attraction were the tailed beasts. They will be hopping around the village, playing with people, acting in a play. There were also many Baijuyu plushie toys. All this so that the image of the tailed beasts could be made better and the people start loving them, something they should have done from the beginning. Honestly, Sage of Six Paths had told the tailed beasts to help the people before he left. And they would have truly helped the world if humans weren't so dumb as to fear them, fight them, or outright enslave them. The decorations were being handled by Amy all around the village. He had also invited the whole Akatsuki, Blue Fang, and Brian. Blue Fang had successfully uprooted Kirigakure's Mizukage and his government and now Brian had become the Mizukage. In all honesty, the festival was going to be a big event because Ragnarok was also there, who was officially the daimyo of the Wind Country. Alexander had also invited the third Reikage of Kumagakure because he considered him a good man, though he didn't invite Oniki as he didn't know the guy. But before all that, a meeting was taking place in the Hokage office. All the clan heads, Shinobi Commander, Jiraiya, the elders, the Hokage, and Alexander were gathered there. Surprisingly, Alexander was given a seat just beside the Hokage, instead of the elders. In fact, no elder was there and on the other side of Minato, Jiraiya sat. Thank you for coming here on such short notice. I have a grave matter to discuss with you. Last night, I fought a masked man outside the village. He turned out to be Obito Uchiha. He told them everything that Obito had told them. Fugaku Uchiha was the first to ask, so Lord Madara is still alive? Alexander didn't miss the sudden respect on the man's tongue for Madara. Possibly, Obito said that Madara was an old withered man the last time he saw him. He was in the last stages of his life. Minato added. Then we must go there and see what happened to him, Fugaku excitedly said. Cough. Alexander coughed and started, head of the Uchiha clan. Why does it seem like you respect this terrorist who just orchestrated an attack on this village? The same attack that has deteriorated the image of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. We all know the kind of man Madara was. He liked war because the war was the easiest way to gain power. And what do you think would happen if your clan was to be continuously seen with a doubt? Wouldn't you feel like simply revolting or starting a coup? Remember one thing, Madara is nothing but a terrorist. In fact, he wasn't even the one who truly orchestrated the attack. Even he was being manipulated. Everyone digested his words. What do you mean, Lord Sage? Hayashi Hayaga, head of the Hyuga clan asked. How many of you know about the true history of Ninshu? How did it start? Alexander asked. None of them had an answer as it was never mentioned in any book how ninjas came to be. Alexander waved his hand and all the chairs disappeared from under everyone's asses and a cushioned mattress appeared. Alexander waved his hand and Minato and Jiraiya were flown to sit with everyone. Only he remained in his side. He was sitting in a crossed-legged position and also hovering in the air to give a feeling like he was a sage. He needed everyone in the room to take him seriously. Then let me tell you everything, from the start to right now. How ninja came to be, how the Senju, Uchiha, Hayaga, and many more clans came into existence. But first, I need you all to answer me. Do you know how old I am? Alexander asked. Older than the tailed beasts. Jiraiya said, but he was unsure. Yes, a lot older than them. That is why they call me Grandpa. Now, how many of you know about the Sage of the Six Paths? He asked further. Now everyone had their utmost focus. Sage of Six Paths was a legend to them all, and it was said that he started ninja, which wasn't very far-fetched as Kaguya was the origin and her sons were the spreader. We all know about him, but he's just a legend, Harake Sakumo spoke. Not long ago, I was considered a legend too, Alexander replied. His words made a lot of sense. Not long ago, they scoffed at the idea of Sage of Beasts existing. Okay, the name of the Sage of the Six Paths was Hagoromo at Satsuki, elder brother of Hamura at Satsuki and son of Kaguya at Satsuki. Alexander started. He went on to tell them the whole story of Kaguya, how she came from space, ate the forbidden fruit, had sons, went crazy, and was defeated. He didn't tell them where she was sealed. Then he continued and told them how Hagoromo stayed on Earth and Hamura decided to leave to Moon with his small clan from where he would keep an eye on Earth. Though his main purpose was to safeguard his mother's remains, he didn't tell this to them. Alexander told them how the Indra at Satsuki was the originator of the Uchiha clan and his brother Azura at Satsuka was the originator of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Then there was Hamura at Satsuki, the originator of the Hyuga clan. He told them about the reincarnation cycle of Indra and Azura. He also told them about the Black Zetsu and his attempts to revive his mother, for which he didn't leave any stones unturned and even used Madara and started many conflicts. By the time he was done speaking, it was already turning night. That is how this world came to be as we know it today. You are all connected to each other. Hyuga, Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clan are like cousin clans to each other. This history should be known by the world, so I will publish a book and circulate it around the world, he announced. Many sitting in the room were feeling conflicted. The grand history they just learned was so hard to digest. The thought of there being a species somewhere in space that destroys worlds to get stronger was overwhelming and terrifying. Many still had their doubts but decided to accept what Alexander said, not as if it mattered to Alexander. Soon enough, he was going to be changing things so much that whatever happened in the past will not be able to hurt the world. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Sage. They all bowed their heads lightly. Just then Minato stood up and came beside Alexander. His mind was already made up. Everyone, I have decided to resign from the post of Hokage and give it to Lord Sage. There can be no one better for this job, a true sage who understands the world more than we can ever hope for, he announced. Many had their jaws falling from the sudden announcement and others were left speechless. No one knew what to say about this. Where is Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya asked. Alexander didn't reply. The man was currently in prison, awaiting his public trial with Danzo. We already have the nod from the daimyo. I also gave him the approval. Now all that remains is all of your clans, Minato spoke. All the clan heads looked at each other. The first ones to speak in favor were the heads of Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clan. Well, if Lord Hokage wants to quit, then I can't think of anyone else suitable for being the Hokage. Unless Lord Jiraiya wants to become Hokage, but even then, Lord Sage will outclass him in every way, Shikaka said in his tired voice. Damn right, I need to complete my research and launch my new book. The tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi may have commercially failed, but this one will be a hit, Jiraiya shamelessly announced. What is the name of the new book? Choza Akamaiki, head of the Akimichi clan asked. It is simple and easy to remember. It's called Ika Ika Paradise, translates to make out paradise. Jiraiya revealed. Cough. I think we are derailing from the main topic, Minato reminded everyone. Lord Sage has the support of the Akimichi clan, Choza announced. Following him, Inoichi Yamanaka also agreed. Lord Sage has Yamanaka clan's support. Heitake clan supports you. You have a Barame clan's support. Inyazuka clan supports you. Now, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans remain. Though at this point, even if they didn't agree, Alexander would still become the Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga then spoke. You are a sage from an era when Hyuga and Uchiha clans didn't even exist. If you become the Hokage, I feel you won't be leaning to any particular side or clan. Uchiha clan will support Lord Sage, Fugaku also added. For now, the next Hokage will be an Uchiha, no matter what. Minato nodded. All of them had agreed to let Alexander become the Hokage, so, let's announce the new Hokage to the whole village. Before that, I need to tell you all something. Shisui, come in, Alexander interrupted Minato. Shisui quickly entered with Itachi following behind. Everyone was interested in knowing what the two boys had done. Show them, Alexander instructed. Shisui untied his bandages and showed his missing eye. Everyone gawked at the scene. What happened to you, Shisui Uchiha? Fugaku quickly asked. Alexander spoke before Shisui. Let me tell you all something. Yesterday, Alexander told them about all the things Danzo had been doing behind the back of the village, and that he was doing it with full freedom given by the third Hokage. Yes, Danzo is a very unstable person. Even I was looking for ways to deal with him, Minato added. This is why I have arrested Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. They will be publicly trailed where I will tell you all many more things the two have done. Alexander informed them. Fugaku Uchiha was pissed right now. Alexander could only imagine what the man would feel when he tells them Danzo's plans for Uchiha clan. But, I am going to raid the root base right now. Tell me if any of you want to join me and see the horrors he has committed with your own eyes, he asked. None of them denied it. Alexander led them all into the root hideout. It went deep underground and after just entering they felt creeped out. Many root ninjas tried to attack but all of them were simply slapped away by Alexander. Most of the clan heads knew about Root's existence but didn't know how big it was or how it operated. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alexander saw Sakumo Haytake antagonizing a Root ninja to spill the beans, but the guy became paralyzed. Don't, you can't make them speak. A cursed seal has been imprinted on the back of their tongues by Danzo, which when activated, would paralyze their entire body if they tried to speak anything about Danzo or the organization, rendering them unable to speak or move. He explained. Alexander walked to the man and used his powers to cancel out the connection between the seal and the chakra, which left the seal useless. They kept on walking in and reached a place with many tanks filled with water and many people inside, some of them were even kids. He noticed each of them had a pure white body part. These must be his test subjects on whom he tested implanting Hashirama's cells. Sadly, all these are dead. Alexander made an observation. Meanwhile, the clan heads were shocked by the sheer size of the base. To think that the taxes given by whole Konoha were used for such things. Hayashi Hayaga exclaimed. And the third Hokage didn't even consider this important enough to be told to us. We have been kept in the shadows for so long. Who knows what other horrors he has committed that Lord Sage will announce today. Inoichi Yamanaka added. Zip. A noise came and a large man appeared close to Alexander. Dabi walked up to Alexander and whispered something to Alexander's ears. It made him visibly mad, making everyone else wonder what it was. Then suddenly another man popped out of thin air and walked to Alexander in a brash manner. Haha, Alex, come out with me, the festival is so fun, those little beasts are too fun to be around. Each of them is making the village fall in love with them with their funny acts. All the clan heads recognized the man with shock-filled eyes. They all had thought Alexander was joking when he said he was friends with Daimyo of Wind Country, but it seems they really were friends and very good ones at that. Alexander looked back at everyone. Okay, this is it. I have already captured all the Root ninjas, let's go back now, the festival must have already started. Currently, he sat with a lot of people in the Konoha Ninja Academy's grounds. A big stage was set there for the tailed beasts to do their play, directed by Amy. They were all currently reenacting Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Kokuo was acting as Snow White because he was the whitest, Amy was acting as the prince. Kurema was the queen because everyone was still a bit salty with him. The other 7 were acting as dwarfs. Barry was acting as birds after he learned the shadow clone jutsu. Hats was the support staff, responsible for changing the background scenes with his chaotic magic. All in all, it turned out to be very funny. They were clumsy and their small form factor with cosplays made them look very cute. Kurema was the best actor as he was supposed to act cocky and it was natural for him. In the end, Amy gave Kokuo a kiss and he woke up in his Snow White dress. After that, they danced to a song and bowed to the audience. Ha ha ha, what a fun show, Lord Sage, the third Raikage laughed loudly. No one was expecting him to truly come but he did. He was extremely pleased that the tailed beasts were truly free and were not treated as weapons. And he also liked to see them the way they were right now, making him realize that every page has 2 sides. The world had only seen one side of the tailed beasts. I'm glad you liked it. Be sure to enjoy this evening, the drinks are on me. Take Ragnarok with you, grab some drinks and come near Hokage building, I have an announcement to make. He replied and patted his shoulder. Soon, Raikage and Ragnarok went to a bar with arms on each other's shoulders like they were long-lost buddies. To the knowledgeable people of Konoha, it was a crazy sight. The Daimyo of Wind Country and Raikage of Kumo being buddies. Alexander stood on the roof of the Hokage building. Beside him were Minato, Dabi, and Douglas. Below, everyone was gathered. They all could see what was going on the roof as Alexander had tilted the building a little. He raised his hands to signal everyone to stop making noise and listen to him. Then he amplified his voice through magic. People of Konoha, do you love the little beasts? He asked. Yeah. Loud cheers came from the crowd. Then how would you feel if someone wanted to enslave them and use them to make war? He asked next. Everyone angrily roared this time. Some older children who were allowed to come even ran up to the tailed beasts and hugged them. As much as you all hate it, there is one man who has been living in this village with the highest level of freedom who planned to do this. This man killed many men, women, children, and started wars between countries for his lust for power. His ambitions knew no bounds. He made many big mistakes in his life, but because he was a close friend of the third Hokage, every time he was pardoned. He had his own army called the Root and a secret underground base. All right here in Konoha, built from your tax money. He used your money to harm you. He allied with the criminal Orochimaru. He even stole Sherry-non from a living Uchiha clan member. I caught him yesterday, trying to threaten the Konoha orphanage's warden to work for him or else he would cut the funding. The vile man's name is Danzo Shimura. Just as he announced the name, Dabi brought Danzo and made him kneel and face the crowd. Alexander had removed the bandage from his head and it was now showing the Sherry-non in one of his eye sockets. People gasped at the sight. He did not just target the Uchiha clan, he also targeted the Senju clan. He got a hold of Hashirama's cells and combined them to his right arm. His deeds didn't end there. He then used various methods to kill members of Uchiha clans who were on missions outside to get their eyes and implanted them onto his hand. Alexander ripped Danzo's sleeves, showing his arm filled with a few Sherry-nons. Most of the Uchiha clan members clenched their fists in anger. Now, I will let Danzo confess to all his major crimes, he announced and stepped back. Danzo was already given the truth spitter potion. Alexander asked the first question, what did you do during the Third Shinobi War? He tried to fight the potion but no one could do that. I manipulated Hanzo of AIM into joining forces with me against Akatsuki, having brought him corpses of AIM shinobi claiming they were killed by Akatsuki. In truth, they were root members disguised as IWA shinobi, originally being used to disrupt a peace treaty between Konohagakure and Iwagakure but were killed. But you appeared and destroyed my plans. He confessed. Alexander nodded and spoke, were you authorized to do this by Hiruzen? No, he only found out later, but he saw my actions were for the benefit of the village and pardoned me. However, I lost my position at the council. Danzo said. Alexander looked at the people whose faces were showing the sign of someone feeling betrayed. People, he is a warmongering opportunistic man. When Hiruzen decided to end the war with a peace treaty, Danzo objected because war meant he could do things and gain strength. Even when Hiruzen stepped down and the next Hokage was being chosen at a meeting with the Land of Fire Council and the Daimyo, Danzo strongly suggested that Orochimaru be made 4th Hokage. Danzo was already sharing the bed with the snake at that time. Now Danzo, tell us why did you attack Hiruzen that day? Alexander asked, shocking everyone. Danzo started answering, I wanted to become the Hokage, Hiruzen had grown too soft, so I planned his assassination. But he survived. So, what did Hiruzen do when he found out? Alexander asked. He warned me that it shouldn't happen again, Danzo replied. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi is as much responsible for what Danzo did after that day as much as Danzo. If Hiruzen had executed Danzo for treason that day, maybe many bad things could have been avoided. Alexander loudly stated. Then he asked many more questions. Danzo confessed to selling children to Orochimaru to experiment on, trying to kill Kakashi Hatake for his Sharingan, intentionally not letting the Uchiha clan assist in Kurama's attack on Konoha, to then later blame them for not helping in order to get a spy on the clan legally, ordering Umbu to protect the escaping Orochimaru. More attempts to kill Hiruzen, blunt treason, planning the extermination of the Uchiha clan, and then finally the recent one. Tell us all, what did you do to Shisui Uchiha yesterday? He asked. I called him to my base and had him poisoned. I wanted his Mangekyo Sharingan. But I was only able to get one before he escaped. He confessed again. Alexander disappointedly shook his head and continued, my people, this man was sheltered by Hiruzen Sarutobi all his way. Without support from the 3rd Hokage, this man would have long been labeled as the traitor and executed. But thanks to the most incompetent Hokage in history, we received backstabbing one after another. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi will confess to all his crimes. Soon, a pale-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi was brought to the front. His face had lost its color after reading the list of crimes Danzo and Orochimaru committed. Hiruzen, tell us about how you helped eradicate the Uzumaki clan and why, he asked, again shocking everyone. His question caught everyone off guard. Dabi's research was very thorough so Alexander was obviously going to bring this up. Hiruzen accepted his fate and started speaking while looking down at his feet. He didn't dare to look people in the eye. It was a plan the Konoha Council and I came up with. When Mito Uzumaki died and the Nine Tails was transferred to Kushina, we believed that Konoha should have a tailed beast as its backup security to deter all other villages who had their own tailed beasts. We feared the Uzumaki clan would ask Kushina to come back as she was an Uzumaki. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. When many nations banded together to destroy Uzushiagaku due to their feared funjutsu, the Uzumaki clan sent words to Konoha for help. To keep the tailed beast in Konoha, we let them die, he revealed. Alexander looked at him in disgust. Even the people of Konoha looked at him in disgust. Hiruzen may have done many great deeds in his life but they were not enough to forgive what he just confessed to. Both Danzo and Hiruzen felt no remorse in destroying whole clans for their twisted definition of keeping the village safe. Even when the Uzumaki clan and Konoha were said to be so close that following the founding of Konohagakure at the end of the Warring States period, the Senju chose to symbolize their clan's friendship by adding the Uzumaki's emblem to Konoha's flak jackets. Konoha and the Uzumaki's Uzushiagaku remained close allies over the following decades, with the Uzumaki providing funjutsu to Konoha whenever there was a need. Hiruzen saw no problem in letting such allies be destroyed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, even though you attempted to bring peace to Konoha many times, you failed to recognize the one sabotaging those attempts was your friend Danzo. And even after realizing, you let him reign free. Do you have anything to say? He asked. Hiruzen finally looked at the people. I did what was necessary to keep the village alive. But I agree that letting Danzo go again and again was my biggest crime. I agree that my favoritism for Orochimaru let him do many bad deeds. But, I do not regret letting the Uzumaki clan be destroyed. It was necessary. If we had declined to give Kushina back to them, they would have waged war on us. I did it all for the village. He looked down and saw anger and tears in Kushina's eyes. You are a disgrace, Hiruzen, disgrace to Konoha, Dabi interjected. Dabi was still very angry after what he saw in Orochimaru's lab and it was indirectly Hiruzen's fault. You have no right to judge me, you don't know anything. I believe anyone would have done the same if they were in my situation. This is the will of fire, Hiruzen argued back. Huh, says the man who has let countless men and women die for personal agenda. Will of Fire was an ideal rooting from Sage of Six Paths Sun, Azura at Satsuki's belief that love is the key to peace. But people of Konoha seem to have a wrong understanding of it. According to you, it states that the entire village is like a large family unit, and every Konoha shinobi with the will of fire loves, believes, cherishes, and fights to protect the village. You all are wrong. Will of fire is not meant to be only applicable just within the boundary of this village. Because when Azura Atsutsuki stated it, there were no countries or villages, all people were his people. The will of fire is to treat every person with love and respect and help them if necessary, he stated. Alexander truly believed this because otherwise, it doesn't make sense. After all, the majority of the world's shinobi clans originated from the Atsutsuki family. Alexander disdainfully looked at Hiruzen Hashirama and Tobirama must be so disappointed in you right now. Defying all their expectations, you turned out to be a failure. Footsteps. Yes, we are. We are disappointed in everything that has transpired. Hiruzen turned around and saw two men, one in red armor and one in blue armor standing beside Alexander. His eyes widened in shock. Other villagers standing on the ground were stupefied too, as if they had seen a ghost. Sensei. Hiruzen fell down on his knees as if he had lost his strength. In his heart, he knew his crimes were big and he was just trying to keep up a strong front until he was executed, but now, he didn't have the strength to directly face the people he knew he disappointed. Hashirama and Tobirama walked to the front. Alexander decided to make everything clear to everyone. You all must be shocked by seeing the first and second alive. The reason behind this is Orochimaru, who stole the forbidden jutsu created by Tobirama. This jutsu binds the soul of a deceased person to a living vessel, restoring them as they were when they were alive in order to do their summoner's bidding. Orochimaru initially wanted to use it to make them fight me, but my knowledge and power far exceeded anything he could have imagined. I saved Hashirama and Tobirama and captured Orochimaru. I have even made their bodies perfect to the point they are just like a normal living human, he announced. People were amazed and stunned by this. But the more knowledgeable people understood the horrors this jutsu could have brought, as Orochimaru would have used the two ex-Hokages to attack Konoha. And none of them had the confidence to successfully stop the two Senju brothers. Tobirama looked at Danzo and Hiruzen with anger clear on his face. You two, I am ashamed to call you my students. Did you even learn anything from my lessons? Since when did weakening and destroying the village by eradicating clans become the will of fire? I publicly showed my displeasement with Uchiha clan, but even I didn't dare to target them as they had not done anything wrong. But you two, forget Uchiha clan, you didn't even spare a friendly and peaceful clan like Uzumaki. You two have leached the village hollow. Hashirama came to his younger brother and put his hand on his shoulder to not let him get too angry. Danzo still showed defiance, but Hiruzen looked totally broken. His face looked like he aged 10 years just listening to his sensei who considered him his favorite student. Alexander dragged Orochimaru and made him kneel with Danzo and Hiruzen. Look on your left and right, Hiruzen. These two are your life's worst mistakes. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And you seriously did nothing. I can easily condemn you three to death, but it will be too easy on you. You three will die a miserable death, but not before you face the punishment. I am sealing the money accounts of Danzo, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. The three of you ran after power your whole life, now I will take that away from you. I am removing the chakra veins from your bodies. Now, you will be normal powerless people, even weaker than normal non-chakra users. He made them like earth humans, as even normal humans in Naruto have a small amount of chakra. Danzo, you wanted to become the most powerful shinobi and have the world at your feet. Now you will be at everyone's feet. He looked at Danzo's sins. Danzo Shimura, Category 4. Murder, 62,985. Indirect murder, 201,154. Attempted murder, 90,100. Forced hunger, 1,546,845. Enslaving, 15,549. Infanticide, 3,548. Child labor, 6,546. Sexual misconduct, 2. Theft, 4,156. Betraying, 5,456. Sin percentage, 78%. Alexander walked up to Danzo and tapped his finger on his spine. It instantly broke down, making him fall to the ground. From today, you will crawl around the whole village and kiss the feet of every living being in Konoha, be it human or an animal, and ask for forgiveness. You will eat only the food that people give you with pity, he said, and quickly checked the sins of Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Category 3. Murder, 24,259. Indirect murder, 60,651, 4,356 Uzumaki clan members. Enslaving and infanticide caused by negligence of duty, 12,548. Ignoring crimes, 5,159 n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Betraying, 126. Sin percentage, 69%. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you will accompany Danzo and count every time he kisses someone's feet. You will keep track of how many people have forgiven Danzo. There are around 83,435 people in Konoha, 3,456 dogs, 2,345 cats, and many more animals. You will also hold a broom in your hand and sweep the streets to earn money through which you will buy food. You will also have the job to tell the noted number of forgiveness received by Danzo to Orochimaru, inside his cage, Alexander announced. He didn't even check Orochimaru's sins, as that man was a proven child abuser and murderer. He pointed his finger at him and Orochimaru turned into a small powerless snake. He picked him up and put him in a glass box. You will write the number of forgiveness on the glass box every day. The day you receive forgiveness from everyone, Hiruzen, you will kill Danzo and Orochimaru, your so-called best friend and favorite student. Every day, you will crawl towards your own death. The three of you will also wear cardboard around your necks, detailing all your crimes. And don't think of slacking, if you do you will get a migraine. There is no running from this. Never forget, now you three are at the bottom of the food chain. He angrily announced. Many people shuddered while listening to punishment. This was truly much worse than a simple execution. But they also didn't have any sympathy with the three. Uchiha clan, which was heavily hurt by the schemes of Danzo and Hiruzen, felt particularly better with the punishment and were happy that they supported Alexander for Hokage. Kushina was also satisfied with it. After all, her whole clan was destroyed just for being good at Funjutsu. Alexander then suddenly remembered the remaining two elders who were partner in crimes with Danzo and Hiruzen. They were very old so he gave them a similar yet less physically tasked job. He took away their chakra veins first. They were to roam around the village all day every day and shout all the crimes they all committed. They would too die when Danzo finished his work. All the criminals were then dragged by Umbu to get them prepared for their punishment. No, it was all Danzo, no. Homura Mitokato and Koharu Yudiden shouted as they were dragged away but were ignored by everyone. Then Minato walked forwards and started speaking, people of Konoha. What came to be known by everyone today is very saddening, but thankfully it came out. I can't imagine the damage Danzo would have caused if he had been left unscathed. But, to make sure Konoha lives in peace and safety for many years to come, I have decided to resign from the post of Hokage and Lord Sage will take the position. The clan heads and daimyo have already agreed to it. I hope you all will too. There was silence for a few seconds. Then suddenly the people started roaring and cheering in happiness. They threw flowers in the air and kids jumped around. It truly felt like a festival. Alexander didn't waste a moment and started playing loud dance music. He pointed his finger at the sky and lots of non-air polluting fireworks started appearing in the sky, lighting up the whole Konoha in colors. Alexander looked back at Hashirama and Tobirama. So, what are you going to do now? Both looked uncertain. There was no need for their help to Alexander and they knew it. The two had fought Alexander when they were reanimated under Orochimaru's control. But Alexander bested them with just one hand and without even breaking a sweat. Haha, I will tell you what you can do. You live in Konoha and enjoy your life while looking at all the amazing changes I bring to the world. Hell, I say you two go on a baby-making spree and repopulate your clan. He suggested. Cough cough. Both of them started coughing hearing his suggestion. Hashirama quickly waved his hand. No, I am already married. My time with Mito was not something I can ever forget. She was the best thing to happen in my life. Perhaps, my brother can take that responsibility. He roughly patted Tobirama's back. If it is Mito Uzumaki you want, why don't we reanimate her too? I am very sure it is not a moral thing to do but you two will be able to finally live your life in peace and truly spend time with each other. He suggested. Hashirama's eyes widened at that possibility. But he wasn't sure if he should do this. He and Tobirama were brought back because of a villainous scheme, but what reason would he give to Mito if he brought her back? Don't worry, I'm sure she'd be happy to meet you again. I will be doing the same procedure with a few more clans who are on the verge of extinction due to some fools. He tried to ease him. Then he looked at Tobirama. You, my boy, you need to find a girlfriend. From what I know, you've been a very straightforward, strict man. Ease up a little, there are no wars to fight. Play with the tailed beasts, visit the orphanage, or something else. He advised. Tobirama just nodded. He still had no idea how to address this ancient sage. Okay then, let's go and party. Ragnarok and Dabi must be waiting for drinks. After that, we will go to your Senju estate and bring back Mito. He put his arms around the two brothers and dragged them along. Alexander looked back at Jiraiya while walking away. How did your trip go? Did you find her? Jiraiya simply gave a wide grin and a thumbs up. Bwahahaha, so that is why you all are named A. It must be very confusing. Ragnarok laughed at Rakage. Alexander, Ragnarok, Dabi, Rakage, Mizukage, Brian, Hashirama, and Tobirama were playing drinking games and each time one lost they would tell a funny incident of their life. The game was simple. They would spin an empty bottle in the middle of the table. By the time the bottle stopped, they were supposed to drink as much as possible. The one who drank the least losses. Ahaha, Hashirama, it's your turn now. You can quit if you want, Alexander mockingly laughed. Everyone was very high at the moment. Alexander was not that high as he had only drunk 69 bottles of fire whiskey till now. His alcohol tolerance was very high. Ragnarok was trying to beat Alexander and had drunk too much and was now clearly drunk like never before. Hashirama cleared his throat and started speaking. A senju never quits. Okay, yes, I remember now. When Tsunechan was small, I liked letting her rest on my belly and she would fall asleep while listening to my heartbeat. One day, she drank too much milk and peed on me while asleep. She was so cute that I couldn't get myself to move and wake her up. So, I stayed in that puddle of pee until Tsunechan woke up. I smelled like pee for days and Mito even made me sleep on the floor. Alexander suddenly walked up to Hashirama, looked him in the eyes with sympathy, and patted his shoulder. I know the feeling of being forced to sleep on the floor, Hashi. You have my condolences for the days to come. The game went on and now Ragnarok was on his limit. This time he lost the game. Heek. He was having heavy hiccups. Haha, my turn. Okay, let me remember. Heek, damn it. Yes, I remember. Back in days, I used to roam around in my dragon form. There was once a king who liked hunting and one day thought it was a nice idea to hunt me, the king of dragons. So he came to my mountain and tried to fight me, but he was obviously scared shitless with just the mere sight of me and he ran back to his castle with his army. But I was angry. Ha ha ha, yes. Ragnarok started laughing in himself. Oi, lizard, you stopped in the middle. Dobby nudged him. Heek, yes. Yes, the next day I flew to the sky in my mighty dragon form and went above the king's castle. I was very high in the sky. From there I started unloading all the drinks I drank the day before on the castle. My mighty body was so big that I peed slowly for half an hour. Those fools thought it was the rain and came out to dance in it. The king even drank it once. Bwahahaha. Ah, those were the days. He started laughing crazily. Then he looked at Hashirama and Tobirama's confused face and realized, oh, you two don't know I am a dragon. Wait, let me turn into that and show you. Alexander jumped from his seat and grabbed Ragnarok's body. Ragnarok laughed. Alex, my friend, it seems you drank too much. I am not Olivia, I won't share a bed with you. You fool, if you turn into a dragon you will destroy Konoha with just 1 foot of yours, Alexander shouted at him. Ragnarok looked at his face for a second like he was seriously calculating what would happen if he transformed. Straight face. Bwahaha, my bad. I'll go to sleep, Alex. Ragnarok went to Drachium, transformed into his dragon form, and went to sleep. Alexander looked back at Hashirama and Tobirama who looked like their hangover was gone now. Don't ask. He gets crazy when he's drunk. We all do. I have a habit of losing money in gambling after drinking too much. Hashirama laughed wryly. Seated to his right, Brian scoffed. Ha, how can you lose money? Gambling is so easy. Of course, Brian, the universe's best businessman would say this. Then teach me, it would be better if I learn everything before Mito returns and starts scolding me. Hashirama shamelessly asked. Nov, L, B //JNN. Boom. Where is that perverted toad sage? I will kill him. How dare he steal my checkbook? Tsunade barged in by breaking the bar's door. Alexander understood that this was how Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to Konoha. Ah, Suna-chan, come here my little granddaughter. Hashirama got up and ran to hug his granddaughter. Oh, look how much you've grown. It seemed like just yesterday you used to steal money from my pocket. Hashirama reminisced about the past. Tsunade on the other hand was frozen. She couldn't believe she was seeing her grandpa standing in front of her. I didn't even drink and I'm drunk, she muttered. Then Tobitama came forward and also hugged her. Alexander quickly interrupted them before she fell unconscious. They are not hallucinations, Tsunade. They are real. Someone used forbidden jutsu and brought them back to life to control them to fight for him. I saved them and now they are alive. To be honest, a lot of stuff happened so you will have to ask your grandpa later. Also, I am the Hokage now. Tsunade's face looked like there were question marks around her head. Wait. Hashirama then worked to calm her down and took her to the side and Alexander walked back to the drinking table. Hey, Brian. Where is Blue Fang? Wasn't he with you? Alexander asked. Brian nodded. Yes, he was. He said he would come later with his adopted kid. Ah, okay. Wait. When did he adopt a kid? Alexander shockingly asked. He found an orphan in Kirigakure. He's an excellent-natured lad. I even signed official papers, making Blue Fang his father. Blue Fang probably got attached to him as the kid was the only one who didn't treat him differently and just saw him as another living person. Brian explained. Alexander smiled ear to ear. The good boy now had a family, keeping Alexander's tradition going forward. Then we will have a big party when they come here. Okay, Hashi, let's go to Senju compound and bring back Mito Uzumaki. I'm sure Kushina would want to be there too so let's bring her with us. Senju compound, near midnight. So, is she going to have cracked skin like us at the start? Hashirama asked. No. Tobirama created the jutsu, Orochimaru advanced it and I have perfected it to the peak. I can pretty much revive anyone. But I will not do that. He replied back. Okay, get ready. Kushina, why did you bring Naruto? He should be asleep by now, he asked. I don't know, Lord Sage, it's like he knew I was coming to meet you and he cried unless I brought him along. Kushina confusedly replied. Little Naruto was continuously trying to reach out to Alexander with his little arms. Haha, easy, little one, I will hold you once I am done here. He tickled his cheeks and went to perform the reanimation jutsu. To perform the reanimation, you needed 4 things. A body, a soul residing in Pure Land, DNA of the person, and a sacrifice. Alexander easily found Mito's hair strand in Senju's house. He then made a body for Mito in her prime and then stabbed his arm, which only scratched him. But apparently, it was enough as a sacrifice. The Shinigami came. Alexander expected Shinigami to just do his job and leave but apparently, Alexander's presence scared him. Ah, godson, it's an honor to see you. Big fan. The Shinigami spoke. Alexander scratched his beard. Thanks I guess. So, you gonna let her out? Ah, yes, hear you the Shinigami flustered. He spit out the soul of Mito which then went into the body Alexander made. The Shinigami also disappeared in an instant. Soon, Mito Uzumaki got up slowly. She was in her prime and looked very beautiful. He could understand why Hashirama was head over heels for her. She looked around in confusion. The first person she saw was Kushina. Kushina, when did you die? Mito asked sadly and caressed her face. Grandma, I didn't die. Instead, you came back to life. Look, Lord Hashirama is also back to life, she pointed out. Mito turned around and saw Hashirama. Her eyes widened in shock and happiness. She quickly ran to him and Hashirama also embraced her tightly. I know I am dreaming but I don't want this to ever end, she said to Hashirama. Hashirama was overjoyed with love and planted a kiss on her cheeks. This is all true, Mito. Lord Sage brought us back. Grandma. Tsunade also came running and jumped into a hug with both of them and started crying like a small child. She let out all pent-up frustration and sorrow since the Second Shinobi War. Alexander silently walked to Kushina and picked Naruto in his arms. Let's go, Kushina. Let's give them some time to talk. They are finally together as a family. Kushina nodded and followed him as she was escorted home. Lord Sage, can I ask you something? Sure, he allowed. I saw you treat the tailed beasts like your children. Aren't you angry at Lord Hashirama for selling them to other villages? She asked. Sigh. I am not an unreasonable man, Kushina. I understand the kind of era Hashirama grew up in. An era of constant war, an era when there were no hidden villages. Hashirama himself lost 3 brothers in that war with the Uchiha clan. He did what he could to survive and bring peace to the world. If Hashirama had not gathered the tailed beasts then someone else would have eventually. You can imagine what would have happened then. He answered. Kushina shuddered at the thought of another Ninetales attack. However, Alexander had not told the whole reason. He was in reality thankful to Hashirama for what he did. If he had not gathered the tailed beasts and given them to other villages, then maybe, Black Zetsu would have caught them and brought back Kaguya by now. By giving them to other shinobi villages, Hashirama unknowingly protected them. For that, bringing Mito back was his way of saying thanks. First day at the Hokage office. Around Alexander, all the tailed beasts were having fun. Some sitting on the ceiling fan and talking, some sleeping near the window, some sitting on this sofa and playing cards. It was now their resting place whenever they were tired of playing with the people of Konoha. Alexander laid back on his seat and thought about what to do next. For starters, he needed to go and check the Mangekyo Sharinon, Nagato's eyes too. There was also the Uchiha stone tablet. Bam! The door opened and Ragnarok barged in. Alex, come with me to Tsunagakur. I will show you the smallest baby I've ever seen. He's very cute. Alexander quickly thought about premature birth. You go, I will come later with others. Let's take over Wind Country. There is no point in letting it stay free and keep on letting its people live in such harsh conditions. Out of 5 great shinobi villages we will then have 3 under us. Okay, I'm leaving then. Bye-bye beasties. Bye old beastie. The tailed beasts waved their small hands. Alexander then got up and went to look for Shisui and Itaki. As always, Dobby was doing the official paperwork for him. Douglas was back in Fihame to train with Michael. Reikage had returned to Kumagakur. Brian had also returned to Kiragakur. But Konoha still had the festival vibe because he had issued a holiday to all the shinobi except the police forces. He came to the training grounds near Senju Ward. There he saw Shisui, Itaki, Obito, and Tobirama gathered. He walked up to them while hearing what Tobirama was saying. So you are the grandnephew of Kagami Uchiha? Tobirama asked. Shisui nodded. Yes, but he died many years ago. Now only my grandma and I are alive in my family line. Sigh. Too bad. He was one of the Uchiha who believed in peace and unity more than what Uchihas believe now. From what I've been told, you 3 are like him. Tobirama asked. Haha, yes, the 3 are good kids and talented too. Shisui and Obito already have Mijikyu Sharinon. Itaka here will too someday, right? Alexander walked in. Lord Hokage, the 3 kids and Tobirama exclaimed. Ah, don't call me that. Calling me Hokage is like making me an exclusive person of Konoha but I am working for all the shinobi in the world. Call me Lord Sage like before and for you kids, it's grandpa or old man. Even the 800-year-old tailed beasts call me grandpa so what are you? Alexander told them. Tobirama, you are given a full holiday. Your job is to find love. If you don't know how to then go to Jiraiya, he will teach you some techniques, but be careful. And you 3, I will teach you today. Wait, let's call Nagato too. He said and took out his anywhere door. The door opened where the Akatsuki trio was having lunch and it was Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Nagato, come with me. I will be training you for your eyes. We can't have you all weak and withered. You need to work hard to revive the Uzumaki clan later. Haha he laughingly dragged Nagato. Konan and Yahiko also followed to see Nagato being embarrassed more. Okay, first of all, let's deal with the Mangekyo Sharinon. The problem with it is that using it would deteriorate the eye. This means that your eyes or ocular muscles are not strong enough. I want you to use them right now so I can assess it. He instructed them. Old man, can't we ask Kakashi to also come? He also has a Mangekyo, Obito asked. Oh, why not, go bring him. Alexander allowed. Soon, Obito used his Kamui to teleport and brought a confused Kakashi. They again explained to him and Kakashi got ready to learn. Shisui, Kakashi, and Obito used their eyes. Alexander, in the meantime, focused on them. He learned that it was the flow of chakra that was destroying their nerves. It needed to either be strengthened by constant practice of some kind of surgery. Alexander walked closer to Shisui and put his palm near his activated eye. Tell me, do you feel better? Alexander asked. Shisui nodded a little. Stop using it, Alexander ordered them. Okay, I understand now. To use Mangekyo Sharinon you need to channel a lot of chakra. So much so that your eyes are not accustomed to it and I think they never will, not at least with normal methods. He revealed. Then Obito raised his hand. Old man, I snuck into the Uchiha shrine and read it. It said that you can get an eternal Mangekyo Sharinon by transplanting the eyes of a relative who has also awakened a Mangekyo Sharinon. There were also some more details about some Kaguya and infinite Tsukuyomi and that the Uchiha would be saved by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Alexander was immediately alerted by that. Why would Hagoromo Atsutuki encourage someone to free her? Unless there was foul play. Do you have any relatives who have Mangekyo? Alexander asked, pointing to the flaw in this method. I don't think my grandma has even activated her normal Sharinon. Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. Then keep on listening to me and you might develop an eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, he advised. Okay, the best method by which you can strengthen yourself enough to use Mangekyo is if you can use natural energy, that I just did to Shisui and he felt better. And the only way to do it is by using Sage Mode. Just to tell you how hard it is to do, even Jiraiya hasn't been able to master it. Hashirama was able to do it though. He informed them. Don't tell me we will have to go to Mount Myoboku and learn there. I don't wanna eat insects. Shisui complained. Haha, no, you will be training here. Okay, sit down with crossed legs. You two Itake, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. Now, close your eyes and try to feel the changes in chakra around you. He instructed them. He used his power to overload the area with natural energy. Then he started draining some chakra from their bodies so natural energy could enter naturally. Feel it, it is around you. It may feel heavy and yet soothing. It is just like a chakra. Try to channel it inside your body. You need the utmost focus on it. You need to create a balance between spiritual, natural, and physical energy. It's all about balance, he explained. The seven silently breathed in a synchronized rhythm. An hour passed and they were still sitting silently. Alexander increased the intensity of natural energy and forcefully channeled it into them. Soon he saw all of their eyes twitching. Feeling something? He asked. Yes, I do, but it's weird. It feels like something is crawling under my skin but it's not disgusting. It is, soothing. Obito spoke. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, remember that feeling, it is natural energy. It is everywhere around us. In some places, it is thicker and in some places less. For training, you can sign a summoning contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku and train there. Mount Myoboku is a sage land and has one of the highest intensity of natural energy in the world, he asserted. Old man, are there more places like Mount Myoboku? Shisui asked, not wanting to go to Mount Myoboku. Oh, there are Shikotsu Forest and Tsunade is contracted to that place and Ryokai Cave too, though I won't suggest going to the Ryokai Cave. It's inhabited by snakes and they aren't known to be friendly. They will also ask you for sacrifices. Orochimaru had contracted a snake from there. There are probably some more sage locations that are still secret, he answered. In an instant, they all decided to stay the hell away from Ryokai Cave. Okay, get up now, he ordered. Until now, he had made them feel natural energy forcefully but now they will have to do it on their own. One by one they all got up and opened their eyes. To their surprise, their Sharinon was activated. Obito, Kakashi, and Shisui had their Mangekyo activated. Nagato like normal had his violet eyes but they were shining now and Itake had also awakened his eyes without the need of going through a trauma. It was also 3 Tomo. Ha ha ha, see, keep on training in sage mode and it will probably make your eyes stronger. So, the better you get the stronger your eyes and nerves will get, meaning that after some point, you will be able to use your powers without the fear of going blind. He happily babbled. Itake was very happy at the moment. He was feeling left behind after seeing Izumi's Sharinon but now he could be equal. Good, you all will train this every day here and if you find a problem you come to me. Okay, you all are dismissed, except Nagato. He instructed them. Yes, old man, thanks. Obito cheerfully came up to him and hugged him. He looked at Alexander's face and smiled. I never said thank you properly. You saved Rin that day and also me. Alexander ruffled his hair. It's alright. Saving people is kind of my thing. Now, go and get her champ. Obito happily left to find Rin probably. He had denied Alexander's offer to give him a normal eye, saying that it was a memoir of his friendship with Kakashi. So, Kakashi and Obito twined an eye patch nowadays. Once it was just Nagato and his 2 friends, he got to the main point. Nagato, tell me, have your eyes been like this since you were born? He asked. Nagato meekly denied, no, they became like this when my parents died. Alexander softly caressed his hair, I have a doubt that someone has tampered with your eyes. I feel they are somewhat like the Sharinon as their molecular structure is the same, but it is still different. And you are an Uzumaki. There has been no record of such eyes. I asked Mito about it. So, your eyes are either a rare mutation or someone tampered with it. Tampered? Why would anyone do this? Nagato asked. I don't know, kid. But don't worry, I will find out about it soon. Now, go and have some fun with your friends, you are still children, don't worry about stupid wars and stuff, I will handle all that. he said and shooed the trio away. After that, he walked back to his office to start signing some important papers for the modernization of the village into an efficient modern city. He had assigned Dobby for the project while he unites the world. Boss, do you want your face on that mountain? Dobby asked. Sure, why not? Let's upgrade all the faces into cemented faces so they can handle the tests of time. He lazily decided. Ji-chan? Look, I made this for you. Shikaku came to him and jumped onto his lap. He had a paper in his hand and pasted it on Alexander's face. Move it back, Shikaku, I can't see it completely from this close. Then he saw it. It was a crayon sketch. It had everyone, him, all the tailed beasts, Olivia, Amy, Dobby, Ragnarok, Barry, Hats, Douglas, and everyone else that they had seen. He patted his head. Very good, Shikaku. Who told you to make this? Oh, it was Amy. We all were very bored and went to her to play. She gave us colorful sticks called cannons to draw, he explained. You mean crayon, he corrected him. As Alexander expected, the next moment all the tailed beasts swarmed up to him to show the sketches. He was overwhelmed with warmth. Ha ha ha, you all are so talented. Okay, we will be going on a new adventure soon. Do you want to come with me, my little potatoes? He asked. Yeah. They jumped in excitement. Knock knock. Dobby opened the door and let Blue Fang come in. Joachim, my boy, it's been days since I last saw you. What is this I hear about you adopting a child? Then Alexander noticed a small head peeking from behind Blue Fang's legs. Oh, hey little one. What's your name? Alexander asked and dropped to her level. The small kid shyly came forward and bowed lightly. I am Haku, nice to meet you. Alexander knew that he may look like a girl but he was a boy. He ruffled his hair. Welcome to the family, Haku. I am your grandpa. Grandpa? He confusedly asked. Yes, and look, all these will be your friends. He showed the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts may have a slight prejudice against humans but they always treated children kindly, knowing that children weren't corrupted by human foolishness yet. Kokuo walked to the Haku and rubbed his face on Haku's cheeks. Then Karema came and patted his head. Kid, I am Karema, the leader of this group. Bam. Komei knocked on his head as it was his duty to correct Karema. No, you are not. We have already decided on this. No one is our leader. We are all free. All other tailed beasts nodded their heads. Yes, free by nature and united by our love for Ji-chan, Matatabi added. Hehe. Haku chuckled softly. He let him play with the little beasts and talked to Blue Fang. So, how did this happen? He amusingly asked. Blue Fang scratched his head. Well, I found him sitting on the side of a bridge once. He was asking for money from people. He looked very malnourished. Later, I found out that he was from the Yuki clan. This clan was known for its special bloodline power called Ice Release. They were despised in the village. I don't think anyone is alive now from that clan. If there are any then they are living a normal life. Haku didn't have anyone for him so I took him in. He is a very sweet child. Alexander nodded continuously. You did the right thing. I am proud of you. Now, take him to Fihame and get him settled. Introduce him to everyone there. He is a part of the family from now on. Blue Fang went to Haku, picked him, and entered Fihame. Bam. The door opened and Hashirama and Tobirama entered with Tsunade being dragged behind them. Lord Sage, we need you to do something about her. She was trying to sneak away from Konoha and go gambling. Hashirama spoke. Let me go, Grandpa. Tsunade fought back. I heard she has hemophobia. Tsunade, aren't you part Uzumaki? I thought Uzumaki were known for their stubbornness. How can you so easily quit? Even more so when there is so much to study in medical ninjutsu. He baited her. What's there to study? I have already studied everything. I am the best medical ninja known. She proudly announced. Oh, really? Can you transplant one heart into another person? One kidney into another person? Can you check people's disease by checking their blood? Can you cure all known diseases? Even the uncurable tumors, cancer? He asked cryptically. Those things are not possible. She refuted. Haha, only arrogant and ignorant people think they are best at something. Believe me, there is never an end to medical studies. Don't be blind, Tsunade. I can give you the knowledge, you just have to accept it, he quoted. Then in an instant, many medical books start appearing near her. In total there were about 500. Take these should be enough for your thirst for knowledge. Tsunade suspiciously picked one of them and read it. Soon her mind went blank as she understood the words but not the things they explained. Alexander quickly changed the book into her hand. What you just read was an advanced book about heart surgery. Here, start from the beginner. Soon, Tsunade got so engrossed in it that she wouldn't reply to anything. They just ignored her and took seats on the sofa. Hashi, Toby, I want you two to serve as the advisors to the Hokage. You will be like the Elder Council but with less power to avoid another Danzo. It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to establish this new system of power. You will be running Konoha with Dobby in my absence. Dobby will have the signing rights to documents. He informed them. Where are you going, Lord Sage? They asked. Konoha is not the only problematic place. I am going to Sunagakuer, but I will be back soon. He assured them. Then he walked to his desk and signed a few papers. Hand these to the Konoha orphanage. This is an agreement to give them a 300,000 ryo each month as funds for children welfare. They will also be given a lot of land to plant fruit trees so they can monetize them later. Hashirama happily took it. He felt really good that the new Hokage of Konoha was a person he always wanted to be, strong in arms and mind, kind and loving in nature. It will be done, Lord Sage, he saluted. Alexander nodded and looked back at the tailed beasts. My potatoes, follow me. We're leaving. Soon, the tailed beasts walked in a line behind him while singing their Bijavengers theme song. Alexander appeared in the daimyo palace in Wind Country. Ragnarok was lazing around like always, but Alexander had decided his vacation was ending now. Let go Raggy, you said you wanted to show me a small kid. He reminded him. Yeah, I've seen him. He's very cute. He's the son of the fourth Kazekage. Ragnarok said. Fourth? What happened to the third? He confusedly asked. Oh, he retired. He decided to sideline himself from politics after you took away the tailed beast. But I guess he will have to show up if you're going to take over. Ragnarok concluded. Not if I have your support. You are the daimyo, you can do anything you want in this country. Tsunagakur falls under you as well. Alexander proposed. So you want me to be the bad guy? Well, not that I care about it. Ragnarok agreed. Not knowing that Alexander was going to put so much work on his head soon. Soon they were on their way to Tsunagakur with daimyo's official convoy, which had a wheeled chariot for him. Though Alexander wasn't able to find horses in the world and had to find alternatives. A/N, seriously, I searched on Google and there are no horses in Naruto, except the first movie which was not canon. How do normal people travel? All the tailed beasts were huddled inside the chariot. It feels weird coming back here. I hate sand, Shikaka growled, looking around. Bunpiko had also come out of Fihame to see his home country again. It has changed a lot since my childhood. Back then the buildings were small and there were still a few rare trees around, but now it's all sand. The old monk was now proficient in sage mode after training for so long in Fihame. He spent all his time in a secluded jungle. Even the unicorns of Fihame loved him. Their entourage entered Tsunagakur with the utmost respect. Alexander wasn't doing anything to hide the fact that he was the Hokage of Konoha and also the person who stole the tailed beast. This earned him some furrowed eyebrows from the guards. But they refrained from doing anything against them in front of the daimyo. Come with me, Alex. I'll show you that baby. Ragnarok enthusiastically walked into a building. Behind him, many ninjas and samurai followed hastily to provide security to the world-ending dragon. Ragnarok brought him to a brown-haired woman. She had a piece of cloth in her hand. But then he focused and saw that there was actually a child in that bundle. Lord Daimyo, welcome to Suna. The woman bowed to him. Ragnarok patted her head softly. Easy now, Karura, you are still weak. I brought my friend to see little Gara. He is known by the name Sage of Beasts and is currently the Hokage of Konoha. Alexander walked forward and saw the small child resting. It was extremely small, even by prematurely born baby standards. It was a surprise that he was even alive. Ragnarok wasn't shutting up about Gara, so I had to come and see, he said. Karura was confused about how to behave in front of him as Suna and Konoha didn't have very good relations. Haha, no need to be so serious, child. I am just an old man. Alexander tried to ease her up. Then Ragnarok took a hold of Gara, much to Karura's uneasiness apparent on her face. Alexander walked closer and looked at him. Gara was so small that he could fit in the palms. He softly touched his cheeks with his finger and surprisingly, Gara moved his hand and held his finger with his tiny hand. Haha, you must be worried about his health all the time, he said to Karura. She nodded her head. Yes, they said he won't survive for long. But he turned out to be a fighter, didn't he? Alexander muttered. He caressed Gara's red hair. As a sage, I have many powers. I can at least make it so that little Gara will never fall sick due to any disease. He will also have rapid growth soon. As he caressed Gara's hair, Gara giggled. Haha, enjoying it aren't you? Then he handed Gara back to his mother. Take care, Karura, your health is also of importance here, he advised her. Just when they were about to leave, they heard an anger-filled shout from behind that scared little Gara and he started crying. What do you think you are doing? Alexander looked back at the guy. Who are you? I am the Kazekage of Tsunagakur, Raza. Raza replied. Bam. It was not Alexander, but Ragnarok who appeared beside Raza and knocked so hard on Raza's head that Alexander felt that Raza grew short. Don't make Gara cry, you idiot. Ragnarok scolded him. Raza couldn't do anything about Daimyo, he didn't have enough authority, even less so when he was recently made Kazekage. Why is the Hokage of Konoha here? Is he trying to hurt my son? He asked haughtily. Ragnarok laughed and said, ha ha ha, you fool, if he wanted he could have destroyed Tsunagakur in a mere second. Don't you see all those little fluffs besides him? They are the 9-tailed beasts, now imagine if you angered them. Raza looked at the tailed beasts trying to make Gara stop crying by making him laugh. Karura looked helpless as the beasts were continuously jumping around her, asking to see the baby. Anyway, good you came here, I am removing you from your Kazekage position. I will put someone else there, Ragnarok announced. Raza got furious in a second and he quickly looked at Alexander, and who do you think should be the Kazekage? Before Ragnarok could say anything, Alexander spoke, of course, who better than our beloved daimyo? Ragnarok doubtfully looked back to check if he heard right. He only saw a grin on Alexander's face. Damn it, he played me. But, Lord Daimyo, you aren't a shinobi, how can why? Raza argued. Ragnarok got into his competitive mood. Ha, kid, you are way too young to say that. Okay, let's have a spar then. If you can defeat me then I will let you be the Kaze cage. Raza had no way but to accept the challenge. They soon came out in the open field. Ragnarok was simply standing and not even looking at Raza. Nov, L, B / JNN. Are you sure about this, Lord Daimyo? Raza asked. Just get on with it now, kid, Ragnarok grunted. Huh, I'll teach you a lesson now, you've been a pain in the back for a while now, Raza thought. The next moment, he ran very fast and attacked Ragnarok with sand spears. But Ragnarok simply sidestepped them all. You are weak, kid, give me your best. Raza's eye twitched. He finally started using his special gold dust. He flew in the air using his dust and threw attacks at Ragnarok again and again. After a while, Ragnarok got bored and decided to end this. Just as Raza threw his gold sand mixed with normal sand at him, Ragnarok spewed fire from his mouth. The fire was so hot that Raza's sand instantly started to turn into liquid glass with molten gold trapped inside the glass. You lose. Ragnarok appeared beside Raza and slapped the back of his head, sending him flying down to the ground. Raza fell with a loud thud, but Ragnarok then realized that he should have lost. God damn it, you tricked me, Alex. He barked at Alexander. Haha, I didn't do anything. It was all you. You will probably be the first daimyo to be the Kaze cage now. Good luck with your job, Alexander cheekily replied. You bastard, I was living my life in my palace, eating, getting massages but you had to take away my peace, Ragnarok complained. Ha, you've had enough rest, now it's time to work. Do you want little Gara to have to fight when he grows up? Alexander asked. Ragnarok shook his head silently and returned to the ground. Alright, I'll work. But I get Sundays off. Ha, sure, wherever makes you happy. Alexander stayed in Sunagakur to make sure Ragnarok became the Kaze cage smoothly. He didn't need any revolts now. Raza had accepted his defeat and resigned from his position. The third Kaze cage also came out of whatever seclusion he was in when he heard something big happened. But even he couldn't do anything about this situation as Ragnarok was the feudal lord of Wind Country. This meant that the land on which Sunagakur was established belonged to him and the reason for its existence was because he allowed it. The people were also confused with the situation. They genuinely respected the daimyo but didn't know if they should get angry or happy about him taking over the village. Though they would stay silent for as long as there was no bad change in their life. The first command Ragnarok gave was to dismiss the Suna Council which had 12 members. Instead, a new council of advisors was formed with Raza, third Kaze cage, and Alexander. Chiyo was also considered but Ragnarok decided she was too old and should spend time with her grandson. Because Alexander changed the fate of Sakumo Heitake, Sakumo never killed Sasori's mother and father. So, Sasori never lost his innocence and was still living a normal childhood. This is also the reason why third Kaze cage is still alive as Sasori never killed him. Besides that, he had just told Ragnarok to follow whatever he does in Konoha. At the moment, Alexander was sitting in his room. He had felt like something was calling him but it wasn't anywhere in the physical world. So, he sat cross-legged and meditated. He tried to feel natural energy around him and let it guide his consciousness. You are very hard to talk to, Sage, you never sleep so I can't meet you in your dreams, a voice came. All this is happening in a different dimension. Alexander turned around and saw the scene change. Now there was a white room and a weird-looking man in white robes, sitting crossed legs and hovering in the air. Around him were a few black balls and a staff. I didn't know you were trying to talk to me. Who are you? He asked. I am Hago Romo at Satsuki, commonly known as the Sage of Six Paths. The man replied. Alexander also sat in the air, hovering. Ah, that explains it. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. So, what is this place? This is a place between life and death, it is not very complicated. What you are seeing is my chakra manifestation. The soul of people with great chakra can persist for a long time and retain their memory due to their amount of chakra. Hago Romo explained. So what do you want to talk about? He inquired. I want to know who and what you are. I know about beings from my species who may come from outside someday, but I never thought I'd see another human coming from outside. Hago Romo sounded interested. Oh, did you see me that day? Well, I can say that your species and I have a bit of similarity. A Satsuki clan exists to travel to worlds, kill, harvest, devour, get stronger, and repeat. While I exist to protect, help, preserve. I am already stronger than anyone can imagine. You can think of this as my job or inherent nature to travel worlds and help them become better by advancing civilizations, stopping wars, or any other dangerous elements, he explained. Are there more like you? Hago Romo asked. No, there aren't. I am the only one of my kind. He replied. Hago Romo mistook it as Alexander being the last of his species, while in reality, he was the first of his species. Kid, tell me about your mother. I mean, is it okay if I kill her for good? Alexander asked, not trying to offend the guy. Hago Romo was more shocked to be called a kid than hearing that the man planned on killing his mother. Cough. You can call me Hago Romo, in fact, you look younger than me, so I should call you a kid. He countered. Alexander laughed like he had heard a joke. Ha, how old are you? 1,000 or so years. I am more than 16,000 years old. Hagoromo's eyes widened after hearing that. Then he can indeed call me a kid. Forget me, he can even call mother a kid. Deciding on letting him call him a kid, he started to tell him about his mother. He had already seen him and knew that telling him was not a bad thing. Mother was a conflicted person. She initially desired peace and stability, not just in the world around her but in her life too. She never told me and my brother much about the society from which she originally came from, but from their heartlessness regarding killing off planets for power seems to indicate that it was far from pleasant. After coming here, she met my father. He was the emperor of the land of ancestors. If I were to judge him as a person, I would call him stupid beyond belief. During that era, the land of ancestors was in a war with the land of that. The land of that would regularly expand its territories by falsifying and claiming to have discovered old documents where a region of interest would be shown as theirs. They would pressure other countries with the threat of war if they did not hand over the disputed territory. Unlike his followers and the residents of the land of that, my father, Tenji, desired for peace and tried to avoid direct confrontation with his opponents in order to avoid a war being waged, and wanted peaceful negotiations and alliances with them. When he met Kaguya, he was surprised to learn she came from the stars, but he took an immediate interest in her once she told him that she desires for peace, just like him. He allowed her to continue living on his land and fell in love with her. They became lovers and rumors of their relationship reached the land of that. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. His devotion to Kaguya's cause for peace caused him to threaten his own followers with death if they dared to threaten peace with the land of that. Then the minister of the land of that tried to kidnap Kaguya and she killed many of his soldiers in self-defense. Tenji was horrified by Kaguya's powers and ultimately decided to betray his lover to prevent a war from breaking out. She was then hunted by both the lands fearing her strength. Losing all faith in humanity but still longing for peace, Kaguya believed that it was necessary for her to attain godlike powers in order to put an end to all of humanity's conflicts. So, despite her clan waiting to harvest that world of its god tree, she defied the taboo surrounding the fruit and ate it. In doing so, she awakened the Rhine Sheri-non and became the sole person on the planet endowed with chakra. With her new powers, casts the infinite Tsukuyomi. As Tenji fell victim to the genjutsu, he asked Kaguya what she was, unaware that she was pregnant with his children. Alexander was very much engrossed. That's why you should be careful when selecting whom you give your heart to. How can this Tenji be so dumb? Peace with a country that didn't want peace was a fool's dream. Hagoromo nodded and continued. Indeed, eating that god fruit gave her an immense power boost. Using her newfound power, Kaguya single-handedly ended the wars and took control of the nations. For her deed of stopping the conflict, she received the blessing of the people and was worshipped as the rabbit goddess. But she knew that one day, someone from the Otsutsuki clan would come to check the planet and she needed to prepare for it. So, after establishing peace, Kaguya used the infinite Tsukuyomi on humans to transform them into an army of white Zetsu over the course of many years. Initially, she had put all humans under infinite Tsukuyomi, but not wanting mankind to perish, she freed some victims of the genjutsu and erased their memories. Then, my brother and I were born. Alexander interrupted him. Oh, yes, your brother Ymir. Well, let's invite him too. He should be like you, lingering between life and death. Alexander snapped his fingers and in an instant, Ymir Otsutsuki appeared. Hagoromo was shocked by this. He thought that the man had no powers when in this condition and dimension, but it seemed like he was more accustomed to it than even him. Only if he knew about Alexander's 1,000,000 times comprehension speed. Ymir was confused on how he got there. Ha, welcome to the discussion. Your brother was telling me about your mother. Now, continue, Alexander said. Ymir looked at his brother still a bit confused. Hagoromo explained to him the situation first and continued speaking. Yes, after we were born, mother realized that we could harness the chakra as well. In the beginning, it changed nothing. She still loved us with all her heart. But, problems started arising when I decided to teach other people how to harness chakra. Mother didn't like this. She wanted to keep the monopoly so she can rule the people forever. Then, we found out about the infinite Tsukuyomi and that mother had bound many humans to the root of the god tree to make an army of mindless humanoids. The great toad sage, Gamamaru, then trained us in senjutsu and we fought her and sealed her in the moon. But sadly, she had left black Zetsu as her will and by the time we found out about this we were already dead. Hagoromo finished speaking. Alexander scratched his beard and asked, did you ever think that maybe her change in behavior was due to her eating the chakra fruit? If what you said is true, then her only goal when eating the chakra was to bring peace. Then why would she suddenly become heartless and start killing people? It is the opposite of peace. What are you trying to imply? Ymir questioned. It is just a theory, but isn't the chakra fruit made from all the blood sucked by the god tree in all the battles among humans and by literally sucking the life force of the people and the planet? What if the chakra fruit was the reason for the change in her? I can't imagine a superpower-giving fruit created from the destruction of a species/planet being any good and without any repercussions. He hypothesized. Sigh. Hagoromo nodded. We also had these doubts. But confirming them is not possible as we don't have a chakra fruit to study and the god tree and mother are sealed inside the moon. We cannot take the risk of freeing them. Well, even if you don't free them, someday something will happen and they will eventually be freed. So, I might as well find a way to permanently deal with the problem. But, before this, I want you to meet all the tailed beasts. They still miss you a lot. He said looking at Hagoromo. Alexander waved his hand and one by one all the tailed beasts popped into that place and fell on each other. but they were such heavy sleepers that even after falling they didn't wake up. Alexander clicked some cute pictures of them first and then woke up the snoring potatoes. Bijuyuvengers, emergency, we need to help. In an instant, they got up and stood in their superhero team formation. Bijuyuvengers are ready to help, Kumo shouted. Look behind you, Alexander told them. They clumsily turned around. Then their eyes widened for a second. The next moment they ran to Hago Romo. Pops. Dad. Papa. Old man, n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. They all had their own word for calling him. They hugged him tightly. Hago Romo was still surprised how Alexander brought them here, but he was happy nonetheless. Hago Romo caressed their heads. How are you, my children? He knew they were just a part of 10 Tails, but he loved them as his children anyways. After you left, Ji-chan came, and we had so much fun. Are you coming back with us? Kurama asked enthusiastically. Hago Romo shook his head in denial. I can't, this is not my physical body. I am just a chakra manifestation and I will wither away in a few more years. The tailed beasts had their tails slumped down in disappointment. Alexander walked to them and patted their heads. It's okay, we can still see Hago Romo whenever we want. I will give them an object through which they can appear in the physical world like a ghost. Yai, let's go and plan for games to play. My brothers, Shikaku cheered and they tippy-toed away. You really love them, Hago Romo spoke. Alexander nodded. Yes, they are already a part of my family. They are my kids and all that matters is the smile on their faces. Alexander was about to leave but then remembered an important question. Can you tell me about your violet spiral-like eyes? A kid named Nagato has it. Yes, I have been watching the happenings in the world. Black Zetsu has created a big mess. These eyes are called Rinnegan. They are reputed as the most exalted eye amongst the 3 great dojutsu, the others being the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It became a legend that in times of disorder, one who wields the Rinnegan is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world or a god of destruction who will reduce everything to nothingness. Initially, Mother wielded the eye called Rin Sharingan. As you can deduce, Rinnegan and Sharingan are just separated Rin Sharingan instead of a combined one. I awakened my Rinnegan when I mortally wounded Ymir when he was under Mother's control. Using the power of the Rinnegan, I saved the world from the 10 Tails and created Ninshu. For my contributions to the world, I was revered as the Sage of 6 Paths, and both I and my eyes rose to mythological status following my death. The only possible way to awaken Rinnegan is by receiving my chakra, or by combining the chakra of Indra and Asura. So, it is not possible that Nagato Kid awakened it on his own. The only person who could have implanted it is Madara Uchiha. He was already the Indra's reincarnate, he just needed to combine Hashirama's cells into himself. This way, he really awakened it, but he was old and weak and meant to die. So, preparing for his revival in the future, he planted his eyes into Nagato as only people from Uchiha or Senju clan could harness it. Madara probably didn't trust the Uchiha to follow him later. Senjus were extinct, so he selected Nagato, who was an Uzumaki, as his clan was of the same lineage as Senjus, which is Ashura's bloodline. So, how is this Madara planning to revive himself? Alexander asked. It doesn't matter anymore. You and Tobirama are the only people who know the reanimation jutsu. That's what Madara was planning for. It is highly likely Madara won't come back again. But, Madara had taken out the husk of God Tree from the moon. Right now, its location is unknown to even me. It can only be summoned by a Rinnegan, so you need to keep this Nagato safe. Hago Romo warned him. It is obvious those eyes are hurting the kid in the long run. Say, what if I were to implant it into mine? Alexander asked. Hago Romo and Ymir looked at each other cluelessly. We don't know. Even though you are a species from space like my own, we don't know if your biology will support it. Alexander hushed at their worries. I'll just try, not as if anything can kill me. Well, here you go. Use it to project your images to the mortal world. He handed him a magical orb that could project his images to the outer world, and he could also see the world. Alexander walked to all the tailed beasts, held them in his arms like they were a bunch of teddy bears, and went back outside. Ymir then looked at his brother. He was never a heavy talker. I felt a very strong aura from him. Much stronger than Mother and 10 Tails combined. Sigh. Hago Romo defeatedly looked down at the orb in his hand. Let's just be glad that he is not a twisted man or from the Otsutsuki clan. Alexander woke up from his meditation and looked around. The tailed beasts were also waking up slowly and looking around. Matatabi came to him and sat down in his lap. She cutely looked at his face and asked, was that a dream, Ji-chan? He caressed her head. No, Matatabi, it was all real. You all really met Hago Romo. They all took a sigh of relief. Alexander decided to cheer their mood and take them out for a walk around the village. Let's go out and eat something, my Bijuvengers, he proposed. Yay, I want Ichiraku ramen, Kumo cheered. Ichiraku ramen is in Konoha, you dummy, Shikaku reminded him, embarrassing Kumo. They all came hopping behind him. They went to the market and found a small restaurant. It didn't look big or anything. They decided to take the seats outside because if they all went in then it would get very noisy and cramped. They looked around themselves and the whole street was filled with people, but no one was buying anything from shops. In fact, no one was there eating except them. Soon the shop owner brought the food for them, which was simple fried rice. It didn't even have many vegetables or other add-ons in them. Before the tailed beasts complained, he snapped his fingers and added more stuff to their portions. They were a bit spoiled now after eating ramen every day. The shop owner was an old man with a crooked back. Alexander wondered why he was working even at this age. "Hey there, why don't you hire someone for work?" he asked. The old man weakly replied, "Hiring someone needs money, sir, and I lack that. If by luck 1 or 2 customers come to my shop in a day, I get to put food on my table." "Don't you have a wife or children?" he asked. "She is bedridden and my sons. I had 2 sons, they were Suna shinobi but died in Suna and Iwa skirmishes. My wife and I were normal people and they were our only pillar of support. So, I used my remaining money to open this shop in the leftover district." The old man answered. This raised Alexander's concern. Leftover district. "Ah, you must be new here. Look around you, you will find that most of the people here are either orphaned children, widowed women, or old couples whose children died. Everyone here at one time had a shinobi father, husband, or child who died. And what was left after their deaths were us, the leftovers." The old man explained with clear sadness on his face. "Aren't you paid pensions?" Alexander asked. This was normal for the military. The widow or dependent parents and children would receive a pension if the soldier died. "What is a pension?" the old man confusedly asked. "Nothing, tell me more. What problems do people face here?" he asked more. "Many, from simple hunger to crimes and even harassment from the village police," the man answered. Alexander nodded. "Thank you for answering. Here, this is for today's food, plus an advance payment for whenever I come to eat here." He gave the man 200,000 ryo, which was worth about $18,000 in Earth currency. "Do you have anything to drink? Maybe some tea?" Alexander asked before the old man could refute his money. The old man simply rushed back into the house to make tea. "Ji-chan, are we going to help him?" Isabu politely asked. "Yes, and you can help more. For as long as we are here, you can come here and eat and give money. If he denies, then tell him that the money I gave him was just for me," he advised them, to which they all nodded. Then he called Ragnarok. "Raggy, seal the accounts of all the ex-council members and audit the whole village. I want to know where the money is going. Take help from Arnold and Ghost if you need to." Ragnarok on their other side grunted. "Arg, you keep on increasing my work. This is for the people, Raggy. There is a whole area called the leftover district where people in poverty live. All of them had a shinobi relative who died on whom they were dependent on. The village ignored them after the deaths which happened due to the wars they started in the first place," he explained to him. "All right, I'll do it. What about the 2 ex-Kazekage, should I audit them too?" Ragnarok asked. "No, leave them. Their nationalism was always off the charts. They would rather commit seppuku than be a part of corruption. I'm sure they are oblivious of things too," he said. Once that was done, Alexander spoke with Olivia on the phone. "Ah, my lovely beautiful wife, how are you?" he buttered her. "What is it, Alex? I know you want something from me," she asked back, instantly knowing about his intentions. "Oh, my wife knows me so well," he replied. "I've been your wife for so many years, Alex. I know more about you than yourself," she replied. "Oh really, then tell me where is the smallest mole on my body?" he asked jokingly. "Huh, on your left butt cheek. Now, what did you want to talk to me about?" she blurted. Cough. Alexander choked on his tea. "Ha ha ha, you are very observant, my wife. Okay, I wanted to start free food kitchens and orphanages around the world for a few years. Once we have taken care of this generation of problems and orphans, there won't be much need for us later." Olivia thought for a second. Okay, so you want to set up a temporary organization to help the orphans and poor. Sure, I can help. I will come with Amy and a team of seraphs. Thank you, Olivia, I will get to work now, see you later. He cut the call and waited for the tailed beasts to devour their food. The next day, Ragnarok called a council meeting. The 2 ex-Kazekages were oblivious to everything. Ragnarok came and showed some anger. He was in his acting mode right now. He threw a file in front of the 2 Kaze-cages. "Look at these and tell me how you didn't know about this," he questioned. The 2 Kaze-cages picked them up and started to read. The more they read, the angrier their faces looked. Ragnarok started shouting at them. "You called yourself Kaze-cage of Sunagakur but only cared for a selected few. Did you even once roam around the village and see how the people were living? There is a whole place called Leftover District, for God's sake. Did sand blind your eyes? And it's not just that, the people under you ate the whole fund allotted to help the families of deceased shinobi. All of it was distributed among some council members and other shinobi. Not a single coin reached the people it was meant to. You should be thankful to God that I came and took over the village from your incompetent hands." Alexander also angrily spoke. "Not just the money, the village police have also been harassing the people there, asking for money for protection from criminals. Children are exploited and forced into labor, women are forced to do things they wouldn't have done previously to survive. What kind of management was it? I am shocked how they haven't started a protest against you, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were forcefully made silent. You wanted to make war with other villages while foolishly ignoring your own home. What was even the reason for the wars? You make war, destroy your resources, lose the war, and then cry to make another war so you can win and take the enemy's resources. You put yourself in this vicious cycle. Utter incompetence, I would call your work." Raza quickly bowed to Ragnarok. "Lord Kaze-cage, please allow us to deal with this. We will punish all the corrupt shinobi in Suna. Not just punish, you must publicly announce what they did and then punish them, so if any more shinobi thinks of taking the corruption route or harassing the people, they will remember the consequences, Ragnarok ordered them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, Lord Kazekage, we will do it. The two bowed and ran out of the office. Haha, good acting, Ragnarok. For a second I thought you were really serious. Alexander praised him. Then Ragnarok looked at Alexander with a face still serious. Alexander stopped laughing, so you were serious. The next moment Ragnarok walked to his face, bwahahaha. Serious my ass? I just wanted to scold them. They were very incompetent. So engrossed in increasing personal strength that they ignored their real duty. Alexander laughed and started to leave. Yeah, but it's not just them. All aristocratic societies have these problems. And it is our job to correct them. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then. I got some work. A few months later. In the past months, many things changed. For example, a lot of ex-council members were gathered in public space and their crimes were read to everyone and then they all were sentenced. Their punishment was simple. Alexander took away their chakra and they were sentenced to a lifetime of community service. They will still be paid a little, just to stay alive and eat. In total, Tsunagakuer now had 20 new social workers. Alexander also improved the living standard of the village a lot. Beep beep. It was a call from Dabi. What is it, my friend? Boss, I received a report that Uegakuer has again started a proxy war with us. They are trying to enter through Aim and Kusa this time. They disguise themselves as normal merchants and try to sabotage our bases with explosives. Dabi reported. Don't they know that I am practically controlling Konoha, Suna, Kiri, and Aim? Alexander asked. No, at most they think you are friends with Mizukage, Reikage, and Akatsuki. They don't know much else. The mode of information transfer is not very good in this world and you have also not publicized it. Dabi said. Sigh. Okay, I'll pay them a visit. Can't let one bad seed destroy the whole field. He muttered and ended the call. My potatoes, to Uegakuer we go. Pack up, he instructed. Soon the little-tailed beasts rushed to pack all their toys and games in bags. He went to Ragnarok's office. Old lizard, I'm going. Uegakuer is the next target. Ha, good riddance, Ragnarok muttered lightly. Did you say something? Alexander asked him. Oh, no, go and teach them a lesson, Alex. I will hold the fort here for you. By the way, Dabi and I are busy. Whom are you going to appoint there? He asked. Well, might as well let Douglas do it. He already has experience from the Goa Kingdom. He decided. Good luck then, you can only keep fingers crossed with that guy. Ragnarok scoffed at the idea. Olivia will come later to set some charitable things up. Help her. You are also the daimyo, so don't just think about this village but the whole Wind Country. He instructed him and left on his trip. Alexander walked out of the village and on his way checked out the leftover district that was changed and now named Second Market District. The security was increased there so people would venture into that market. He saw a few customers in that old man's restaurant too. With a smile, he left Tsunagakuer. Uegakuer and Tsunagakuer didn't share a direct border with each other but instead had some smaller countries in between. Like Aim, these countries were also on a path to destruction and poverty due to wars of Iwa and Suna in the past. With him bringing peace, they will soon be back on their feet too. He bypassed them and entered Iwa. First, he went to Daimyo's palace as it was Daimyo's job to keep his country safe. The hidden village was just very small when compared to the whole country. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The palace had the same old Japanese-styled buildings. He barged in and saw a party going on. Lots of food was cooked for the daimyo outside the castle. The country was mostly comprised of desolate, rocky areas. The border of the land of Earth runs along a rocky mountain range, blocking communication with other countries. So, it wasn't the richest but not the poorest either. Alexander was surprised how daimyo could have such feasts just after they lost a big war and lost so many resources, and now they were using the resources they had left in a proxy war. The samurai stopped Alexander. Lord Daimyo is busy right now. If you want to sell him something, come later. Oh, will he buy these never-seen-before animals? He asked, showing the grinning-tailed beasts. The samurai nodded. Lord Daimyo likes anything rare. He may like this for his entertainment. I will go inside and inform him about you. Sure, I will be waiting, Alexander shrugged. After waiting for a few minutes, the samurai returned. The new Lord Daimyo wants to see you. Alexander felt confused. New. He followed the samurai in. Soon he started hearing lots of noises from inside the building. Then they entered and Alexander's jaw fell so low he could taste the floor. What the hell is going on here? Behind Alexander, all the tailed beasts covered each other's eyes to not get corrupted by the scene. In front of them, there were men, all down on four limbs, nearly naked. On their backs, many animals were sitting and looking in a direction. The daimyo was also down on his limbs like a horse. He was in a higher place than everyone else and on his back was a big fat furry cat with a large grin and a pipe in his mouth. My friends from various spectrums, I have taken over the country. Now, you all are free to do anything you want. This is now our kingdom. The last daimyo lost Earth Country in a bet with me and I am the new daimyo. I am the new king, and you all are my lovely subjects. Hats shouted. Alexander facepalmed himself and Apparat beside Hats. Bem X5. 5 different bumps swole up on Hat's head. You crazy cat. What the hell were you doing? Hats seemed to have a very thick skull and wasn't injured at all, so he turned to him while still laying on the ground where he fell. I was just minding my business. But then someone hit an arrow on my butt. I decided to investigate and found this degenerate daimyo. He had forced the normal people of Earth Country to pay heavy taxes, and if they can't then they have to hunt and bring the tax in the form of food. I found thousands of caged animals here. This man wasn't just starving and harassing the people but was trying to single-handedly destroy the whole wildlife. It angered me a lot. He even eats cats and dogs. Though I don't mind dogs being eaten, I couldn't ignore them once I saw them. Hats explained. Then what is this naked man horse party? Is this some kind of fetish you developed? Alexander asked. Oh, well, I thought I might as well just treat them like animals because their actions surely didn't suggest they were highly sentient humans. Hats replied as a matter of fact. Sigh. Still, you could have been a little subtle. He muttered while looking around the mess. Hats scoffed. I was born like this. Chaos is me, chaos is my power, muhahahahaha. Bam. Clean up all this, Alexander ordered him. Oki the fat cat got up and magically fixed everything. Ji-chan, can we looky now? Kome asked. His eyes were covered by the small paws of Matatabi standing behind him. They were all standing in a circle. Yes, you can now, he replied. After a while, Alexander gathered daimyo and all his retinues. They all were fat and looked exactly like how a typical corrupt lord in an aristocratic society would. You all are dumber than I thought you'd be. No wonder that Oniki is waging wars one after another. No one is there to stop him. Anyway, you lost your country in a bet fair and square. From now on, you will live a normal life as a small-time villager who has to earn rather than take. He punished them. No, I am still the daimyo, how can I lose the country in bet? That's absurd. Besides, what proof do you have about this? The ex-daimyo asked. Hats then suddenly started laughing. He was behind Alexander cleaning the floor with a small broom. Haha, you fool. Did you forget you signed on that scroll? It was an agreement. It has your seal and fingerprints of all 10 fingers of yours. Hats pointed out. Ex-daimyo paled at that. I can still say you forced me to do it. Hats again laughed. Ha ha ha, did you forget your fingerprints were stamped with your own blood? It was a blood seal and cannot be broken. If you break it now you will die. Thud. Ex-daimyo fell to the ground. Alexander called some guards and they were thrown out of daimyo's palace with nothing but their clothes and a constant headache that they would have their lifetime. It was a punishment from Alexander. Whenever they would think of doing something bad now, the headache will increase, but it will never go away. Seeing there was a need for a new daimyo, Alexander called Douglas. But the moment Douglas appeared, the whole room turned silent. Click. The sound of camera flash came and they all looked at Hats who now had a camera in his fluffy hands. They all looked back at Douglas in confusion. Why? Alexander asked. Douglas scratched his head in embarrassment. This isn't what you think, boss. I was just modeling for Gina, baby 5 from One Piece. She wanted to make a new princess dress so I helped her and then you summoned me urgently. He pratted. Alexander tiredly shook his head. All the weirdos are thrown over to me. Go and change quickly. Shortly after, Douglas came back. So, what's the job this time? You are going to be the new feudal lord of Earth Country and then come with me to take over Uegaku where you will become the Tsuchikage. He told him. Nice. It seems I'm moving up the social ladder. Douglas muttered jokingly. I object. Hats voiced his objection. Overruled, Alexander replied and continued. Hats quickly ran up to him and attacked him with his puppy eyes. Alexander plainly looked at him. You know it won't work. All the cuteness your eyes manage to bring gets overshadowed by that huge creepy grin. Goddammit. Come on, if you make him the daimyo then what will I do? Hats asked. Olivia is setting up orphanages. Your job will be to travel the world, find orphans, and get them to the orphanage. Alexander gave him a new job. He knew Hats wouldn't deny this as the only people he treated with love and care were children. Oh, Grandma is back in business? Why didn't you say that earlier? Gotta go now. Hats cheered up. He took out the Earth Country ownership scroll and threw it at Douglas' face. If any normal person were to see the fate of a country being thrown from one hand to another like that, they would probably die of shock. Even more so when they find out their country was owned by a cat for some time. But one thing interested Alexander. Hats, you call Olivia Grandma. Why do you call me boss and not Grandpa? What do you mean? I call Grandma because Grandma is my grandma and you are my boss. And she also makes the best catnip pies. Okay, bye-bye. Poof. I think he has become an addict, Douglas muttered. Possibly. Okay, let's go to Uegaku now, Alexander said. Caw. Alexander noticed a raven walking towards him. He was wearing dark brown robes for some reason. Then surprisingly, it spoke. Greetings, Rhoda, I am. Me back, can you send? Alexander was confused as to why the raven was talking like that. And where is your home? Don't know, I pulled into a portal party it is, Cat said. The raven replied. Do you mind if I look into your head and see where you came from? Alexander asked. Mind, I don't. Alexander looked into the raven's head and saw a medieval-styled city. How the hell did he come here from an alternate reality of Game of Thrones world? Must be that silly cat. Okay, jump into this light while thinking about your home. Let me warn, do not think about corn or anything except your destination. Soon the raven left and now a mouse in human clothes came up to him. It surprisingly spoke in human speech. "Hi, I am Stuart Little. Can you send me back too?" After that was done, a donkey came to him. "Hey yo, can you send me back too? My lovely dragon wife is waiting for my manhood." Alexander felt like he knew the donkey. "What is your name?" Donkey proudly straightened his neck. "This one is called Donkey by Friends." "Sigh. Let me guess, you also have a green ogre as a friend?" Alexander asked. Donkey's eyes shined. "How did you know that? Wait, did you do some witch magic mumbo jumbo? I'm telling you, don't look into my brain. I won't share scenes of my wife's naked body with anyone. She's a dragon, she never wears clothes and stays naked." Alexander pointed out. "God damn, I need to buy clothes for her." The donkey panicked. Alexander grew impatient and just sent him to the Shrek world. Then he lifted his head and saw a line of a variety of animals from various shows and cartoons. There was Garfield, Remy the rat from Ratatouille, Scooby-Doo, and many more. That cat will receive his punishment for this mess sooner rather than later. Nobody knew what had transpired in the daimyo palace. Oniki was still planning to attack Konoha now that the bridge had been rebuilt. This time he was going to guard it himself. He needed to wage the war because now they had nothing to lose. The economy of the village was bad. They were creeping towards poverty, the people were demotivated due to the lost war and he needed something to re-energize them. "Now, if only I could get this dim box open, we would have enough war funds," Oniki angrily muttered as he tried to open the emergency fund chest. But no matter what he did, it just wouldn't open. He even used the best of his ability to destroy the box and just get the gold in it, but to his shock, the box didn't receive even a single scratch. "What is this box made up of? Who brought this box into my office first?" Oniki angrily asked his secretary. "Lord Tsuchikage, it was the second Tsuchikage's box," the secretary replied. "Wonderful, he's dead already and we'll never know how to open it. How are we going to fight this war now? This was the only money I had to fund it." Oniki grumbled. The box had become the biggest thorn stuck in his neck now. He couldn't throw it and neither swallow it. The box was useless if he couldn't show the things inside of it to gather money. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kumogakuer, Lightning Country. The fact that the third Reikage was buddies with Alexander didn't mean all the animosity was solved among the two villages. Even less so now, as the third Reikage had retired and given the mantle of Reikage to his son. Also named a third Reikage was now only worried about living his days having fun. "Yo, what's the plan, bro?" B asked his brother in Reikage's office. It is widely known that Konoha is the strongest village at this point. Even if we ignore all the tailed beasts now, who are promised to not be used for war, they still have many powerful clans with their own bloodline powers. Mainly these are the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. We already know a great deal about the Uchiha clan, but the Hyuga clan is still a big mystery and mystery means danger. We need to get our hands on a pair of Byakugan. A spoke out his mind. "Then I will go and bring a Hyuga for you, my brother," B sternly replied. A shook his head. "No, you won't. We were going to sign a peace and trade deal with Konoha. And it just happens to be the third birthday of Hyuga Princess, Hinata Hyuga. She is small and timid, not to mention weak. It will be easy to get her. But bro, what if our guy got caught?" B asked. "Very less likely to happen. We will be sending our shinobi commander and if something still happens, we will put the blame on Konoha that they killed our shinobi commander. We will ask for compensation. Either way, we will gain something as that old man Hokage is known to be a big advocate of peace. Intel also suggests that no one has seen him in a long time now. I think he is probably sick or something. The last time we saw him, he already looked very old." A planned. Although B had huge doubts about his brother's plan, he simply agreed because he considered his brother cool. But they didn't know that even Hashirama was revived now and the whole shinobi world was used to calling him the god of shinobi, which was already enough to deter anyone from doing something stupid. Alexander, Douglas, and the beasts appeared in the sky above Iwagakuer. It seems people haven't been living a good life lately. And he still wants a war," Douglas added. "Yeah, his old head must be devoid of all intelligence," Alexander commented. Then they moved down to the street level, where people looked sad and malnourished. That's what war does to a country. They were invisible so no one noticed them. Alexander's plan was to first win over the people and then defeat the main opponent. This way, after he takes over, no one will have a problem with them as everyone will already be happy. But Oniki had done a good job of demonizing Konoha among the normal citizens of the village. So, he started counter-propaganda. First, he started a few free kitchens and made Douglas the face of it. For Douglas' identity, he was introduced as the new daimyo after the last one went missing on a hunting trip whose body was later found to have been attacked by a wild cat. People loved him for what Douglas was doing. Combined with his angelic charm, he was a hit among ladies, old or young. Alexander kept a distant approach and only worked from the shadows. It only took them some months to fully win over the whole population of Iwagakuer. Now, the people had food on their tables, their children weren't getting sick from hunger. Pending salaries of many shinobi were paid by Douglas in an envelope with Douglas "Thank you for your service" card so they would know who was paying them. Tsuchikage's office. Oniki knew about what was happening in his village. Initially, he let the rich man turned out to be the daimyo do whatever he wanted as it eased up the load from his shoulders. But he soon found himself in a dilemma because now the man was people's favorite and many were already calling for Oniki to resign and let the man become the Tsuchikage. He tried to get the young daimyo killed a few times, but all the shinobi who took the mission went missing. It proved that the man was not simple and either had some strong backing or he himself was powerful. I am in this situation because of this cursed box. Only if it would just open up. He cursed, looking at a box lying in a corner of his office. Do you want me to open it? A voice came from the window. Oniki turned around and looked. You? How did you get in here? Haha, do you think only you can fly? Alexander scoffed. Then Oniki started laughing. Ha ha ha, it is a blessing. Good thing you came here. Now I just need to kill you and Konoha will lose. Alexander disappointedly shook his head. You are pathetic. Knock knock. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Daimyo is here to see you. Oniki's secretary informed and left as quickly as he came. Douglas haughtily entered the office and went to the Tsuchikage's chair and sat down. I am deeply disappointed with you, Oniki. You have brought your village to ruin. Douglas said in an agonizing tone. Oniki's eyes twitched, seeing that he was being disrespected by a young man. To what do I owe this visit, Lord Daimyo? Huh, you didn't, the poor people of Iwa did. What is this I'm hearing about you starting another war with Konoha? Douglas asked. We have lost a lot in previous war, Konoha. We could have won if Konoha Bridge wasn't destroyed. This time we will not make the same mistakes and win. It is important for the sentiments of the people of Iwa and our coffers. Oniki proudly answered. Cough. I am still here, you old fool. And what gives you the confidence that you can beat me? Alexander asked. Douglas chimed in. Doesn't matter. I am firing you from your position of Tsuchikage. You have clearly grown senile. I seriously can't understand what gives you the confidence to fight the man whom all the tailed beasts treat like their grandpa. You should have retired a long time ago. Oniki was a very proud, headstrong, and boastful individual. So it was normal if he got angry at this. You can't do this with me. This is my village. Isn't it the daimyo who allows the existence of Iwagakur? Isn't it daimyo who appoints the Tsuchikage? And who is the daimyo? Oh, wait, it's me. Open your eyes, old kid. Your era is over, rest, and treat your back pain now. Douglas verbally scolded. Oniki knew no one could help him in this situation. The mandate of the public was also against him. May I know who the new Tsuchikage will be? Oniki asked. Douglas replied with a big grin, it will be me. It left Oniki speechless. Why you? Yes, why not? Anyways, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm calling back all the shinobi. I also need the money to help the economy. He mumbled and walked to the box. He simply rotated the handle and opened it. How did you do that? Oniki asked. Huh? What do you mean? You don't know how to open doors? Douglas mockingly asked. No, I mean, I wasn't able to open it for so long and you opened it so easily, Oniki added. Doesn't that mean you've just grown old and weak? Douglas talked back. Not being able to handle more insults, he decided to leave and gather the council to do something about this situation. Now that the backup money box was open, he just needed to take back his position and defeat Konoha. Alexander, of course, knew what was on his mind. He decided to look into his sins. Oniki, Category 3. Murder, 9,756. Indirect murder, 15,456. Kidnappings, 69. War-provoking acts, 6. Sin percentage, 54%. Sigh. Alexander predicted that most of the ninjas in the world were in Category 3 because killing people was part of their jobs. They had normalized killing someone to the point where it just didn't matter. Oniki may have been a stupid man all his life due to his boisterous attitude, which was further due to his meeting and fight with Madara in the past. But it still didn't change the fact that he had gone out of his mind causing all these wars. He needed some lesson or punishment. Oniki, you say you can defeat me, so let's fight. One-on-one. No third party or beast involved. He proposed. What are the stakes? Oniki asked. If I win, you will take classes from me about administration and follow my orders. If you win, I will give up Konoha to Iwagakur. He replied. Oniki's eyes widened in shock and the appearance of such an opportunity. He didn't think twice and agreed. I accept. Let's go to the public arena and fight there. Oniki excitedly flew away. He also called his secretary and told him to inform the council and also the public that they can watch the match to bear witness. Alexander quickly went to the arena, set the tailed beasts in nice seats, and waited for Oniki to arrive. Douglas was also making his first public appearance as the new Tsuchikage, but they all were late for some reason. Later, Alexander found out that Oniki had brought the Iwa council to Douglas to pressurize him to not publicly reveal that he took over. They were apparently betting on Oniki beating Alexander. Douglas, like any other superior, would. He fired the whole council and launched an anti-corruption investigation. They didn't utter a single word after that. But Oniki still planned to fight and get the public support in his favor. After waiting for an hour and hearing a dozen complaints from ever-proactive Kumo about when the fun will start, Oniki finally appeared. There were a lot of people who came to see the fight. Though Alexander doubted that they only came to see Douglas, their messiah. No one was the referee in this. Douglas just shouted from his seat and the fight began. Oniki saw Alexander not attacking first. He was quite analytical in combat, normally feeling the potential opponent out first before engaging in direct combat. So, he wanted to check the waters first and started with simple attacks. Oniki was able to use earth, fire, wind, lightning, and yang release. He used earth release to create rock clones and massive golems to aid him. He sent those clones and golems to Alexander. Alexander didn't even move. He stayed there and let the attacks come to him. Once in range, Alexander raised his right hand towards the clones and motioned as if he was flicking something with just his index finger. Alexander did it just once, but there was no visible effect from it. Then suddenly, boom! Out of nowhere a gust of wind appeared near the clones and golems and destroyed them like they were nothing. It didn't just stop there. The gust of wind soon turned into a full-fledged tornado. It moved towards Oniki, who was still in shock. His testing the water strategy had painfully backfired. Oniki quickly used dust release to disperse the tornado. He's pretty strong, but it seems he's not in the mood to play, Oniki thought. He used lava release and sent multiple attacks on Alexander and also changed the ground to lava. It didn't even make Alexander flinch. He just stood on the lava and looked at Oniki. Go on, prepare for whatever attack you wanted to use. I will wait. It was humiliating for Oniki, but he swallowed it in hope of having the last laugh. This time, he wanted to use particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. It was a Kekii Toda, meaning bloodline selection. It was an advanced branch of jutsu that was more advanced than the jutsu class of Kekii Genkai, bloodline limit. The only known example was dust release, a combination of 3 different nature transformations of earth, wind, and fire. In this technique, the user creates a structure with a sphere located at its center, between the palms of his hands. The structure expands rapidly in size when being propelled towards its intended target and traps them inside its confines. The sphere then seems to explode with a tremendous amount of force, while the exterior walls of the structure effectively restrict the size of the blast radius, resulting in the destruction of everything and anyone caught within as they are pulverized into minute particles of dust. The technique wasn't limited to just affecting physical matter, it could also affect chakra-based defenses. The resulting damage that this technique could produce varies considerably, depending on the initial shape of the created structure. For example, when fabricated in the form of a cube, the structure possesses a relatively small blast radius, minimizing the possibility of collateral damage. However, the conical version was implied to be enough to potentially destroy an entire island. The size was also a big factor. And what Oniki was making was a conical structure and the size was as big as a small mountain. He trapped Alexander in it and started expanding the sphere inside it. It was obvious that the blast was going to be huge and powerful. Then it happened. Boom. Although the blast was contained inside the structure, it was still loud enough to shake the grounds. Crack. Just when Oniki thought he won, he noticed the invisible conical structure breaking up. The cracks grew wider and wider. Soon Alexander came out smashing it apart. There wasn't even a single scratch on him. Oniki, you are very strong, but you still got so much to learn. He kept on walking towards him, breaking his arrogance with each step he took forward. Soon, he was standing in front of the short man. Hitting you with my hands would be a mockery of my abilities. You lost. For this, I am resetting your Kekii Toda. You will have to learn it from the beginning now. You have used it to fight for most of your life and kill people. There will be nothing of value lost, Alexander roughly said and started walking away. Oniki still tried to attack him with dust release but his abilities weren't working. He fell to the ground in despair, realizing what Alexander said was real. Douglas quickly announced that Alexander won and ended the whole show. He followed the tailed beasts to outside Uegakuer. Alexander was waiting for them there. Okay, my work here is done, Douglas. You will now manage the whole Earth country. You just have to follow my lead and replicate what I do in Konoha. I will now return to Konoha and check Nagato's eyes soon. I'll see if I can get that husk of the 10 tails into my possession. Because I don't trust you that you will not do something like Hats, I am leaving Bunpiko as you're in charge, he told him. Douglas' eyebrows twitched at the blatant attack on his honor. Come on, boss. You know I'm not like that anymore. Yeah, says the man who cross-dresses. Alexander smirkingly said. Ah, come on, that was because of Gina. Douglas defended. Well, Hats took a photo so that image is immortalized now. Anyways, Bunpiko, if he misbehaves, tell me quickly, I'll send a good hard smack through the anywhere door. He instructed. Do not worry, Lord Sage, I will help you bring enlightenment to this world, Bunpiko assured him. Man, he's changed a lot since I gave him that Buddhist literature. He even thinks I invented it and looks at me as God incarnate. I hope he doesn't turn into a fanatical believer, Alexander scaredly thought. He patted their shoulders and started his return journey. It wasn't very long. With the tailed beasts around for continuous songs and clumsy entertainment, he never found himself bored. He came to the main gates of Konoha and saw 2 shinobi standing guard there. The 2 instantly noticed him and greeted him with a deep bow. Lord Hokage, welcome back. It has been very long since we last saw you. Ah, yes, it's been around 3 years I believe, Alexander muttered. Hey, where is our welcome? Shikaku asked. The 2 shinobi laughed. Welcome back, Team Baijuyu. Konoha has been missing you all. The children in orphanage ask about your return every day. Oh no, we need to check up on kids. What if they develop depression? Let's go Team Baijuyu, we need to help. Kome shouted and led the way. Only Karema stayed with Alexander, sitting on his shoulder and acting like he was asleep. In fact, he was just enjoying his time on his Ji-chan's shoulder. Good job, Katetsu and Izumo. Here, have these. He handed them chocolates like they were children and went inside. He passed by the commercial district and heard lots of noise coming from a building. Soon, a white-haired man was seen thrown off of the roof of the building. The man fell near Alexander's feet. Jiraiya my boy, when will you straighten up and stop these perverted activities? Alexander tiredly asked. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Ah, you're back, old man? Well, good job I guess, I heard what you did in Suna. And now to your question, I am researching for the first edition of my book, Ika Ika. Jiraiya informed him. And what about wooing Tsunade? Where did you reach in that journey? Alexander asked. Ah, that, well, she beats me a lot. Jiraiya scratched his head. That is because you act foolish and perverted. Just imagine Jiraiya, if you were able to impress her and marry her someday, then you will be able to research on her all you want without any restrictions. Imagine a book, The Secret Life of a Happily Married Shinobi. It will be an instant hit. Alexander suggested to him. Jiraiya's face was turning from perverted, probably thinking about researching with Tsunade, to greedy, thinking about how much his book would sell. Ho ho. I guess it's time I go to the next avenue seriously. It's time to. Jiraiya wasn't able to finish speaking as an empty tin can hit his head. Jiraiya looked back and saw a small, probably 3 or 4-year-old blonde kid, grinning at him. Pervy Sage got caught again? Well, the bathhouse owner paid me well to keep an eye on a pervert after all. So it was you who ratted me out, Naruto? You little rascal, I'll spank you. Come here. Jiraiya ran after the kid. Alexander saw the laughing child with warmth in his heart. Before he even knew it, so much time had gone by. Sigh, they grow up so fast. Does he even remember me? He walked up to the two to stop them from fighting. Hey, kid. Remember me? Alexander asked. Naruto and Jiraiya stopped fighting and looked towards him. Naruto's face was a lot more confused. Who are you, old man? Are you a partner of this pervy sage? Another pervy sage? Naruto voiced his concern. Ha ha ha, no, Naruto. That is the Hokage of this village. He just returned from a war with Uegakuer. Jiraiya told him. War? I never heard of any war. Otherwise, my dad would have been sent on it. Naruto confusedly asked. He went alone, and also won. Now, Iwa, Suna, and Kirigakuer are our friends and will never make war. Jiraiya explained. Alexander saw the bond between the two and asked, is he your new student? No, at least not yet. I am his godfather, according to Minato. I will train him in the future but he keeps pestering me. Jiraiya replied. Naruto snickered and complained. Only if you would just teach me I'd let you peek wherever you want. But you use me to watch over your back while you do the bad things. Ha ha ha, okay, don't fight now. I can already see that you two will have a perfect teacher-student bond. Anyway, I have to go to my office and check things out. Alexander started walking away. Just as he was leaving, he noticed Kurama stepping down from his shoulder and going to little Naruto. HOH, so this is the little pup of Kushina? Well, he seems to have good potential but too bad he also inherited the stupidity of that woman. Kurama mocked. Naruto got angry. Hey, don't say a bad thing about my mom. Yes, Kurama, don't be mean. You know Kushina is a good-hearted girl. And if you had just talked to her once she would have even befriended you. Hate will not take you very far, little one. Alexander lectured Kurama. Kurama, like an obedient kid, nodded at his words and jumped back on his shoulder. Once Alexander left, Jiraiya looked back at Naruto. Okay kid, before I retire from this work, there is still one bathhouse left. You stay on guard while I do my research. Naruto made an ugly face. I don't wanna, I'm going home. Huh, kids, you will understand my art once you grow up, Jiraiya sighed. Alexander's journey had taken him longer than he had planned due to having to organize Wind and Earth Country. He arrived inside his office. It had been renovated and extended now. Now there were 5 more floors to it. This was done to create more office space for new departments like infrastructure development, social welfare, health, education, and general administration. Dabi, how are you, my friend? He gave him a brotherly hug. Good, boss. Things have been going smoothly. I have expanded the village beyond the Hokage Rock and established a new modern city there. I am officially calling it Konoha City and this part will remain a simple Konoha. I don't want to change this place too much as it would lose its charm then, Dabi reported. Nice, what about troubles? I am sure someone must have tried to mess around because I wasn't here. Alexander asked. Dabi smirked and took out a file from his drawer. Yes, there are some troubling things. The first one, Nara clan. They are too lazy for some reason. However, their loyalty to the village is top-notch. I've been trying to get them to use their heads more with their body, Dabi said. Haha, well, as long as they're not causing economic damage, being lazy is okay. Alexander laughed it off. Then there is the Hyuga clan. They haven't done anything to directly cause a problem but I found a problem inside their clan. I found out about the curse seal that is used by the Hyuga clan in order to protect their Kekkei Genkai, the Byakugan. Nov, L, B //JNN. Members of the clan's main house brand members of the clan's branch houses with the cursed seal so that, when they die, their Byakugan will be sealed away, preventing its secrets from being learned by enemies. The cursed seal can also be used by the main house to discipline branch house members. If the main house member uses a special hand seal, the branch house member will experience intense pain, discouraging them from disobeying the main house again. If the pain is great enough, it can even kill the branch house member, destroying their brain cells. Members of the branch house are branded with the cursed seal on the 3rd birthday of the clan's next heir or heiress, regardless of their own age at the time. Cursed seals are placed on the recipient's forehead, for which reason they tend to keep it covered, such as with their forehead protector. Dabi intoned. Goddamn, this is pure slavery. Did you contact their clan head about this? Alexander asked. Dabi nodded. Yes, but Hayashi got angry and told me that I have no right to meddle in their clan's matters. Well, he is wrong there. If you live in a country you live by their rules. Did you publish the constitution? He asked. No, I was waiting for you. Something this significant should be done by you. Dabi informed him. Let's do it tomorrow. What about the Uchiha clan? Sigh. Dabi sighed and relaxed back. What can I say except that their clan head is a power-hungry cruel man. I received reports that he wants the next Hokage to be from his clan. But, now because you are here and you are an immortal being, he thought of creating a civil war and dividing Konoha in two and setting up a new village. And what gives him confidence? Alexander asked. Well, he's been trying to get close to Shisui and Obito for a while now. He even put little Itachi in a powerful genjutsu to give him trauma to wake up his Mangekyo. In the end, Itachi did awaken Mangekyo but also nearly killed his father in anger, Dabi told him. Alexander got angry. Who does he think he is? I will punish him for child abuse soon. Itachi is just a child. And please tell me you helped Itachi. Yes, I did. After this event, Shisui and Obito got very angry at Fugaku and left the clan's district with Itachi. They now live in your house. Dabi answered. So, Fugaku's plan backfired. He probably thinks that all Uchiha are like him. Cruel and overly ambitious. Alexander commented. Sigh. Alexander got up and started to leave. Okay, let's crash at Senju's home for lunch before doing other things. Alexander and Dabi walked out of the office. But then Alexander saw a kid following them in an umbu mask. What's his deal? Alexander asked. Dabi looked back. Yamato, you can take off that mask. Boss, this kid is Tenzo, though that was a code name. He chose the name Yamato now. He was one of the experiments of Orochimaru. As a child, the boy was abducted by Orochimaru and became one of 60 children that were his test subjects. They were injected with First Hokage's DNA in the hopes that they could replicate First's ability to use wood release. Orochimaru later abandoned the experiment, believing that none of them had survived. In actuality, this boy was the lone survivor and found himself endowed with an unquantified wood release. Later he was found by Danzo and was made a root ninja. But then you punished Danzo and he joined Umbu. He's a good lad. Kakashi is his friend. I am sorry I couldn't come and save you early on, child, Alexander spoke to Yamato. Yamato shook his head and said, it was not your fault, Lord Hokage. Those responsible for it have already been punished and are still facing punishment. I was selected for your security detail but you weren't here. Now that you are, I am back at my job. Ha ha ha, I appreciate your concern and dutifulness but I think we all can agree I don't need security. Do you have a family, kid? Alexander politely asked. No, Lord Hokage, when Danzo found me I had no memories of my past, Yamato replied. Alexander could read his emotions as clear as a sunny day. Yamato's greatest desire was to work hard for the village to make others happy and to be acknowledged by all for his efforts. Okay, let's do this. I am transferring you from Umbu to the Hokage Secretariat. Here, you will work for me as an underling rather than my bodyguard. Also, follow me, I will take you to meet someone. That old boy would be happy to meet another person with wood release power, he announced. Yamato was taken aback a bit, not able to understand if it was a promotion or a demotion. Alexander walked towards the Senju compound with Dabi and Yamato. Everyone on the street greeted him. Most people of Konoha had somewhat gotten worried about their Hokage because they had not seen him for so long. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But now, seeing him had relaxed many people. His return was already announced throughout the city on the public radio which Dabi had set up. They walked by the Ichiraku ramen and heard a lot of commotion. The shop had been extended into another floor and a wider area. Tuki had also hired some interns after many rounds of interviews. He looked and saw all the tailed beasts huddled there slurping on noodles. Naruto was also there and challenged them to a food contest. My little potatoes, I hope you don't get too fat, he reminded them. Saiken turned his blob body towards him. Pat pat. He patted his fat tummy with his chubby hands. Ji-chan, don't worry, I don't think I can get fatter than this. All the tailed beasts nodded. Yes, Ji-chan. We are just like you. With an endless stomach, hee. Shikaku added. Wahahaha, okay. Be sure to pay after eating. He loudly laughed and headed on his way. Old man, wait for me. A voice came from behind. It was Naruto. What is it, little Naruto? Old man, please train me. Pervy sage doesn't teach me anything. Naruto asked and showed him his big blue puppy eyes. Naruto, have you met Itachi, Shisui, Obito, or Kakashi? Alexander asked. Oh, you mean Big Brother Pirate? Yes, he plays with me sometimes. Naruto exclaimed. Which pirate are we talking about? Kakashi or Obito? Alexander asked back. Big Brother Obito. He's the coolest. Big Brother Kakashi is always strict with me and Big Sister Rin gives me candies every time she comes home. Naruto replied with a happy face. Alexander just remembered he was dealing with a 4-year-old kid. Well, go and find Obito and ask him to teach you meditation. If you are able to master it, then by the time you go to the academy you will already be leagues ahead of everyone. Other than this, you can do physical practice with your father. Naruto was excited by the prospect of one day being the strongest among the kids. He quickly ran away to find Obito. Alexander arrived at the Senju compound. Knock knock. A servant opened the gate. Is Hashi in? Ah, Lord Hokage, yes, Lord Senju is here. Please come in, the servant flustered. Haha, be easy, child. I'm not going to eat you. You can go back to work. I will find Hashi myself. He dismissed her. Alexander entered the house and was instantly greeted with giggles of 3 children. He followed the noise and reached the place. It was the middle courtyard. There, 3 children were playing. 2 were somewhat able to walk and 1 was crawling on 4 limbs. The most peculiar thing he noticed was that one of the kids had red hair. Ah, Lord Sage, you're back. We learned about your great deeds. Hashirama walked in with Mito walking beside him with a bloated belly. Yeah, it took longer than I expected. Well, care to introduce me to these little ones? He asked. Ah, sure. Those 2 are my twin son and daughter and that little one is my youngest son. He inherited more from his mother so we let him keep Uzumaki as his surname. Hashirama introduced. Alexander's mouth was wide open in shock. He looked at the kids and then at Mito's inflated belly. I was joking when I told you to go on a baby-making spree, but this is even faster than I imagined. By this rate, we might find the village full of senjas soon. Haha, she is going to give me another pair of twins soon. My beautiful Mito. Hashirama shamelessly added. You guys are so fast. I hope you never meet Olivia. She is going to lecture me to learn a thing or 2 from you. Alexander said. You saying bad things behind my back, Alex. A voice came from behind Alexander that made all hair on his neck stand. Ahahaha. I was just kidding, wifey. Why you know me, I joke all the time. Alexander tried to de-escalate. Where are my new grandsons? She asked. Chomping on some ramen. He replied quickly. Huh, always eating unhealthy. Well, how have you been, Alex? Yellow's been missing you lately, Olivia told him. Alexander instantly vanished and returned with cheering Yellow. What are you doing here in Konoha? Mito answered before Olivia. She and your granddaughter came to Konoha to start some charity organization. We invited them to stay with us. I was also getting very bored in this big house. I must say, Lord Sage, you have a wonderful wife. Alexander lovingly looked at Olivia and nodded. Yes, she is the best. Est. Alexander looked at Yellow with shock. Damn, Yellow just tried to speak. Say, Dad. Yellow looked at his face with full concentration. Damn. Alexander's face and shoulders fell like all happiness from his life got stolen. It's all right, Yellow. We will try again later. And forget that word. Alexander then looked back at Hashirama. What about Toby? Did he find someone? Hashirama laughed at that. Haha, you won't believe him. He didn't just find a match, but she's from the Uchiha clan. It was certainly a day full of surprises for Alexander. Ha ha ha, I can only imagine what terrifyingly strong babies they are going to make now. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Come, let's eat lunch now. Hashirama invited him. Yeah, let's do that. I also got someone to introduce to you, he said and followed them. Besides Alexander, Olivia was staring daggers at him for making Yellow speak a bad word as his first word. Mito looked back at Olivia and Alexander while chuckling. You two are cute. Somewhere across the multiverse. Marvel Universe, alternate timeline. Natasha tried her best to seduce Saitama, but he turned out to be hard-boiled. He wouldn't budge even if she came in front of him in a bikini. She then turned up a notch and brought in Agent Hill on her mission. They both tried to seduce Saitama but still, nothing happened. Sadly, Tony proved to be very fast in making a spacecraft for Saitama. Her target then simply left on his ship. Saitama had a star map with him already thanks to Alexander. His first stop was Asgard. Once reaching the palace, he simply walked into the throne room of Odin. Many Asgard soldiers had tried to stop him but all of them got beaten. Many were still holding his leg and getting dragged along as he walked in. Why have you come here, human? This is no place for a mortal. Return while I let you. Odin roared from his throne in the royal hall. Saitama just stood there with no expression in his yellow jumpsuit. I came here to fight you, Saitama blankly said. Odin stood up in rage and summoned his spear. He flew to Saitama to stab him with it. But Saitama caught the spear with his teeth and shattered it. Due to Odin's momentum, he still advanced to Saitama. Normal series, normal punch. Boom. He punched Odin in the face. Odin got thrown back. His body collided with his golden throne and destroyed it. It didn't just stop there, his body collided with a few huge pillars too. Bam. Saitama felt something touching his bald head. He noticed it was a flying ice spear. Ah, you must be Loki, Saitama exclaimed. Loki looked at Saitama with full seriousness. He was in his battle gear. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Well, I defeated your dad. You should stand down now. You can't be stronger than him. Saitama warned him. Lesson number 1, never underestimate your opponents, Loki said. Just then, out of nowhere another Loki appeared beside Saitama. He had his poisoned dagger ready to kill Saitama. But Saitama caught Loki's face in his palm without even looking at him. I am bored, do shops here sell hot pot? What? Loki confusedly asked. Saitama just threw him towards where Odin's body was. Unlike Odin, Loki didn't have that much strength and passed out just by the small impact. Saitama awkwardly went to the bodies and saw them unconscious. At least they are not dead. My normal punch has also gotten stronger. Sigh, I need to find stronger people. Okay, I need to find this Galactus now. The old man said he didn't have a fixed location. Just like he came, he left back in his ship, leaving behind Asgard in mayhem and uproar like the Ragnarok. Just dropped a trailer on them and left. Oh, Yamato can do wood release? I want to see what you can do first. Besides me, no one inherited my wood release in my family. Don't know about the recent 3 though. Hashirama said. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Yamato nodded and performed a simple wood release to build a cage with spikes. See, I told you. He's got the talent. He just needs a good direction. Alexander praised. Hashirama thought for a second and then he looked at his wife, who nodded at him. From what you've told me, little Yamato doesn't have a family. Then, how about I adopt him? He will be my son, Yamato Senju. He already has my blood in him. Hashirama asked. Alexander just smiled, already expecting this result. He looked at Yamato. Well, I got no problem with that, but it is on Yamato to decide. Yamato was shocked by the turn of events. He had never thought this simple day would turn this complex. He longed for family and friends all his days since he was freed from Root. Now, it was suddenly in front of him and one of the greatest people in the world wanted to adopt him. He looked at Hashirama and Mito's kind faces for a second and then at Alexander, who gave him an encouraging nod. Say what's on your mind, kid, Dabi encouraged him. Yamato looked at Hashirama and nodded slowly. I would be honored to be your son. Hashirama came up to him and gave him a hug. Haha, sure kid. I'm gonna teach you all kinds of things. I hope you are not including your gambling habit. One Tsunade is enough. Mito scolded him. Hashirama laughed wryly. Come on, Mito. I haven't gambled since last year now and Tsunade has also stopped. Now, she keeps on studying medical stuff. She even taught me a thing or two about its theory. Mito didn't believe him. Oh really? What did she teach you? What was it? Ah, yes, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. It even got your name in it. Though I don't know what this means, I haven't been able to forget this for some reason. Hashirama replied. Alexander laughed while scratching his beard. Well, good for you. I will be going back now. Got some work in the office. Be sure to come tomorrow at the Constitution Declaration ceremony. Yes, we all will come. Hashirama enthusiastically said. He and Tobirama were advisors to Hokage, so they already knew about the Constitution. Yamato, you stay here and bond with your family. Join the office from tomorrow. Alexander instructed him and left with Dabi. Alexander had to sign on a new document that day. It was a call for all the Uzumaki clan remnants in the world to come to Konoha and restart the clan here. There was also a safety provision in the scheme for the Uzumaki clan members, that if anyone harmed or stopped a member of the Uzumaki clan from coming to Konoha, then they will be named an enemy of Konohagakuer, Tsunagakuer, Kirigakuer, Amegakuer, and Iwaigakuer, and would be hunted. Nobody in their right mind would want to make an enemy out of so many powerful countries. After this, he decided to handle the issue of the Uchiha clan. Dabi, call Obito in. I need to have some words with him. Soon after, Obito came to his office in a cheerful mood. Old man, you're back. I have trained a lot in my natural chakra manipulation. I can also fly for more than 10 minutes now. Haha, very good. What about your other mission? Alexander asked. Obito understood the meaning behind his words and embarrassingly smiled. I succeeded. I am really dating Rin, now. She eventually understood that Kakashi isn't for her. Though I had to get him caught reading Jiraiya-sensei's book. It was irreversible damage to Kakashi's image in her eyes. After that, she finally saw how awesome I always was. Good, I am proud of you. Come, take a seat. I got something important to talk about with you. He invited him. Obito, I want you to replace Fugaku as the new clan head. He straightforwardly told him. Obito was left speechless. What? But how will I do that? I don't even know the elders in the Uchiha clan whose agreement is required to become the clan head, and also, how are you going to make the clan head step down from his position? Breathe boy, breathe. Don't get so worked up. I will help you with all this. First, I want to tell you the reason. As you know, the current Uchiha clan is one filled with stupid hatred and hunger for power. All due to people like Madara and Fugaku who have been influencing the clan for so long. I need someone like you to lead them to a new sunrise. Change them, make them more friendly and likable, he stated. Obito seriously nodded. Yeah, I saw the condition of the clan. All they think about is getting strong. Itachi was able to come out of it thankfully, but his little brother is still stuck there. Alexander nodded and told him about the plan. That is why you must do it. Currently, the strongest Uchihas are you, Shisui and Itachi with your Mangekyo Sharinon. Technically, you three should have the highest voices in your clans. So, I will be announcing something tomorrow. After that, Fugaku will surely voice out his opinion. I will be the bad guy and simply fire him from his clan head position or something like that, depending on what he does. Of course, he won't agree to it. Then you will come in and say you want to be the clan head. You two will fight and you will win. Elders will have to agree to you to save face. Whoa, you got everything planned. Well, if everything goes accordingly, I guess I will be having more work. Hey, what about my work as a jonin? Obito asked. Exempted. You will focus on your job of being a clan head, with a bit of dating here and there. Haha. He jokingly said. Obito smiled widely hearing that. Yeah, I guess Rin would be even more proud of me for this. But you gotta train more. You will be getting some classes from Dabi until your fight with Fugaku, Alexander advised him. Yes, old man, I will immediately go and start training. Bye. Obito ran away. He's probably more interested in showing off to Rin. Well, at least he's got a good heart. Phone rings. He picked up the call from Brian, currently the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Ho ho, how is my moneymaker doing? Hello boss, I'm good. I called you to invite you to my wedding. I have finally found the love of my life. Brian answered. Alexander looked at Dabi as if asking what this was about. But Dabi was also clueless. When did this happen? Alexandra asked. Oh, there was this amazing woman who challenged me for my position as Mizukage. I won the fight and she won my heart. Brian said like a love-struck teenager. And what is her name? Alexander inquired. Her name is Teromime. You gotta come next month on the 25th. I am very excited. Brian said. Haha, sure, Brian. We all will come. Alexander assured him and hung up. Alexander looked back at Dabi, sigh even he found his significant other. When will you, Dabi? I am a man of nature and peace. I don't think I can find one in this war-torn world. Dabi replied. Ah, that was too emotional. It's all right, Dabi. There's got to be a hot and kind elf in the vast multiverse somewhere, and if you can't find someone, you will still have a dragon in heat. Alexander joked and ran out to check the village. The next day, Alexander stood up on the roof of the Hokage office building. Down below were lots of people. In front of his mouth was a mic. People of Konoha, I can now assure you all that there will be no war with Suna, Iwa, and Kiri anymore. I have signed an eternal peace treaty with them. But, that is not why I have called all of you here. Because there are not going to be many wars and conflicts, slowly we will not be able to rely on missions and other combat-related things to keep the economy up. This is why I am going to bring economic reforms that will allow us to make more jobs in various fields. But, before that, I need to announce something else. I am establishing the Constitution. It is the basic principles and laws of a nation, state, or social group that determine the powers and duties of the government and guarantee certain rights to the people in it. Simply said, from now on, the law will be equal for all and transparent. A booklet of the whole Constitution will be published and distributed. This will provide you with justice, be it social, economic, or political. Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship will be there. Equality of status and opportunity will also be promoted. Alexander was at least happy that the literacy rate was very high in the world. Most of the people knew how to read and write, so he was not worried about making people understand the Constitution as they could just read it. I will not go into too much detail. You can read it later. But let me inform you. A similar constitution has also been established in other ally villages. Thank you for listening to me. Now, Dabi will take the mic. Alexander said and stepped back. Dabi went on stage. Okay, first of all, Jiraiya, you are grounded for peeping into women's bathroom. You will stay at home for a week. Now, Naruto, you will also be punished for painting the Hokage Stone Mountain. But I leave the punishment on Kushina. Below on the ground, Naruto was trying to run away while Kushina tried to catch him with her terrifying angry face. Now, to more serious business. There will be fewer combat missions from now on. So I will be opening an employment exchange from where various shinobi can pick jobs for themselves. The jobs range from a deliveryman, construction worker to an actor, and various others. All clan heads are urged to read the Constitution thoroughly and implement changes accordingly. Also, we will be having many student exchange programs with other villages soon to promote friendship. Trade between all villages will also be promoted. I want you all to be nice to outsiders, okay? Yes, sir. Please marry me. Absolutely. Alexander was shocked by the amount of respect people were showing Dabi. Did I make a mistake by becoming the Hokage, and was that a marriage proposal? Dabi raised his arms and motioned everyone to stop shouting. Okay, now with this, I end this public meeting. Also, because our dear Hokage just came with so much good news, Lord Hokage has decided to throw a party with his money. So, have fun. I don't remember talking about a party. Alexander narrowed his eyes at him. Come on, boss. You are one of the richest men on this multiverse. Don't fret about it. Dabi shrugged. Well, anyway, where is Hats, that furry rascal? He should be here, Alexander asked. Oh, he overdosed on catnip yesterday. Olivia put him to cutting the whole village's grass to reduce his heat. He's been at it since then. Dabi revealed. Sigh. Too chaotic, Alexander muttered and went inside his office. The envoy from Kumigakure had arrived in Konoha. They were going to sign that fake peace treaty. They were looking for a good opportunity to kidnap the Hyuga princess, but the security was too tight. However, now there was a festival going on in the village and it was a perfect opportunity for them. It was Hineda's 3rd birthday. She was a little weak girl who lost all her self-confidence because of constant pestering from her father on how she needs to be great and everything and become the next clan head. Eventually, the pressure was too much and she lost all her confidence. Sadly, little Hineda knew that this 3rd birthday won't be a happy moment for her, as she was supposed to witness the branding of Niji with the curse mark. She was saddened by the ceremony and didn't understand the need for this painful seal. So, after the ceremony, she went out of the house alone to cool things off. Fugaku Uchiha was one of the first to get a copy of the Constitution. He gathered a few elders of his clan and read it with them. Most of the constitution was good, he had to agree. It would promote peace and economic activity which will be good for the village. Then there were the civil rights that were also good and he could understand it. But then he reached the part where it said that now the clan head will not have the authority to kill or punish the members of the clan on their own. Everything will go through a judicial process where both sides will get to put forth their arguments and then the judge appointed by the Hokage will announce the punishment by the Code of Law, another book with punishments for all crimes detailed. There was also the point that said that everyone was subjected to the laws and points stated in the constitution. No one was above it. This is too much. He wants to take away the authority of the clan head. This cannot be allowed to happen. We cannot let an outsider meddle in the matters of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku angrily growled. Yes, Hokage has indeed overstepped his authority. Since the creation of Konoha we have been following these rules, they can't be changed so easily. An elder added. Huh, a disdainful noise came. Everyone turned around and saw Itaka standing by the door. His eyes were already activated, showing the Mangekyo Sharinon clearly. What rules are you talking about? The same rules that take away our humanity from us? The same rules that have made this clan nothing but a power-hungry mindless fanatical sect? You are all bigger fools than I took you for, Itaka said. He was now 10 years old, though he looked much older and didn't have the look of naivete on his face anymore. Fugaku angrily looked at him. You disgrace of a son, why have you come here? Huh, I don't need permission from a weakling like you, who tries to use his own son for his schemes. I have come to take my little brother and mother away, because your days are clearly numbered if you want to go against Lord Hokage. Did you all really forget who that man is? Did you forget that he's not just the Hokage but the strongest being in the world? It seems you all are still fooled by his smiling face. Good luck scheming. Fugaku Uchiha, Itaka didn't even call him father and just left for his home. He wasn't going to let his mother and little brother face torture anymore. He had earned enough money already to buy a new house just beside the 4th Hokage's home, though he suspected that Lord Hokage had knowingly told the dealer to give him a big discount. Fugaku gritted his teeth but didn't say anything. He didn't want to be on the receiving end of the ire of a Mangekyo Sharinon holder, like the last time he angered Itaka to awaken his Mangekyo by putting him in a genjutsu in which Suzuki and Mikato were brutally murdered in front of him. Itaka would have killed him that day if not for Shisui and Obito. I am going to talk to Hokage now. I will make him take this back. Fugaku announced and left. He couldn't do anything about Itaka taking away Suzuki and Mikato. For now, little Hinata was sitting by a tree all alone when a strange man walked up to her. He had half of his face covered. She was alerted by him. Who are you? How did you enter the Hyuga compound? Little girl, you are very hard to catch. The man replied in an evil tone and grabbed her. No, let me go. She tried to fight. Bam. The man knocked on the back of her head and made her fall unconscious. I should leave Konoha. He jumped out of the Hyuga compound and started running towards the boundary wall. The days for Hiruzen and Danzo weren't good, even more so during the winters. Danzo had it worse as he had to crawl all over the village on the cold streets. By now, they had been able to get forgiveness from 20,000 people. But, now the population had also increased and it seemed like their punishment would never be over. Danzo had totally lost his humanity and acted like a dog, while Hiruzen just followed Danzo like he was walking a dog as he cleaned the streets with his broom. He was cleaning the streets near the Hyuga compound when he saw a man jumping from the compound's wall. He saw a little girl in his arms. Isn't she the little princess of Hyuga clan? Hiruzen threw his broom at the man as fast as he could. Although he had a human body with no chakra now, the fighting experience was still in his muscles. Let her go, you mongrel, Hiruzen shouted as loud as he could, in hope that someone would hear to him. The masked man looked at the one who shouted in panic. But he eased up when he saw the worthless old Hokage. Ha ha ha, monkey, you dare to stop me? How are you going to do it though? You are even weaker than this little girl, he mocked. Hiruzen didn't think more and just jumped at the masked man with a kunao in his hand that he kept for self-defense from all the bullies on the streets. Being shamed and cursed at was a normal thing for him, but recently people had been throwing stones at him and some even beat him up in a gang, so he had bought a kunao from his little savings for self-defense. The masked man wasn't expecting this. He threw Hinata away to tackle Hiruzen. Hiruzen was much slower, however. The moment he got close enough to use his kunao, the masked man had already thrown 2 kunao at his chest. Both of them pierced his lungs deeply. Hiruzen coughed a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. He was looking at little Hyuga princess on the ground not far away, a look of worry still on his face. But then a shadow came from inside the Hyuga compound and confronted the masked man. Cough n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ah, dying like this is better. At least I can die with dignity, knowing that I saved someone, Hiruzen thought. Cough. I am sorry. Konoha, he lightly muttered and closed his eyes to finally rest since his punishments started 3 years ago. Life slowly started diminishing from his old and weak body. The masked man was immediately killed by Hayashi Hyuga. He then saw Hiruzen down on the street in a puddle of his own blood. By that time many more people had arrived. The Uchiha police also came. They quickly sent Hiruzen to the hospital even though he looked lifeless. The masked man's dead body was handed over to the police. Hayashi checked Hinata and made sure she wasn't injured. The masked man was soon confirmed to be from Kumo and he had come as an envoy. Alexander was in his office when he was notified about the incident. He got up to leave. Boss, the remaining 3 shinobi envoys from Kumo are here to talk to you. Dabi stopped him. Let's see what they are cooking. Send them in, he allowed him. After a while, 3 shinobi in their full battle gear entered his office. Their faces showed anger. What can I do for our dear envoys from Kumo? Alexander asked, putting an emphasis on the word envoy as they all knew the truth. Lord Hokage, we demand answers. How can you allow this to happen to our commander? They screeched. Alexander calmly smoked his pipe. Well, then your commander shouldn't have gone sightseeing inside Hyaga compound and tried to abduct a 3-year-old. You have no proof of that. For all we know, the clan head of the Hyaga clan killed our commander when we came here for peace talks. This is going to start another war, Lord Hokage. We urge you to punish them. The 3 haughtily said. Care to tell me your names? Alexander asked them. I am Hasako, I am Akio, and I am Eiji. Hats, come here. Alexander summoned. Poof. What can I do for you, boss? Hats appeared. His eyes were still reddened from the overdose of catnip. I want you to interrogate these 3 and get them to tell the truth why they came here. He instructed. Will you pay me in catnip? Hats asked as his saliva dripped from the sides of his mouth. Yeah, sure. Alexander agreed. He has really turned into an addict. I'll have to add that medicine to his catnip next time he planned. Hats cracked his furry knuckles and walked to the 3 shinobi. The next moment, he disappeared with them. That takes care of it. Now to the next objective, let's go and see the dead body, he said and got up. But the next moment someone barged into the office without knocking. It was Asuma Sarutobi, son of Hiruzen. The moment he entered he ran up to Alexander and kneeled near his feet. But at the same time, out of nowhere, a few Umbu appeared and put their weapons aimed at Asuma. Alexander looked at Umbu angrily. You fools, you were still secretly listening to me? This is my last warning. I don't need security. If you don't understand this I will dissolve the Umbu division. Go now. Then he looked at Asuma, still kneeling. What happened, kid? Lord Hokage, please save my father. Although I know he is a criminal, but please save him. He has lost too much blood and Lady Tsunade said only you can do something. I am ready to take my father's punishments, in his place. He pleaded. Why are you even doing this? I thought you hated him. Alexander asked. He is still my father. Our views may have been different but that doesn't change the fact that I exist because of him. This bond will never die. Asuma said. Sigh. Only if all sons were like you. You are a good lad. Let's go, before he passes away. Alexander said and walked out. Soon, he started flying with Asuma's body getting pulled behind him. Nov. L. B /JNN. They came to the hospital and entered the emergency room. How's it going, Tsunade? Lord Hokage, you came in time. I am not able to stabilize his heartbeat. She informed him. Step back, let me have a look, Alexander told her. He went close to Hiruzen's unconscious body. Both his lungs have been punctured. Can you save him? Biwako Sarutobi, wife of Hiruzen asked. She was supposed to die in Obito's raid on Konoha but Alexander happened. Absolutely, barely an inconvenience, Alexander replied and put his hand on Hiruzen's chest. Then he used natural energy to heal him. He noticed various bruises on his body that he received from the beating from all the street bullies and other malnutrition-related problems. It took a few minutes but in the end, Hiruzen's wounds were healed, though he was still unconscious. Tsunade was shocked. How did you do that, Lord Hokage? Haha, you still got a lot to learn, child. Also, you should start training in Senjutsu. It is much more helpful when it comes to healing, he advised her. He will stay like this for a few hours. He had lost too much but Tsunade has done a good job at giving him some blood, Alexander said and started to leave for the mortuary. But he stopped on his way and looked back at Asuma. You can take him home. But he will spend the rest of his life inside the Sarutobi clan's compound. He will still have to kill Danzo and Orochimaru on his own when the time comes. I may have decreased his punishment, but he is not pardoned. What he did was honorable but saving one child doesn't forgive you for killing 10, be it directly or indirectly. Asuma and Biwako bowed to him as he left. So, who's gonna count Danzo's apologies now? Dabi asked. Well, we still have those 2 elders still shouting around the village about their crimes. Put them to the job, he decided. After a while, they came to the mortuary. Alexander walked to the dead body and simply used his devil fruit power on it to reverse the body's time. The man woke up with a jump. Easy now, I am going to kidnap you, so stay silent. He materialized a funny-looking hammer and hit the guy on the head. Haha, kidnapping the kidnapper. Dabi laughed. Alright, let's go to my office and see what Hats has done with them, Alexander said and went out. Kumigakure had spent a lot of time preparing for this plan so they had sent a backup if everything failed and their guys got caught. A leftover ninja from Kumigakure who had come to Konoha hiding as a merchant went to the Hyaga compound to blackmail Hayashi Hyaga. The man you just killed was the shinobi commander of Kumo. A very important person for our village. It is going to bring the ire of Kumo to the whole Konoha, all due to the Hyaga clan. What will happen when more men, someone's father, or child die in another war? The whole Konoha will hate the Hyaga clan. The Kumo ninja said. What do you want? Hayashi emotionlessly asked. An eye for an eye. You killed an important person of ours, we will kill yours. You decide who it will be. Though I don't think it will be a hard decision for you, considering how every branch house is like a slave for you. Kumo ninja mocked him. Hayashi's eyes showed rare anger. Control your tongue, lest there may be none left. Go away, we will answer you by tomorrow. Sure, choose your slaughter pig wisely. The ninja said and left. The moment the ninja left, the sliding door opened and a man somewhat identical to Hayashi came in. Brother, I will go. He spoke. Hayashi tightened his fist in annoyance. I haven't decided yet. What options do we have left? We cannot let a war happen due to us. It will destroy all this clan has worked for all this time. Hisashi persuaded him. No, we still have an option left. Lord Hokage is no common man. He can deal with this. I think, Hayashi muttered, unsure of himself. At the same time in Kumogakure, I received a report from his intelligence division. It was about the activities of Alexander while he was missing. The moment he opened it and started reading it his scalp went numb. He couldn't think of anything except dread. The report said that Alexander had full control over all other great shinobi nations except Kumo. It also said that Hashirama and Tobirama had returned to life somehow. He looked out of his office at the village, thinking what would happen to it now, imagining the destruction. Fuck. Back in the office, in front of Alexander, Hat stood. In his hand was a whip and he was wearing a police uniform. The three ninjas he just tortured couldn't even stand and were now sitting on the ground, shivering and in tattered clothes. What did you do to them in such a short time? Alexander amusingly asked. Oh, I just hit them in their baby maker. Hats answered. Oof. Alexander and Dobby instinctively covered their crotches even though nothing could hurt their baby maker. It was just a natural response. Did I mention I hit them with stones, while they were sandwiched between ice walls from both sides, and at the same time I whipped them? Hats added. Alexander looked at him speechless. He just took out a packet of his medicinal catnip. Here's your reward. Meow. Hats jumped and snatched it and then went to the sofa to start his addiction night. This is the first time I've heard him meowing, Dobby commented. Cock knock. Hayashi entered the room. He was surprised to see the remaining 3 Kumo ninjas in the room and in that condition. Greetings, Lord Hokage. I have something important to talk about. He greeted. Sure, take a seat. Dobby put these 3 in the next room. Alexander instructed. Then Hayashi looked at Hats. Alexander laughed. Ignore him, he doesn't understand human words. For now, what can I do for you? Lord Hokage, a ninja from Kumo came to my house and... Hayashi went on to explain the whole situation to Alexander. Tell me, Hayashi Hyuga, didn't you tell Dobby some time ago that he doesn't have the right to interfere in your clan matters? Then why should I now? Are you going to come to me whenever you feel it is convenient to use me? Alexander asked. Hayashi had not expected this. He tried to argue, that was different. This is a matter of the whole village. If a war starts the whole village will suffer. No it won't. If a war starts, I'll just end it. But, if a war starts, it will certainly destroy the reputation of the Hyuga clan, which is why you are here. Alexander countered. Alexander saw the conflicted look on Hayashi's face. Let me guess, you are thinking of sacrificing your own twin brother, with whom you have shared your childhood memories. What do you want in return? Hayashi sternly asked. What I want is simple. Under the rights bestowed upon the people by the Constitution, they have a right to freedom. By the seal you have planted on the branch families, you have taken away their rights. This is a big offense and can land you in jail for a long time, even death, because what you are doing is simply slavery. Alexander told him. The curse seal exists to save the Hyuga clan's secrets of Byakugan. We cannot get rid of this seal. Hayashi replied. I'm not telling you to. I am absolutely okay with trying to keep your eyes a secret from your enemies. But, what comes with the seal is my problem. You hold the lives of others like they are caged birds. You can never feel how helpless it feels to have your life in someone else's hands and you can't do anything about it. Tell me, how would you feel if you had another child and then Hinata had to make her own brother or sister their slave? Alexander asked. Then what would a knowledgeable sage like you suggest we do? Hayashi mockingly asked. Well, I can give a new seal, that just keeps your Byakugan a secret in case someone from your clan dies. No holding others' lives in your hands. And before you argue that this seal has kept the branch members from revolting and fighting to become the new main family. Remember, except for the Hyuga clan, no other clan uses this seal and they seem to be just fine. All the anger in branch families is all because of the injustice faced by them due to you. You are the reason for all the problems and instead of solving them you just give them a big headache and make them stop speaking. You took away what made them human, their right to speak out against injustice. Nov. L. B//JNN. Imagine not being able to speak against something bad happening to you for generations. Of course, they will have anger against you, but you will have to win them over slowly. What I can promise is that I will help you if they really start a revolt. And, if you feel you cannot show compassion to them then let your brother become the clan head. Alexander explained. It all left Hayashi speechless. Alexander continued, I am just telling you, even if you don't agree with this, I will someday still come after you. You may think I am being too nosy but from my eyes, I see injustice happening. This is not the world it used to be, we are, and will always be at peace now, I can assure you. I need some time to think about this, Hayashi demanded. Alexander agreed, sure. Now, let's hear what the Kumo shinobi has to say about this facade. Dobby brought in the 3 ninjas. Okay, I want you all to truthfully tell me why you came to Konoha, and before one of you decides to lie, the punishment for lying will be 24 hours with that cat. Alexander threatened them. Their faces lost all the colors and they rushedly started confessing. We were on a mission from Retaking. We were supposed to kidnap the Hyuga princess and bring her to Kumo so we can learn the secrets of Byakugan. Yes, we had planned if we got caught we would force the Hyuga clan to give up one of their own in the name of fear of starting a war. Another one of them confessed. Alexander slowly cracked his knuckles. Okay then, let's go to Kumo and talk with Retaking himself. In a few seconds, Alexander, Dabi, Hayashi, and the three shinobi were standing in the Retaking office. Hayashi and the three shinobi were shocked beyond words. The pink door was magical. Currently, only Retaking was sitting in the office, all alone. Kid, I don't think you learned the lesson the last time. You turned out to be crazier than I thought. Boom. Alexander punched him in the face, throwing him at the wall. A lot of teeth fell out of his mouth. How you calm her? I asked in an unrecognizable voice, not being able to properly speak due to the loss of so many teeth. Magic, but you're going to see the not so nice side of magic. You dared to threaten to start a war when I had just ended one? Even when I saved your father from a war. You ungrateful, ignorant, and foolish man. Alexander scolded him. Soon, many Kumo shinobi started pouring into the Retaking office due to all the ruckus. Anyone who tries to save him will be beaten. B, go and bring your father. Go. Alexander announced. B quickly went out to look for his father, who was chilling by a lake and fishing. Third Retaking used his lightning speed to appear back in the village. What is going on here? He loudly asked the moment he appeared inside his somewhat destroyed office. Ask your son, Alexander pointed out. The third Retaking looked at A with a questioning gaze. What did you do? A was beaten up a lot so he couldn't speak properly and it was hard to understand. So Alexander spoke, let me tell you. Your smart son here sent your Kumo commander and some other ninjas to Konoha in the name of signing a peace deal. But, their real motive was to kidnap the 3-year-old Hyuga princess to learn about their eyes. But, they all got caught and your commander was killed by Hayashi. That wasn't it. The ninjas then threatened war if Konoha didn't apologize for killing your commander and blackmailed the Hyuga clan head for handing over a member of the Hyuga clan to be killed. So, here I am, to get some answers and give punishment. No one is allowed to wage wars while I am in this world. If you do, you aren't just my enemy but an enemy of the world. If you don't believe me, listen to them. Alexander made the 3 ninjas he caught blurt out everything. Third Retaking was shocked and angered with this. What kind of stupid plan was this? Lord Sage controls 4 of the great shinobi nations. What gave you the confidence to do this? B, tell me, is everything Lord Sage said right? He asked A. B simply nodded. Sigh. The third Retaking looked back at Hayashi and deeply bowed. I ask for forgiveness for my son's sins. Please forgive him this time. Alexander shook his head. No, not this time. The reason why I took control of other great nations is because most of the time, a war starts due to them. Under one rule, they have no reason to wage war. So, I am annexing the Lightning Country and Kumogakuer. You have already lost my trust with your mindless attempt to start another war. Surprisingly, the third Retaking didn't oppose him. He already knew Alexander closely and was a very good friend of his. If it is you, I got no problem. As long as peace can ensue and people still live happily, I am ready to let this happen. Father, what are you saying? How can why? I tried to argue. Bam. He only received a slap from his father. Perhaps, I rushed too much. You were not ready to become the Retaking. A boy like you who lived his whole life inside these walls in peace can never know the pain of war. I should have taught you better. Good, Dabi will become the new Retaking and daimyo. And here you go, your so-called peace envoys, though don't expect any work from them now. They are worth even less than a civilian now, he said and threw the 4 men at A. Hayashi was surprised to see the man he killed still alive. Ah, don't be shocked. I brought him back to life. Though I didn't have to use him to confess to his crimes. Alexander said. This shocked Hayashi too much. He just learned that the sage had control over even life and death. Alexander then looked at Dabi. You know what to do. You are the boss here now. I will return to Konoha and deal with the Hyuga clan matter. Fugaku Uchiha will also probably come to find me in the office. Inform me if you need anything. Sure, boss, I'll deal with everything here and I guess I should call you Sage King now, Dabi joked. Haha, that does sound nice. With that, Alexander disappeared with Hayashi. Dabi looked around at the mess in the office. What are you looking at? Start cleaning this mess. Third Retaking, you are to do whatever you were doing. Just enjoy your life. And maybe take your sons with you and teach them a thing or two. Retaking sighed and dragged B and A behind him. Alexander returned to Konoha with Hayashi. Lead me to your clan compound. I will show you the new seal. Until now, Hayashi was all in the support of the practice of curse seal. But it changed when the one facing the consequences of it was his own brother. Hayashi led him to the Hyuga compound, where Alexander saw a little girl sitting by the courtyard. Ah, this must be our little Hinata. Alexander warmly said, catching her attention. Hinata, being the meek and shy girl she was, ran back into the house like a wolf had come to eat her. Ha ha ha, she is very shy, Alexander remarked. That is exactly the problem, Hayashi mumbled. He respectfully brought him into his house and called his brother. What is it, Lord Hayashi? Hisashi, Lord Hokage wants to check the curse seal, Hayashi told him. Alexander was surprised to see them together side by side. Both were twins but the facial expressions of the two were so different. Hayashi had an expressionless strict face while Hisashi had a calm, cheerful, and kind face. Hisashi nodded and silently took down his headband and showed his bare forehead with a greenish cross mark on it. Alexander walked forward and put his palm on his forehead. Well, this seal is pretty simple, at least the aspect of punishing is very simple. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. On the other hand, the aspect of safeguarding the Byakugan was intricately made. Honestly, if I were to guess, I'd say that somewhere in the past, a clan head added the punishing part to the seal. You mean it wasn't originally meant to be like this? Hayashi asked. I have my doubts, but let me ask Hamura at Satsuki, Alexander said and took out an orb, similar to what he gave to Hago Romo. The two sage brothers now lived together in their dimension. Hey, Hago Romo, can you ask your brother if he's the one who made this curse seal of Hyuga clan? Alexander asked. Soon, a voice came, I was the one who made the technique to protect the eye but not the curse seal, Lord Sage. In the past, at some point, the Hyuga clan encountered a feud between two brothers who both believed they should be the clan patriarch. To decide which should lead, a battle was held between them. The victor became the clan patriarch and, in order to protect himself from the ire of his brother and his brother's family, they developed the Hyuga clan cursed seal. This cursed seal was forever branded on a majority of the clan as the branch family. From then on, whenever a clan head had more than one child, it was their decision who would inherit the leadership of the clan. Hayashi and Hisashi were shocked not by hearing the story but by seeing the projection of Hamura. Both of them kowtowed to him. Hamura scoffed at them, Get up, I am not some kind of a god that you need to pray to. You have poured dirt on the legacy I left behind. The Hyuga clan was meant to be honest and just, but you all corrupted the whole clan. My brother and I fought to stop the forceful slavery induced by our mother and here you are, enslaving your own clan. Hago Romo then appeared in the projection, Calm down, brother. It is not their fault. Their ancestors were the ones who made the curse seal. They, on the other hand, have the chance to right the wrong. Alexander nodded, Yes, this is why. Alexander put his hand back on Hisashi's forehead and edited the seal. It worked in a way that if the person dies their eyes will become dead like a hard drive in a microwave. He edited it and removed the part that allows the control of the seal to anyone else. Now, its only use was to safeguard Byakugan. He also told the method to Hayashi. Done, now you just need to repeat this with all branch members of your clan. I hope you don't disappoint your ancestors and do the right thing. Alright, see you later then. Alexander said and dashed away. On his way out, he saw Hinata peeking at him from a corner. Alexander walked up to her, much to her shock. Hey, little one. Don't run away from me. Do you know about me? Alexander asked. She meekly nodded. Yes, you are Lord Hokage. Correct, but it is grandpa for you. Do you know what grandpas give to their grandkids? He asked. She confusedly looked at his face and shook her little head. Haha, they give them lots of candies and spoil them. He said and took out a bag filled with chocolates and other tasty items. Here, take this. Share this with your friends and siblings, okay? He said and patted her head softly. Yes, Lord Hokage, she meekly responded and ran away to her cousin in the distance. Haha, what sweet little child. Alright, time to deal with Uchiha clan and then start with the whole Kaguya thing once and for all. He muttered to himself and walked to his office. Now, even Dabi wasn't there to help him with things. The best he had was Hats and Berry and he didn't know if he should ask them to help. On his way, he looked around at the busy streets. Much had changed in Konoha. Now people were more focused on working harder and creating a better life for themselves, instead of working to save up so they can survive the next war. On his way, he saw Danzo still crawling the streets and asking for forgiveness. Then he reached the glass case of the snake Orochimaru. On the glass case, number 20,000 was written, signifying telling him how far away he was from death. The white snake started getting anxious seeing him. Don't worry, I won't show mercy on you. You still have days left, keep on counting. He was near the Hokage building when someone bumped into him. He looked down and it was a boy in an all-green jumpsuit. Behind him, Kakashi was running at a similar speed and he also bumped into the back of the jumpsuit boy, sandwiching him between himself and wall like Alexander. What are you two doing? Alexander asked. Ha ha ha, Lord Hokage, Kakashi and I were racing to a Hokage stone mountain. I was showing him my power of youth. Oh, I didn't introduce myself, I am. I know who you are Might Guy, right? Alexander said. Whoa, you know me? Might Guy asked with a disbelieving face. Of course, you are the student and son of the greatest taijutsu user in the world, Might Do. Alexander proudly said. Guy was left speechless by this, his eyes widening. Why you know my father? He asked. Alexander nodded. Of course, he may not be able to use ninjutsu and genjutsu, he still has the strength to best even the best of shinobi. Why don't you go and bring your father to my office? I have something to talk with him. Guy excitedly nodded. Yes, I will. Guy started running away, but Alexander caught his collar. Wait, you two were dangerously running around, so you will be working in my office for a few hours now and organizing the books and cleaning it. Kakashi and Guy's shoulders fell and they followed him behind. Alexander had a wide grin. Hihi, I might not have to use Hats and Berry. On his way, he saw all the tailed beasts marching towards his office in a neat line. They were singing a new song too. Kome, Ji-chan gives us chocolates every day. All of them, we love it. Matadabi, Ji-chan gives us fish every day. All of them, we love it. Saiken, Ji-chan gives us tasty drinks every day. All of them, we love it. Isabu, Ji-chan gives us hot pot every day. All of them, we love it. Sengoku, Ji-chan gives us bananas every day. All of them, we love it. Kokia, Ji-chan gives us tasty meat every day. All of them, we love it. Jayaki, Ji-chan gives us fruits every day. All of them, we love it. Karema, Ji-chan gives us cheese every day. All of them, we love it. Shikaku, Ji-chan gives us ramen every day. But this time they didn't reply and instead stopped and stared at Shikaku. Bam. Karema, who was standing behind Shikaku, knocked on his head. Shikaku, you spoiled it all. Ji-chan pays us and Uncle Tuki gives us ramen. Shikaku embarrassingly scratches his head. Sorry guys. Then he continued. Shikaku, Ji-chan gives us money for ramen every day. All of them, and we buy it. With this, they finished their song. Alexander walked up to the little comedians. What are my potatoes doing? Ji-chan. All the tailed beasts forget what they were doing and jumped into his arms happily. Alexander had to enlarge himself to hold all of them. He went into his office with all the fluffies in his arms and Guy and Kakashi following him behind. Inside his office, he found Fugaku waiting for him. Just the mere sight of all the tailed beasts acting like children with Alexander was enough to pressurize him. Fugaku imagined what holding such power felt like. Having the ability to control not just one country destroying beasts but 9. My potatoes, go and have fun on the sofa, I'll be back to you in a minute. He sent the tailed beasts to the side of the room. He looked back. You two start cleaning and putting the books on shelves. Kakashi and Guy got to work immediately. What can I do for you, Fugaku Uchiha? Alexander asked and walked to his seat. Fugaku put a copy of the Constitution on the table. Thanks, but I have hundreds of copies in the storage. Alexander joked. I do not agree with some of the things in this. You want to take away the rights of clan heads to control their clans. This is unacceptable. Fugaku angrily said. Oh, really? But I say, a clan head is nothing but a representative of his clan who can put forth problems and requests of the clan to the head of the country. You do not have the right over the people of your clan. Nobody owns them, not even me. Alexander replied. I am sure many more clan heads would disagree with you on that, Fugaku added. Well, I just returned from Hyaga clan house, they seem to have no problem. And beside you, no other clan head came to me. Alexander shut him up with this. So, there is no other option? Fugaku asked. But Alexander felt like the man was planning something. Though no matter what it was, it would be stupidity in front of Alexander. Yay, in fact, I am going to conduct elections in every clan in Konoha. New leaders will be elected by majority vote. Alexander revealed. Oh, is that so? Then maybe I should become the Hokage instead of you. It would be nice if you gave me the seat nicely. Fugaku said, viciousness apparent in his voice. Look, before you do something stupid, just remember who you are messing with. I hope you don't regret this later. I don't have any personal vendetta against you. Your methods of running the clan are outdated in this era of peace, that is why my rules are necessary. Alexander warned him and just waited to see what the man was planning. Soon, he noticed a weird pattern appear in his eyes. Oh, he also has a mangekyo? No wonder he was confident in revolting and starting a new village, Alexander thought. Soon, he felt something attacking his mind. But his occlumency shields were too strong and it didn't take long for him to realize, he is using time torture on me? What was this called? Yeah, Tsukuyomi. Fugaku's eyes shined for a second. Alexander decided to go along and looked into Fugaku's head and saw what he wanted to torture him. He was disappointed with it. It wasn't much, just physical punishment and repeatedly brainwashing to make him docile and subservient to Fugaku. He also saw a few of his memories. In them, he saw that he wasn't in favor of revolting, and was forced to agree to it due to pressure from other elders. Alexander waited for the effect of Tsukuyomi to end. It was a terrifying technique that allows the user to alter the target's perception of time to torture their victim for hours, to days, to years, depending on just how long the user wants to torment their victims, which all lasts 1/1000th of a second in real time. Fugaku had planned to torture Alexander for 5 years. Soon Alexander felt that the Tsukuyomi was ending, so he started to act. Lord Fugaku, I will immediately change the constitution. I will quickly send words to Lord Daimyo to sponsor you as the next Hokage. I will quit when you say, Lord Fugaku, Alexander spoke. Fugaku nodded with a smirk and then looked at the tailed beasts innocently playing on the sofa. Poof x8. Damn it, not again, Karema complained and vanished. Fugaku was shocked seeing the tailed beasts disappearing suddenly when he tried to control them. You shouldn't have done that, a voice came from behind him. Fugaku turned around and was spooked as Alexander stood too close to him. Nov, L, B /JNN. Alexander slapped Fugaku's face so hard that jaw got dislocated. Bam. He again slapped him on the other cheek, this time 1 or 2 of his teeth fell down. What you just did was the highest level of crime. Conspiring against the leader of the country, trying to start a coup, misusing Sharingan powers to mind control, misusing the powers to herd the tailed beasts. I even wrote this part in bold characters in Constitution. You didn't just commit crimes against me, but the whole Konoha. Your eye powers are ineffective on me. If defeating me was so easy, I wouldn't be alive right now. I gave you a chance but you didn't take it. I don't care if you were forced to do this now, you are still an accomplice. Guards. He shouted. In a second, multiple Umbu came in. Put him in the prison cell. Alexander walked to Fugaku, helped him to get up, and also blocked all his chakra pathways temporarily. This way, he was just like Might Do, who couldn't use ninjutsu. But Fugaku was even worse as he wasn't trained like Do in taijutsu. Take him away, Alexander ordered. On the side of the room, Guy and Kakashi were looking at everything stupidly. Words of this shouldn't go out at any cost. He reminded them. Even if he wanted to punish Fugaku, he wasn't going to publicize it as then people would start hating the Uchiha clan. Both of them strongly nodded their heads. Then Alexander disappeared to check up on all the tailed beasts in Fahame. The tailed beasts were fine. He just found them playing with the phoenixes and unicorns. So, Alexander returned and called Obito, Itaki, and his mother to his office. Old man, you called me. Obito came in. Behind him, Itaka was with his mother and little Suzuki, who was the same age as Naruto. Yes, I need to talk to you. Something happened not long ago, Alexander said. But first, he sent Suzuki to sit on the side and gave him an ice cream. Itaki, your father came here not long ago. He had Mangekyo Sharinon and tried to put me in at Tsukuyomi so he could become the Hokage. Then, he tried to put the little-tailed beasts under it. Of course, it didn't affect me and I caught him red-handed. I have put him in jail. He told them everything. They were surprised by this. But not Mikoto. She seemed as if it wasn't a surprise for her, and Itaki noticed it. Mother, did you know about this? Itaki asked her. She slowly nodded. Yes, during the end of the war, your father gained the Mangekyo Sharinon due to some unknown method. He refrained from sharing this detail with most people. He thought he was the strongest Uchiha but later found out about you, Shisui, and Obito. He thought if you also attain Mangekyo, you would join him in his mission. Alexander nodded. Although he didn't kill anyone that he shouldn't have, he still tried to endanger the peace. The mentality of the Uchiha clan must change as in my eyes, there are no clans and families, there are only humans. Fugaku will be trialed privately. Only a few elders from the Uchiha clan and other clans will know about this. He won't be executed but some other fitting punishment will be given. Mikoto bowed to him and thanked. Thank you, Lord Hokage, by doing this you are protecting the dignity of the clan and my family. I only work for peace. Now, Obito, you will nominate yourself for the post of next clan head. Itaki, you along with Shisui will support him. You three are publicly known to have the Mangekyo Sharinon so you will have the loudest voice, he revealed. Itaki nodded. He was much at ease after finding out who the next clan head would be. He had seen Obito fight. He may seem like a goofy happy-go-lucky person but his skills were top-notch in every way. You can all go now, I will inform you when the trial starts. Alexander dismissed them. Boom. Lord Hokage, what did my son do? Did he break the rules? Might Do entered with a dramatic look on his face. The son and father looked and behaved exactly the same. No, nothing too big. But I did want to talk to you. Have a seat, Might Do. Alexander invited him. Alexander admired Do. Do spent his entire career as a genin, causing many to look down upon him and earned him the epithet of the Eternal Genin. Despite this, after 20 years of tireless training, Do perfected how to use all 8 gates. Yes, Lord Hokage, what can I do for you? Do asked seriously. I want you to show me your 8th gate technique, Alexander asked him. Do was taken aback a bit. Lord Hokage, I would love to show it but you do know that the 8th gate causes the body to continuously heat up until it's been cooked from the inside out, reducing the user to ash. Even the power of my youth can't save me after that. I do know about this. But I am not an ordinary man. Maybe I will be able to find a way to make it so you can use the 8th gate without side effects. My knowledge is vast. And, I can guarantee you that no matter what happens you will not die, Alexander assured him. Without waiting, Might Do stood up. If that's the case, I will show you the gate of death. Wait, not here, let's go to the forest of death. Kakashi, go and inform all the clan heads and Konoha advisors to come to the forest of death. Alexander ordered. Kakashi quickly ran out. Might Guy, on the other hand, was a bit worried about his father. Father, are you sure about this? He asked. Might Do showed a toothy smile. Ha ha ha, I never back down from a challenge, Guy. And didn't Lord Hokage assure me I wouldn't die? I trust him. It didn't take long and soon a small crowd gathered in the forest of death. So, who is going to be my opponent? Might Do asked. Alexander looked at the small crowd. Ah, there he is. Jiraiya will fight you. Jiraiya came forward while scratching his hand. He didn't know what he was supposed to do with an adult genin. Are you sure, old man? He asked. Yes, I am. Get ready, you two. Alexander told them and stepped back a bit. Jiraiya looked at the mustached man. Let's wait for him to start. Do first greeted Jiraiya as he was a respected senin. Thank you for agreeing to do this, Lord Jiraiya. In front of Jiraiya, Do stood still and started shouting. Soon Do's skin turned red as he opened the 3rd gate, Gate of Life. There were more changes like pupils disappearing, the hair standing on end, and bulging veins all over the body. Then he opened the Gate of Wonder. His body started sweating some blue liquid. The sweat immediately evaporated, creating an aura around Do that can be mistaken for chakra. Do's muscles started to rupture. Alexander noticed it and sent some natural energy nourishment to him. This had a positive effect and the aura increased so much that a few trees got ripped off near them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Gate of Death. Do shouted. The Gate of Death, the 8th gate, was located at the heart. Do opened this gate by puncturing his chest with his thumb in order to direct the chakra there. In this gate, while open, the user's heart pumps at maximum speed, granting them power 100 times greater than they are usually capable of. A stream of blood gets emitted from the user's pores and hair, resembling a flaming red aura. Opening this gate allows the user to perform the evening elephant and night guy. It causes the body to continually heat up until it's been burned from inside out and reduces the user to ash. The burning was obvious on Do's body as it was already looking like degrading. Now, Do shouted. Jiraiya had instantly realized that this was not going to be easy. He got serious and waited for the strike. Boom. What was that? I didn't even see him coming. Jiraiya though as his body was thrown away. He collided with a few trees before stopping. Alexander was honestly surprised by this. The power boost was immense. He doubted that Jiraiya would be able to deal with this alone. Hashi, Tobi, and Minato, you three join too. He told them. The three quickly jumped towards Might Do. Hashirama and Tobirama's strength was already a legend. Adding Minato's speedy attacks was difficult for Might Do to handle. Not to mention, Do's body was constantly in pain and getting destroyed, so he would get worse with time. But Do was still beating each of them every once in a while. The area of the Forest of Death was now deformed beyond recognition. It looked like a wasteland. The moment 3 minutes passed, Alexander told them to stop. More than this would surely kill Do. Even though he could revive him, he'd rather not let Do's son see him dying. Stop now, boys. He shouted. Everyone stopped whatever attack they were preparing. Alexander appeared before the still reddened body of Do. It was thoroughly burned and he was surprised the man was still standing and showing a smile. Did you like my power of youth, Lord Hokage? He asked. Alexander smiled and put his left hand on his shoulder. Aaaaa. Do screamed in pain. His body from inside was burnt, so even a slight touch was immensely painful. Easy now, you will be healed in a jiffy, Alexander assured him. He used the healing technique on him, but it was not enough. So he took out a few healing potions and poured them over his body. Here, drink this. He gave him a bottle. In a few minutes, his normal skin color returned and his pain vanished. Might Do, being able to hold your ground against this many cage and beyond cage level ninjas is a feat that not many can do. You are a great fighter, Might Do. This is why I am promoting you to the rank of Jonin. Congratulations, he announced. Guy ran to his father excitedly. Finally, the eternal Genin tag will be removed from his father. I invited all the clan heads and other important people of the village to witness this, so that they won't question me later. I hope they are satisfied with your performance, he said. Everyone else understood that his words were directed at them. They all nodded their heads strongly. Good, now to the next matter. Many of you must be wondering why the Uchiha clan head is not here. Well, I have bad news. Before I came here, Fugaku came to my office. He didn't want my meddling in the clan matters according to the new constitution. He wanted to change it. I rejected his request. Then, surprisingly, he activated his Sharingan, which turned out to be Mangekyo Sharingan. He tried to put me in Tsukuyomi and control the tailed beasts playing in the office. Of course, I was able to easily deflect his attack. But his crime was grave. I had him arrested. Now, I will judge him for his crime in front of you. I don't want this to go public as it would destroy the image of the Uchiha clan, which I am trying to improve. So, I hope you all will keep your lips tight. None of them wanted to anger him, so they nodded. Mikoto Uchiha and Itachi also came to witness the trial. Fugaku would also be given a chance to defend himself. After that, Alexander brought Fugaku. Fugaku Uchiha, you are charged with attempt to murder, treason, and attempt to cause unrest in the village. Also, misuse of Sharingan and Genjutsu. Do you have anything to say? He asked. Fugaku scoffed. What does it matter? You have already decided what you will do with me. Just kill me and get over it. Alexander shook his head. No, you are wrong. Fugaku, you need to understand something. You must be feeling like, this old man who came out of nowhere and took over the world is now trying to tell you what's right and wrong. But maybe you should sit down and think for once about the level of different reality we both live in. To me, the whole world is important. I don't want wars, orphans to be sad, murders, or any other crime. I want to establish forever peace. On the other hand, your eyes are only looking at the village. You want to be the Hokage and control this village. You don't care about anything else. Tell me, since the day I became the Hokage, did any murder happen in Konoha? Uchihas runs the police force, so you should know that. Simply said, I am an ancient, thousands of years old man. I have lots of experience with different things. My power is beyond what you can imagine. I don't care about your little schemes and power play. All I care about is that people stay happy. Open your eyes, Fugaku Uchiha. Your existence is like a grain of sand in the vast universe. Wait, you probably don't even know what the universe is. Let me show you. Wait, I'll show you all. Alexander used the Force's ability to project images directly into everyone's brain. They all found themselves standing in a black space. This is what the whole universe used to be. There was nothing. Suddenly a white dot appeared and it started expanding at a very fast speed. The time fast-forwarded and slowly many stars and planets formed around them. A sun formed too nearby. All the shining dots you see around are suns and many of them have multiple planets revolving around them. He told them. Then where they were standing, a planet started to form under their feet. In the beginning, it was just a volcanic mess. Then it rained, Ice Age came, and then humans evolved from the small single-cell organisms. This is the origin of humanity. Now, do you still want to conquer a small village or this small planet, knowing there could be hundreds of species in space like Kaguya at Suzuki, who may or may not be stronger than you all? What if they decided to visit someday and they don't turn out to be very friendly? He asked them all. With that, he also stopped the show. Soon the normal vision came back. But to their surprise, they weren't on the destroyed battlefield now. There was a jungle around them again, even lusher than before. Don't be shocked, I just healed the ground. Now, what do you have to say, Fugaku Uchiha? Alexander finally asked. Fugaku started speaking. This village was formed by the combined efforts of both the Uchiha and Senju clan. But since its inception, we Uchihas have been facing discrimination. No matter what we do, people always look at us with suspicion. I wanted the Uchiha clan to have a chance to show that we are good, that we also want peace and progress in the village. But the fight between Madara and Hashirama had already sowed seeds of hatred. We were like third-class citizens in the village we helped to establish. Lord Tobirama also doubted the loyalty of my clan when he was the Hokage. After that, when we finally had a chance, Minato Namikaze was chosen. We are never considered for the post of Hokage even after being one of the strongest clan with the strongest warriors. I wanted to end this, which is why I attacked you, seeing no other option. This is why I was always hard on my son, because I wanted him to be the one to break this chain. Fugaku said, looking at Itachi in the distance. Alexander somewhat agreed with his words. The Uchiha clan was indeed seen with a hint of suspicion. People seem to fear them naturally. Sigh. I agree with you a little, but what you did to Itachi was absolutely wrong. You will certainly get punished, though it won't be an execution. I can forgive you for attacking me and my kids, but I cannot forgive you for the treason and what you did to Itachi. You need to ask for forgiveness from him, Alexander told him. Fugaku looked at Itachi quietly. I can forgive you for treating me like that, but never for treating Mother and Suzuki so harshly. You were my father only in name, as I rarely saw you acting like one, Itachi said and left. Alexander nodded at Shisui to follow him and talk to Itachi to ease him. Okay, Fugaku. Your punishment is that from now on, you will not be able to use your Sharingan. I am also locking your ninjutsu abilities to a genin level. You are also to fight Obito when he challenges you to the position of clan head. He will let you admit defeat respectfully. You can just claim that Obito has Manjikyu which cannot be beaten. He told him. All these things shook him, but he kept looking down and accepted it. He had seen too many things that day and had lost all his motivations after realizing how small he was. It wasn't just him though. Fugaku was now thinking how small he was to be so worried about keeping the clan head position when it was such a small thing that he had intentionally made big. Jiraiya was wondering if there existed alien beauties on whom he could do his so-called research. Hashirama and Tobirama were thinking about what alien societies would be like. Would they also be fighting people like them? Obito was thinking of taking Rin on a date someday to the beautiful space. Minato was wondering if he could use his flying thunder god technique and reach the moon. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Might Do was thinking about spreading the power of youth to aliens. Might Guy was thinking about racing Kakashi to the moon. After this whole ordeal, Alexander returned to his office. He saw Barry, Hats, and all the tailed beasts doing something there while sitting in a circle. Hats seemed to be normal now. His medicinal catnip most probably got rid of his addiction. What are you all doing? He warmly asked. Oh, Ji-chan, we all are sharing stories from our life, Kokuo answered. Oh, then let me join you. Let's see what stories you got, he said and sat beside them. Dad, you will have to tell us a story first, Barry voiced. Oh, what do you want to know about? Alexander asked. They all thought for a second. Then Saiken spoke. Why do you always wear glasses, Ji-chan? Oh, there is a story behind this. I wear them because I love to wear them. When I was just 6 years old, a small little boy like you all here. He picked up Matatabi beside him and put her on his lap and caressed her head. Hehe. She and all the others giggled seeing that. As you know, I was an orphan, and never had money to buy things. Even our clothes used to be from second-hand markets and donations. Then one day, a wealthy man came to the orphanage to adopt a kid. He had a big long car and was wearing a nice suit. But what caught my attention was his sunglasses. They looked so good and I fell in love with them. I also wanted glasses but didn't have money. So, I followed the man to the waiting area. There, I saw him checking on a baby in the cradle. He had put his sunglasses on a table by the side. I went ahead and put them on, just to check them out. I was mesmerized by the change in colors. It felt so much nicer to look through them. But, the big man saw me and got angry at me, saying how expensive it was and even if he sold me he wouldn't get the money back and I shouldn't have touched it. He snatched the glasses back and slapped me hard. Being a powerless little boy, I cried that whole night. But the next day I was determined. I decided I will grow up and buy the best glasses in the world and never take them off. So, I grew up and became the richest man in the world and bought all the glasses I ever dreamt of and never took them off again. Did you punish the bad man, Ji-chan? Matatabi intriguingly asked. I didn't need to. I looked for the man after growing big and found out that he was caught for child abuse and was in prison for 50 years. Alexander replied. Hehe, Ji-chan, I want glasses too. Give me. They all ran up to him. Ha ha ha, sure my children. He dotted on them and put different glasses on each of their chubby faces. Hats, Barry, you come too. He called them. Knock knock. Hashirama and Tobirama came in. They were shocked by the scene. Ha ha ha, come in, here, you two should wear these too, Alexander said and handed them glasses. The next day, Alexander went to the Konoha hospital. He had already given Tsunade enough time to study all she could and now it was time to test her. How much have you learned till now, Tsunade? He asked. Lord Hokage, I have yet to learn everything about the surgical methods. She informed him about all her studies. Alexander was honestly surprised that she tried to learn everything and not just one field. Normally, doctors on Earth would specialize in one field but Tsunade was going for them all and from her current level, he had no doubt she would be able to do it. Good, I came here to teach you some things that these books won't. I will also show you some advanced machinery that can be more useful for saving someone's life than conventional methods. He told her. Tsunade had stars in her eyes. Have you overcome your hemophobia? He asked. Yes, I have. Grandpa and Grandma helped me a lot. Tsunade confessed. Good, come with me to the empty hall. He told her. They soon came to the place and Alexander took out lots of different machinery. This machine is called an MRI machine. It can be very useful in understanding the hidden problems inside the body without cutting it open. This one is an X-ray machine. It can be used to see through the human flesh and learn of a bone that is broken or if there is a foreign object inside the body. This one is a life-saving machine called ventilator. Alexander showed her many more machines and taught her how to use them, the precautions and steps to follow. You are doing very well, Tsunade. But you alone cannot do this completely. Hence, I will look for a talented assistant for you. Alexander suggested to her. Maybe I can be your assistant, Tsunade-chan, a voice came from the door. Alexander looked at it and saw a smiling Jiraiya with a bouquet of flowers. Arg, not you again. How many times have I told you, I won't go out with you. I am busy. Tsunade threw the bouquet back to his face. Oh, does that mean you would go out with me if you were not busy? Jiraiya asked. Alexander noticed a very small blush on Tsunade's face. Ah, why don't you two join me for the marriage of Mizukage? He invited the whole Konoha n/o/vel/b/c/om. Jiraiya jumped at the opportunity. That would be great, old man, you don't worry, we will be ready. Jiraiya then pushed Alexander out so Tsunade could not refute. Pop. Boss, I need help. Hats appeared out of nowhere. Alexander kept on walking while the cat followed him while flying. What did you do now, Hats? He asked. I didn't do anything. In fact, I need to do something. I think I am getting out of control, my powers are becoming unstable. When I was not with you and lived in my realm, I never had to worry about causing problems. But now, my body is overflowing with chaos power. I need to let it out somewhere. Hats seriously said. Alexander stopped and looked at his face. But your face looks like you are lying. Hats innocently shook his head. No, boss. My face always looks like this. It's not my fault. I am really serious right now. Sigh. Okay, if you need a place to cause your chaos, come with me, he said and picked up Hats. He teleported into his dimensional pocket and chose an uninhabited planet in his solar system. On this planet, you can cause as much chaos as you want. Hats started running around while purring. Ah, this place is perfect. This will be my realm from now on. I will call this Chaosheim, the home of the Chaos God. All right, have fun. I am going to Fiheim. Alexander teleported away. In Fiheim, he was greeted by a huge group of phoenixes dancing in the sky for some reason. Alexander got interested and went to the village of phoenixes. He saw Barry there with his wife Red. What is going on here? Barry turned to him, showing his arms. In them was a baby phoenix. Ha ha ha, I have a grandson phoenix now, Alexander happily asked. Barry nodded and came to him. Alexander delicately held the little phoenix. He had half of his feathers blue and half red and looked absolutely beautiful. Did you choose a name for him? Alexander asked. Barry nodded. I have named him Alan. Hihi, I took the first 2 letters of your name. Alexander warmly looked at little Alan who had not even opened his eyes fully. Little Alan, may you always be healthy and happy. He gave his blessings to Alan and gave him back to Barry. Well, this is a big occasion, this requires a celebration. Let's party in Fiheim, he announced. All the phoenixes danced in joy. Barry was their king after all and Alan was now their precious prince. Amegakur, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had changed the village a lot. The standard of living was very high now and the cost of living was also very affordable. They didn't just focus on the village but the whole country of Rain. Because of Alexander, they received much economic aid that helped them uplift the whole country. Now, as there was no fear of war, people started to return to their original lands and started cultivating it, removing the food shortage in the country. The number of orphans had also become negligent thanks to Ymir's orphanages and his moving sculptures that helped him in his work. What should we focus on now? What about the transportation system? The population is prospering but they need good roads to take their products to places. Let's create a highway that leads to major places in AIM and also to other country borders. Then start smaller roads from the main highways to lesser areas. Konan suggested in their weekly meeting. Currently, Alexander was the official leader of AIM and the 3 were the ones controlling it on behalf of him. Nagato nodded. Yeah, this can benefit the people a lot. All this time, Nagato had continued learning senjutsu and was now much better physically as the lost chakra to his eyes was recovered from nature. Then let's do this, Yahiko approved. Just as the meeting was ending, suddenly a black shadow came from the ground and grabbed Nagato. It started to drag him with him. Konan and Yahiko quickly attacked it but to no avail. Poof. Shocking to all of them, Nagato suddenly disappeared. Black Zetsu was shocked but he calmed himself and aborted his mission. Must be that old monster, that freak Black Zetsu cursed. But Yahiko and Konan were calm. The old man was right, Nagato's eyes are really planted. And that person wants them back now, Yahiko spoke. Good thing Grandpa was aware of it and took emergency measures. I hope Nagato is okay, Konan worriedly added. In Fihame, the party was going on. All the people and beasts were hogging food. There were a lot of cakes all around them. Ha ha ha. I can eat that whole cake in one bite, Kome, Saiken challenged. I can eat 2 cakes in one bite, Fatty, Kome refuted. Oh, then let's try, Saiken accepted. Kome walked to his cake and opened his mouth to eat it. Boom. But suddenly something fell on the cake, spreading it everywhere, even on Kome. Alexander looked at the noise and saw Nagato. He immediately understood everything. Haha, good timing. Enjoy the party, Nagato. We will bait Black Zetsu later and catch him. Don't worry. You will be staying with me the whole time from now on. Alexander reassured him. Nagato, on the other hand, was shocked. He had no idea where he was. The huge castle, animals, and beings never seen before were all around him. Onua, you threw cake all over my beautiful wings, Kome complained. It had been a week since the events related to Fugaku's attack. As expected, Obito's challenge to Fugaku to be made the new clan head was met with opposition from the clan elders. But, seeing that Fugaku had agreed to fight Obito, many more members of the clan jumped in and challenged him to become the clan head. Eventually, Obito beat everyone up before fighting Fugaku. In the end, Fugaku also lost but Obito did not humiliate him much and just let him accept his defeat. But, the elders were still opposed so he beat them up too in a fair match. A small investigation led to the corruption some of them had committed. It was shown to everyone in the clan and the elders lost their credibility. Obito was also very close to the Hokage and Obito didn't forget to remind this to them again and again. They all realized that having Obito as a clan head was much more profitable for them all. Not to mention he had a Mangekyo. On the other hand, the same could not be said about the Hyuga clan. After Hayashi changed the seal of all the members of the clan members asked for him to step down. Hayashi did it and made his brother, Hisashi, the clan head and established the rule that from now on, the new clan head will always be chosen through a public election. All of them happily agreed to it as this meant there wouldn't be nepotism when it came to selecting new clan heads. Other clan heads won elections as they were already loved by their people and remained in their places. But they were all clearly made to understand that now, they didn't own their clans. They were only representatives of their people. Alexander didn't just focus on this. He also expanded the borders but he didn't choose to take the conqueror route. Instead, he offered small landlocked countries to become a part of either earth, wind, fire, or lightning country. In return, they will get to use all the resources like roads and ports. There would also be ease of business. It didn't take long for many of the poor countries to jump to this opportunity and integrate into the big countries. The small country leaders became governors of that state then. Ah, we are finally moving in the right direction. Alexander stretched his arms on his way to Ichiraku Ramen. Because it was a daily gathering area of the tailed beasts, Tuke had reserved a big booth for them. Alexander reached the shop and saw it was really crowded. Ichiraku Ramen had gotten very famous now. There was even a line outside. Alexander simply went into the booth where tailed beasts were chomping on their ramen. Give space to your Ji-chan, little ones, he told them and squeezed a seat for himself. Ah, my eye, Shikaku, keep your ramen away from me, Son Goku shouted. Not my fault, Fatty Saiken pushed me. Shikaku shrugged. Hey, Kome pushed me so I pushed you, Saiken clarified. Alright, don't start a fight now, keep on eating. Tomorrow, we will be going to Kirigakure for Brian's wedding, Alexander told them. Does the wedding have food? Kome asked. Haha, yes, there will be lots of food, Alexander replied. Yai. They all threw their little hands in the air. Haha, Rina and Golly would have loved these gluttons he thought and ate some too. Then suddenly a yellow-haired boy appeared. Oh, old man, you are here too? Well, give me some space. Naruto also squeezed himself and made it even more cramped for all the tailed beasts. Kurama got annoyed and jumped on top of Naruto's head with his ramen bowl and ate from there. Naruto seemed to not care and was busy eating his own food. Alexander finished his fill and went out to find Olivia. He had the day free and wanted to take her on a date. He went to the orphanage of Konoha. The orphanage was now surrounded by hundreds of fruit trees. The older children and staff took care of them and sold fruits to the market to keep the orphanage self-sufficient, though Alexander still allotted money to it every month. The same was the case in every orphanage around the world. Alexander arrived to the giggles of children in the orphanage. It seems they were doing some kind of kids' play. Olivia was sitting on one side, with hats on her lap, sleeping. Nov, L, B /JNN. He was amazed at how cute the cat looked when sleeping. Beside her, Amy and Yalo sat and clapped for the children. Lord Hokage, the warden exclaimed. Everyone got distracted and looked at him. Haha, continue, little ones, I came to see you all. He took a seat and watched the whole play. The children became very enthusiastic seeing him there and gave their best performance. He smilingly watched them, seeing his own childhood shadow in them. They were small and didn't know the troubles they may face when they grow up. Being an orphan was never easy. But they aren't orphans, they still have their grandpa who will always support them, he thought. Soon the play ended with thunderous applause. Very good, my kids. Your grandpa will give you all gifts now. He brought out lots of clothes with cute patterns, various toys, and put many swings and seesaws in the ground. They all cheered happily and came to give him a hug. One of the children he noticed didn't go to the toys. He came to Alexander. What can I do for you, little one? He asked. The kid seemed to be around Shisui's age. Lord Hokage, can I learn medical ninjutsu? The boy asked. What is your name, kid? Alexander inquired. I am Kabuto, the boy answered. Soon, the warden came to him. Lord Hokage, Kabuto is very talented in medical ninjutsu. I have already taught him all I knew and he has excelled in all of them. Oh, then take this letter to Tsunade in the hospital. Tell her that I sent you to be her assistant and learn from her. You will be paid too, Alexander told him. Kabuto's face quickly grew a big smile. He bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Haha, go now, pick some clothes for yourself. It's getting cold these days. He nudged him to go. Then he looked at Olivia and gestured to her to come out with him. She gave the sleeping hats to Amy. The fat cat didn't even make a noise as if he was unconscious. What happened? Is everything okay? She worriedly asked. Alexander felt bad for not giving time to his family, and particularly Olivia. Things have become that his simply wanting to meet her felt like a big thing to her. A realization came that he used to think about her when she was not with him and now that she was with him he was neglecting her. Alexander warmly went closer to her and held her hand in his. I just wanted to go on a walk with my beautiful wife. Oh, so you remember me now, well let's go then. I don't have any work either. She agreed and they left. Olivia had her hand wrapped around his arm. You did the right thing by bringing peace to this world. I can't imagine how many little children would have suffered if you hadn't. How many more would have become orphans? She worriedly said. That's kind of my job, Alexander happily replied. And they love you for it. I may be selfish in saying you should spend more time with me, with family. But I am also proud that you put the well-being of so many unknown people before your personal life. She added. Thanks Oli, but let's stop talking about me. What about you? How have your days been going? Alexander asked. They slowly walked towards the top of the Hokage mountain. Well, my time is going great. I could have never thought my introverted husband would someday become a god. But I also miss growing old together. I guess all immortal beings go through this phase. She softly muttered. Yeah, I too miss the days when life was so simple. But I have no regrets. I got to meet all my sweet children and so many more great people. Not to mention, I got you back. I'd do it again no matter what. If immortality is a curse, so be it. As long as you are with me, I'll go through anything. Alexander sternly replied. They had come to the top of the Hokage mountain by now. A cool breeze was touching their faces. Olivia lovingly looked into Alexander's eyes. A feeling of warmth spread around her body. The feeling of being loved was just so special. Me too, Alex. Why else do you think I still withstand you leaving the wet towel on the bed after a bath? She joked and moved closer to him. She was always the first to initiate the kiss. It had been like this since their first kiss. Alexander slowly moved closer to her. Their lips were just an inch apart. Whistle. Suddenly a loud whistle disturbed their moment. They looked to the side and it was Leonidas and Natasha, standing there with a wide grin. Am I going to have a little sibling soon? Leonidas cheekily asked. Boy, is this some kind of revenge? Alexander asked. Embarrassing the two again. Olivia was confused. What revenge? Alexander looked at Leonidas, shaking his head. But he smirked and started speaking. The last time I went to see Leonidas and Natasha, la 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 la. It's nothing, Mom, Dad's just messing around. Natasha, give Mom a hug. Leonidas shouted as he ran to Alexander and put his palm on his mouth. Leonidas whispered something in his ears. Dad, you sure you want Mom to know about that? What if she gets angry at you for stopping us from giving her a grandson? Alexander paled and his body shivered for a second. Okay, let's forget that. That secret dies with us. Leonidas shook hands. Deal. But then, Alex? What am I hearing about you not letting me get some grandkids? A loud shout came. Goddammit, Natasha told her. Leonidas facepalmed himself. Alexander put Leonidas forward. Kid, save your father. Tell her it was your mistake. I just felt like someone was talking to me. Strange, I'm hearing things. Leonidas ignored him and walked to Olivia and hugged her. Goddammit, traitor, Alexander cursed. The next day, Alexander was getting ready to go to Brian's marriage. But then he received emergency news from his chief of intelligence, Hats. The fat cat had now released all his pent-up frustration and now was normal, which was also chaotic. What is it, Hats? He asked. Boss, I received news that there are 2 Uzumaki clan members in Kusagakur. They are being held against their will. Hats notified. Alexander looked at Olivia. Oli, you all get ready, I'll be back soon. Wait for me in the forest of death. We will use anywhere door to go to Kiragakur. Let's go Hats. Alexander and Hats appeared in the sky above Kusagakur. Where is this family? Well, it's just the mother and her small daughter. Her case is special. She was allowed to take refuge in Kusagakur, on the condition that she would heal the village's wounded shinobi. Hats informed him. I am sure Kusa does have their own medical ninjas, so why would they risk angering me for her? Alexander asked. Well, her case is different. As she is an Uzumaki, she has a very huge chakra reserve. And for some reason, if someone wounded bites her skin, it would heal them at the cost of her chakra. Hats replied. So we are talking about physical assault and forced labor here. I am sure she lived a very vulnerable life. What if someday she was forced to heal too many people? Her chakra would deplete and she would die. Alexander hypothesized. Yeah, that's pretty much it. She wanted to come to Konoha after your announcement but they put her in prison with her daughter. Hats said. A very foolish thing. I warned them before. Now, punishment will be given. They didn't need to do this, even less so as there are no wars now. Let's go and find her. Alexander sadly spoke. He and Hats went straight to the prison barracks. But they didn't find them there. Let's check the hospital. If they were using her as a medical tool then they would keep her closer. Alexander suggested. As expected, they found the mother and daughter inside prison cells under the village hospital. The little girl was curled in her mother's arms while both of them slept in a corner. He could see bite marks on the woman's arms. Then he noticed bite marks on the little girl's neck. He was very angry now. He waved his hand and the steel bars melted down. Hats, go and round up all the shinobi of Kusagakur, gather its leader too. Hats nodded and vanished from the spot. The woman had woken up due to the noise and looked at him fearfully. Don't be scared, child. I am Hokage of Konoha. I have come to free you and punish Kusagakur for doing this to you. He tried to ease her worries. Mommy, what happened? The girl woke up, rubbing her tired eyes. It's okay, Karen. Everything is okay now. Karen's mother patted her head. Yes, everything is fine now. Get up and follow me. Alexander told them. They got up quickly. Mommy, where are we going? Alexander walked to the little girl and gave her a bar of chocolate, to a new home. There are many children like you and you can play all you want. Your mother will also be there with you all the time and no one will come to trouble you. No biting? She innocently asked. She was around Naruto's age at the time, which was around 4 years old. She was too small for the trauma she went through. Yes, no biting. In fact, I will punish those who bit you. What is your name, little one? Alexander assured her and asked. I am Karen, she sweetly answered. The two quickly packed the little stuff they were allowed to have. Most of it was just clothes, some photo frames, and a few toys of Karen. Let me hold it for you. Alexander walked up and picked up their luggage. The woman was already very weak, he couldn't imagine her lifting the weight. He then led the way out of the prison. He didn't even try to hide them. Anyone who attacked him was immediately paralyzed. They came outside to the open road in front of the hospital. A lot of people had gathered there. Not to stop Alexander but to see what was going on. Hats had already caught and assembled about 200 men and women in ninja clothing. Boss, I got them all. That one is the village leader and also the ex-daimyo. He was Kusa's daimyo but became just a leader after Kusa joined Earth Country. Hats pointed to the men and walked to the little red-haired girl. Mr. Kitty, Karen exclaimed. And I have another name now. Well, hello, my name is Hats. Hats introduced himself. Karen was a bit surprised but she acted with good etiquettes and introduced herself with a slight bow. I am Karen Uzumaki. You gonna eat that chocolate? Hats asked. Karen looked at the chocolate in her hand. You want it? Hats nodded. Can I feed you? Karen asked with sparkling eyes. Haha, that's even better. You can serve me, oh I mean feed me. Hats replied. On the other side, Alexander was addressing the crowd. People of Kusagakur, you must be wondering who this old man is and why I have gathered your shinobi and leaders here. Well, I am Hokage of Konoha. These men here are guilty of enslaving a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan to use them as their medical tool. Look behind me, look at the bite marks on her arm. These men did that. Now, I had already widely publicized that anyone who hurts or stops an Uzumaki from coming to Konoha will be declared an enemy of all 5 great shinobi nations. But these greedy men did it anyway. So, now you all have to decide whether this whole village is going to face the consequences or just these men. He ended speaking. You can't do this. We have joined the Earth Country as its territory. Only the daimyo can judge us, the leader shouted. Alexander gave him a deadpan look. Maybe you don't know but it was me who helped the new daimyo establish his power in Earth Country. Douglas and I are very close. And believe me, if it was him who found this out, he would have tortured you for the rest of your life. He hates it when someone hurts children. Yes, everyone, you all heard me right. These vultures didn't even leave that little one alone. In an instant, the village leader and its small shinobi force lost the whole public support. Burn them. They are scums. Many angry voices came from the crowd. It seemed like they weren't happy with their leader either. I will punish them, Alexander replied and checked the sins of everyone there. About 150 of them were normal ninjas and had nothing to do with Karen and her mother, so he let them go after abolishing them as Kusagakur shinobi. Now they needed to go to Iwagakur to become one. Out of all of them, the highest sins were of 2 people. One was the leader and the other was a high-ranking shinobi named Zosui. There were too many kids around, so instead of publicly executing them he threw them out of Earth's atmosphere. Just the escape velocity was enough to kill them. Their dead bodies were going to stay in space for a while and then fall back to Earth, though even ashes won't remain then. The remaining 49 shinobi were stripped of their title and chakra and made normal people. They will go through intensive labor for 10 years and work to build the infrastructure of the village. Everyone, I am leaving one of my representatives here who will manage the village until someone from Daimyo's palace comes here to conduct new elections and choose a new village leader. I have seen the economic condition of this place, so I will be leaving behind lots of grains. He announced and called a seraph out. After that, he walked to Karen and her mother. Let's go now. Many from the Uzumaki clan have already arrived in Konoha. Mito Uzumaki is the current clan head. He also quickly healed their injuries. He then used the anywhere door to appear inside the Senju compound, near Mito. She got spooked by his appearance. Oh, my heart nearly came out of my mouth. Why can't you use the door, Lord Sage? Ha ha ha, maybe next time. I had an emergency, Mito. He told her the whole story about the mother and daughter. Mito got emotional and hugged the two. I am sorry, you two. You had to face so much hardship because of the destruction of Uzushiagakuer. But don't worry now, we have a warm home for you. Come. She dragged the two with her to the dining hall to get them something to eat. She had sensed their physical condition. Although Alexander had healed them from inside, they still looked pale from outside. Let's go to the marriage, hats, Alexander said, and apparat in the forest of death where everyone was waiting for him. Okay, get in line, everyone. I will show you all something crazy now, Alexander announced. With him, there were all the tailed beasts, Olivia, Hats, Nagato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Leonidas and Natasha were going to rest in Fahame, though they could join them whenever they want. He took out his pink anywhere door and chose the destination as Kirigakuer. He opened the door and said, "Move in, we have already arrived at our destination." Jiraiya and Tsunade were shocked. This is amazing. We just crossed the sea. Yes, we did. Now, my little potatoes, come with me, I'll show you where you can eat food. He told them. Tailed beasts happily followed him. They only came to eat after all. Olivia, on the other hand, took Jiraiya and Tsunade to the marriage ceremony hall. After settling the tailed beasts, Alexander went to find Dobby, Douglas, and Ragnarok Boom. Alexander noticed a loud explosion a distance away. He went to check what was going on. On reaching, he saw Douglas reprimanding a blonde boy. He listened to their argument as he walked closer. But you said you like my art, the blonde one argued. Yes, in a matter of it being entertaining, not damaging. Look, we are at a wedding ceremony. I want you to use your art for nice fireworks in the sky that don't put people in harm's way. Douglas reprimanded the boy. Okay, I'll do that, the blonde boy said. What's going on here? Alexander asked. Oh, hey, boss. Well, I found this kid in IWA causing explosions. He has explosion release Kekkei Genkai and likes sculpting. But I doubted his mental health was good, so I took him under me. Douglas explained. Hey, my mental health is good, the boy argued. What's your name, kid? Alexander asked. I am Diodara, I guarantee you will like my art. Diodara introduced himself. You certainly are a weird one, kid. I know another boy who is good at sculpting, but he is more of a calm one. Alexander said. What? A competitor? I must defeat him, Diodara complained. He's certainly not good in his head. Alexander took out a small medicine bottle. Here, eat one daily. Your mind will become sharp. Diodara instinctively caught it. Go away and prepare now, I don't want any mistake. If I find any, I will cut your salary. Douglas threatened him. Diodara scaredly ran away to set up fireworks. Where are Ragnarok and Dobby? Alexander asked. Saw them hogging some food a while ago, Douglas said. They made their way to the food area and saw the activities. On one side, the tailed beasts were sitting on their chairs on a round table, with clothes tied around their necks and spoons in their little hands. On the other side were Dobby, Ragnarok, and Olivia. But Alexander didn't go there. He instead went to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who looked like they weren't enjoying their time. What did he do now? Alexander asked. He said I am fat because I was eating a lot, Tsunade complained. Jiraiya had broken a big rule when dating a woman. Talking about their age or weight was a death sentence. Haha, then I'd say he's blind. You look absolutely perfect. Also, the food here is specially made and has very low fat in it. You can enjoy it all as much as you want and still not get fat. Let me suggest something as a punishment for Jiraiya. Alexander walked close to Tsunade's ear and spoke. Just make him your butler for today. Tell him to do whatever you want. He suggested. At least this way they would be together. From all the accounts of both of them, he knew that Jiraiya already liked her in a romantic way, but Tsunade didn't. At least not yet. She did like him a lot no matter how he was, but she was yet to see him as a potential partner. Jiraiya had been in love for so long, even when he saw Tsunade falling in love with someone else, he didn't try to sabotage it or act jealous. He was just happy that she was happy, like a true gentleman. Tsunade most probably hated Jiraiya's lewd side and it was holding back their relationship. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya schemingly. Yes, let's do this. At the same time, Alexander talked to Jiraiya mentally. You dumb kid, I have given you a chance to be with her. Act like a gentleman, and tell her your honest feelings after finding the right time. There is also going to be a dance later, so try to take her on that too. Jiraiya nodded lightly, trying to hide his smile. After that, he returned to his family. Ji-chan, the food is very tasty, Kumo shouted to him as he was passing by. Haha, enjoy as much as you want. There is no limit today, he told them. Yai, then let's have another round of pudding, Kumo cheered. No, let's have 10 rounds, Son Goku added. Yes, pudding. Pudding. They started chanting like little children. Alexander let them be and went to Dobby and Ragnarok. How are you two? Good, my country is doing great, Dobby answered. Mine too, although it is all sand, I am teaching them how to make pretty glass. I sometimes feel like I'm playing one of those video games that Barry plays. Ragnarok said. Haha, yeah, you may feel like that sometime. But keep in mind, the people are not games, they have real lives, Alexander warned. I know that, Alex. Tell me about your next plan now. You have already taken over the known world. Ragnarok asked. Well, now we will focus on uniting the world. United in such a way, economically and culturally, that everyone forgets about any borders. Alexander told them. They all nodded at that. Then are you going to be the king? They asked. No, not king. We will make it so that it looks like I was selected by you all to lead. Just call me Sage Cage or whatever. Alexander said. That's better. Okay, let's go and see Brain now. Dobby interjected. Alexander was surprised that Brian found himself a good-looking wife, and from the looks of it, it looked like they really liked each other, though his wife was slightly taller than Brian. Ha ha ha, a surprise but a welcome one nonetheless. I am happy for you, Brian, Alexander congratulated him. Hehe, thanks, boss. I guess I should be indebted to you for bringing me to this world and letting me meet her. Brian said, looking at his wife talking to Olivia. No, you deserve everything. Instead, it should be me who should be thankful for your help in my missions. Alexander replied and patted his shoulder. About that boss, I have decided I am going to stay here with Terumi, Brian revealed. Alexander instantly agreed. Sure, I will feel sad for a bit but I cannot stop you from living your life. I would have done the same if it was me and Olivia. I can just wish you a wonderful life. Though be sure to stay in touch. Brian happily jumped into a brotherly hug. Thank you, old man. You are awesome. Now, let's dance. It was already nighttime. Then the music started playing, and many slow fireworks started to light the sky up. The beautiful lights in the sky added a romantic charm to the night. Alexander invited Leonidas and Natasha too for the dance, but soon the two went to the side and sat by the lake and romantically looked at the lightened sky. Alexander expected to get some grandkids soon. Soon, everyone took to the dance stage. The tailed beasts were also wiggling their bellies here and there with cups of ice creams in their hands, having no care about the world. Blue Fang had come with his adopted son, Haku, and was dancing with him. Berry and Red were romantically flying in the sky near them and singing songs, affecting the place even more. My beautiful wife, care to join me for a dance? Alexander asked with a bow. Olivia blushed a little. Of course, Alex. It is rare for you to take the initiative. He wrapped his arm around her waist while she put one hand on his chest and the other on his shoulder. With the beat, they danced slowly. Alexander noticed from the corner of his eyes, Jiraiya had also somehow gotten Tsunade to dance. Though they looked sloppy, it was still romantic in a different way. God knows how Tsunade let Jiraiya put his hand on her waist. Both were obviously drunk. Alexander had his doubts that the Phoenix's songs were a big factor in this. It seemed love was really in the air. He then let everyone else enjoy their moment and looked into Olivia's eyes, reflecting the colors of the fireworks. Oli, have I ever told you how beautiful you are? Alexander softly asked. Yes, millions of times, she sweetly replied. And I will never stop, he said and abruptly pulled her closer and kissed her lips. It was not just him, there were many more couples, kissing on the dance floor. On the side of the dance floor, Hats was sitting with Nagato, babysitting him. Ah, what a night, I need to find myself a mate too, Hats muttered and drank his fire whiskey. Nagato was silent all the time. He was really happy at that moment. The scene in front of him was crazy. All the cages of all great shinobi nations were gathered and acting so friendly. World peace was truly achieved. Give the eyes back. Suddenly a hissing voice came and a black shadow started rising from the ground near him. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Hats saw it quickly and jumped down from his high chair. He landed beside the black Zetsu and caught it with his paw. Ah, what are you? Why can't I take over your body? Black Zetsu fearfully shouted. Slap. Hats slapped Black Zetsu. B*TCH. I am the god of chaos, a lesser chaos being like you can't even dare to breathe near me. I will torture you for my entertainment tonight as I don't want to disturb their evening. I'll show you what real chaos is like. Hats dragged scared Black Zetsu with him and disappeared somewhere. Nagato was shocked by what happened, but he didn't dare to disturb all the lovebirds and stayed in his seat. The party last night went nicely. He didn't need to sleep so he just went out. He had seen Leonidas and Natasha getting too horny and go to their rooms. He expected to have a new grandson in a few months. He was also notified that Hats caught the Black Zetsu yesterday and was experimenting on it. He quickly went to Hats' Chaos Heim and found him in his base. What are you doing, Hats? Alexander asked. Oh, you are here. Well, this thing thought it could take control of my body. Ha, what an amateur. I have been ripping his body apart slowly the whole night. Hats told him. Any information you got from it? Alexander asked. Yeah, he's done many crazy things in his lifetime. His final mission was to get his mother out. Yeah, he has a mother complex. Hats answered. Is he a living thing? Alexander asked. No, it is just a construct made by the will of Kaguya. He has no life. He is only driven by his mission. Hats explained. Well, he is a sinful being, whose sole purpose is to create trouble and revive his supposed mother. Let's just purify him then. Alexander decided. Black Zetsu was screeching inside his glass case in which Hats had put him. Easy now, you've had your share of living. Now it is time to return back to nothingness. Alexander said and checked his sins. Black Zetsu, category? The physical form of Kaguya's dark will. Sin percentage? No soul found to judge, Nov, L, B //JNN. Interesting, a soulless living thing. To purify Black Zetsu, Alexander threw Barry's tears at him, but it only burned it a little. So, he took it out to throw it inside the dimensional pocket. Haha, I was waiting for this, the Black Zetsu shouted and entered Alexander's body through his ears. Alexander was still not surprised and looked at Hats. Ha ha ha, that dumbass. Hats laughed. He probably thinks he can control my body, but there are no internal organs. Only an endless void, Alexander stated. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was now lost inside Alexander's body. He could see some shining orbs of light. Blue, red, purple, yellow, green, orange, and golden. He could also see lots of black holes and stars. He could not find the body parts, so he went to the colorful lights and touched the purple one, which was in reality the power of Power Stone. He foolishly touched it and soon found himself shrieking in pain as the power of the Power Stone ripped his body apart on a cellular level. What is going on? What is this? NOOO, he screamingly asked himself. Then Alexander's voice came. He couldn't get inside his own body, but he could sense sound. Ha ha ha, you thought you caught me? Well, you were lucky for half of your plan, but it was you who got caught. Now, I can't save you even if I want to, he said. Little by little, Black Zetsu got disintegrated into nothingness. Well, that takes care of the big threat to the world. Let's go out and deal with this Kaguya. Let's see if she is really as hopeless as her sons told me. Alexander pondered and went out of Fihame with Hats. He found Nagato having his breakfast with Dabi. Good morning, boys, Alexander greeted and took a seat beside them. Nagato, we will be dealing with your eyes now. Don't worry. You won't lose your vision because I will give you another eye and it will be much better than this one. Alexander informed him. So, are we going to deal with her? Dabi asked as he understood what this meant. Yeah, but we will go to the moon for this. I don't want to destroy any part of this planet if a fight happens. Alexander decided. Anyway, where is everyone else? He asked. Well, Olivia went to Earth Country to check the orphanages there. Leonidas and Natasha are still locked inside their room, so are Brian and his wife. Jiraiya and Tsunade asked me to return to Konoha, so I sent them back. Blue Fang is showing Haku around. Ragnarok is behind the bar, passed out. He drank the whole liquor storage last night. Dabi informed him. Then let's go to the moon. Hats, you go and wake Ragnarok. I will prepare things here. Alexander instructed. He took Nagato to Fihame as it was the safest place for doing the eye change. He put a glass jar in front of him. These will be your eyes. I made them after studying the features of Byakugan and Sharinon. Using this, you will be able to see chakra veins in people and chakra around you. You will also be able to see very far and slow when in combat. You are an Uzumaki and I am sure that when you will have these eyes you will have a lot of extra chakra to make you a very powerful man. When will you do the surgery? Nagato worriedly asked. Haha, that is a very primitive thing, kid. We don't need surgery for that. Just close your eyes for a second and it will be done. You won't even feel a thing. He assured him and simply used magic to swap the eyes. Nagato faithfully closed his eyes. Okay, open them, he told him. Nagato realized that he was feeling weird now. The feeling of exhaustion all the time was not there. Now, instead, he felt he was rejuvenating. Then he looked around with his eyes. Whoa, I can even see the color of that bird's eye. Haha, yes, you can look even further than that. In a clear night, you can see the moon very closely. Alexander told him. Nagato emotionally looked at him and bowed. Thank you. Alexander gave him a hug. It's all fine, kid. You are like a grandkid to me. Families don't say thanks for small things. Now, I will take you to Yahiko and Konan. They must be very worried. Alexander took out his anywhere door and took him to the base of Akatsuki. Old man. Yahiko noticed him first and came to him running. Then he noticed Nagato coming behind him. He saw the changed eyes. Why your eyes? Grandpa helped change them. Now I don't have to worry about someone coming to get them. Also, the one after me is dead now, Nagato told him. Suddenly Konan came running and hugged him. You are fine. We were so worried about you. Okay, kids, I got to take care of a multidimensional world-conquering alien. See you later. Alexander blurted and returned to Fihame. Now he needed to decide what to do with Rinnegan. Should he eat them or implant them? The idea of eating grossed him out, so he just went to Alfred. The AI computer he found encouraged the cowardly dog. Ho ho, coming here after a long time. What can I do for you, boss? Alfred asked. I need you to put these eyes in my sockets when I ask you to. I can do it with others but not myself as I won't be able to see for a while. He instructed him. Oh, what are these eyes? Alfred curiously asked. They are Rinnegan. Supposed to be very strong. Alexander replied and laid down on the bench. Wait, until now, everything weird I have put in my body has attached itself to me. Then why should I take my existing eye out? Alfred, push these eyes into my existing eyes. Alexander decided and ordered. Are you sure, boss? I mean, you could blow up. Alfred warned. God damn it, you still have your fetish to watch me explode? I should have gone to Dobby. Now, just push it. Alexander told him. Alright, here goes nothing. Don't complain if you blow up. Alfred took Retaking out of the jar and pressed them against Alexander's eyes. Shockingly, Retaking suddenly dissolved into Alexander's eyes as if his eyes were water. Where did those eyes go? Alexander confusedly asked. I don't know. Your body is beyond common sense. Your eyes just ate those purple ones. Alfred tiredly replied. Then Alfred loudly exclaimed, Whoa, there is some crazy voodoo trigram stuff happening to your eyes, boss. Alexander was confused and materialized a mirror. He looked at himself in it and nearly jumped in shock. Motherf, what the hell is this? I expected to have them purple, but this is weird. Alexander exclaimed. No, you are weird, Alfred added. I think they are evolving according to the powers of your body. You are, after all, an extraordinary being. Archangel Michael came in. Probably, but I will have to check them out later to see what power I received, Alexander said and got up. It's time I deal with this world's mess. Nov, L, B /JNN. He went out of Fihame, grabbed all the tailed beasts, and brought them to Fihame. My little cute potatoes, I have a very important mission for you all. He seriously said. We will do it, Ji-chan, just say it. Kumo excitedly agreed. I need you all to stay inside Fihame for today. I am going to deal with the 10 Tails Husk and Kaguya. I don't want her to sense you and harm you. He instructed them. But Ji-chan, we can help you. Kokuo pleaded. He walked to him and patted his head. Thank you, but you know your Ji-chan is very strong. I also don't want to put you in harm's way even for a second. You can all play with Amy and Yalo here today. Even Leonidas is here. What are you talking about, Dad? Leonidas came to them, yawning. Last night's not-so-family-friendly activity session was a bit extra, it seemed. Woea? To Ji-chan, Isabu exclaimed. All the tailed beasts looked at Leonidas and Alexander alternatively. They were all present at last night's party, but because Leonidas and Natasha mostly stayed away from the dance floor, being all lovey-dovey, the tailed beasts didn't see them before. Also, the tailed beasts were too interested in food and probably don't even remember most of the things from yesterday. But that one doesn't have a soft bushy beard. He also smells weird, Madatabi doubtfully interjected. Yes, I like beardy Ji-chan, throw the fake one out, brothers, Kumo decided, so they all started marching towards Leonidas. Alexander stopped them. Ha ha ha, stop everyone. He is Leonidas, my and your grandma's son. You can call him Big Brother Leo. Hearing that, they all had stars in their eyes. Woea, new family. Yo, big bro, Son Goku greeted and jumped on Leonidas' shoulders. Haha, what a cheerful bunch, Leonidas commented. Yes, my Baiju Yuvengers are the best, right? Alexander doted on them. Yeah. They all shouted together. Okay now, I will go and work. You all remember your today's job, right? He asked. Yes, we will stay here and play with Big Brother, Shikako replied. Alexander nodded and went out. Alexander had given the task of waking Ragnarok up to someone he shouldn't have. Hats was called the god of chaos for a reason after all. After Alexander left, Hats went to the passed-out Ragnarok and slapped his face a few times. Wake up, you old lizard. Hats shouted as he slapped. Ah, he's too deep in sleep. Maybe I should use some other means, he thought. He went to the kitchen and brought out some gasoline. He poured it all on Ragnarok's hair. He knew that fire wouldn't hurt Ragnarok, so he wasn't worried. Okay, I will give you 5 seconds to wake up. After that, I will light you up, he said. 1, 2, 3, I'm bored. Let's just burn him. Hats didn't even count until 5 and threw the lit lighter at him. But then he saw Ragnarok really wake up. Why are you shouting around, fat cat? Boom. Ragnarok's head suddenly caught fire. He smelled the gasoline and looked at Hats. You bastard, come here, I'll set your tail on fire. He started running behind Hats and in doing so, spread the fire in the whole building. Alexander appeared just at that moment. He had to make sure he was in the right place after looking at the condition. It had just been a few minutes. What the hell is going on here? He shouted. Whoosh. Without knowing, he used his eyes somehow. The fire around the place got sucked into his eyes. Whoa, how did that happen? Ragnarok asked with shock. Alexander was also confused. I don't know. He looked into his palms. Without even trying, a fire lit up in his palm. I think I know what I can do with these eyes. I can possibly absorb and use any power now. Truly overpowered. Alexander deduced. But he needed to do more tests to make sure what his limit was. He quickly took out his power measuring watch and saw how close he was to God's strength. Haha, 39% instead of 30% from a while back. Not too bad. Who knew this eye could be so helpful? Okay, let's go and kick some alien butts, he cheered. Wah, I'm going to grandma, you go. Hats said and vanished. He probably wanted to run away from Ragnarok. He valued his fur a lot and didn't want it to catch fire. Okay then, it's just us 3. Let's go, Alexander said and took out the anywhere door. He just opened it and on the other side was the moon. Ah, the scenery never gets old. Boss, I detect life signals under the surface. Dabi voiced. Ah, didn't Hamura go to the moon? The people he brought here must still be alive. Alexander thought and took out the orb to talk to Hamura. Hey, I am on the moon. I am going to deal with Kaguya soon. But I have detected life signals under the surface. Are they your people? He asked. Yes, Lord Sage, it is the remnants of my clan. The moon has a weak gravity but is still able to maintain a breathable atmosphere. Despite its harsh conditions, we were able to settle on the moon due to our unique anatomy and physiology. To improve its habitability and allow the population to thrive, I built the Tensagen at the center of the moon, granting my people light, for powering their equipment, and allowing them to control the moon's movements. They have continued to put their Byakugan in the Tensagen to keep it strong and going. I also created a vast environment on the moon's interior surface, complete with oceans, mountains, forests, and various animal species. However, this environment was far smaller than the full size of the moon itself. There is also a portal to Earth underground. But sadly, after my death, my clan has changed a lot. They have divided themselves into two sides. The main branch and the branch family. The two have fought each other. The main family wants to preserve the Earth and the branch family wants to destroy the Earth as they think the people on Earth are hopeless because they weaponized the chakra. Alexander scoffed. Huh, aren't they weaponizing the chakra too? Hypocrites. What is with you and your family? In every major problem, there is the Atsutsuki clan's hand behind it. Also, is everyone blind here now? There aren't many left and those that are, have generated heightened senses, Hamura said. What a headache. Okay, I will go and deal with them first. Can't have these suicidal fools run amok here. Alexander tiredly said and walked to a crater. He jumped inside and made himself intangible and passed through the surface. The next moment, he found himself in a mountain valley with forests and earth-like things. Gotta give it to him, making this place inside the moon must have been hard, Ragnarok commented. Well, he was a godlike being according to human standards. If it is easy for me to make planets, it shouldn't have been hard for him to make this small place. Let's look for people now, Alexander suggested. They flew around the whole area. In some places, they found abandoned villages, possibly destroyed by internal fighting. After a few minutes of searching, they finally appeared in a small village with a tall building. It was most probably the center of the moon. He could see the big Tensagen, lighting up the whole underground area. As expected, his entrance was detected by everyone and they came out to confront him. Who are you? Why have you come here? An old man asked who didn't look too different from Hamura. There were a few more of his clan members standing behind him. The first thing the people of the Atsutsuki clan noticed was his eyes. They all knew about Byakugan, Rinnegan, and Sherinon but not this. Although they couldn't see, they had something like a sensory vision. And their senses were telling that the three people in front of them were immensely powerful. I am Alexander, also known as the Sage of Beasts. This is Ragnarok, the Dragon King, and this is Dabi, the Elf King. Alexander gave the made-up names. Are you not from the Earth? The old Atsutsuki man asked. Yes and no. We currently live on Earth but are not originally from there. Just like your little clan. Just like your clan creator, Hamura. Alexander said. He wanted to portray himself as big and knowledgeable so he could get these people to listen to him. Do you know Lord Hamura? The man asked in shock. I do, and he is not happy with you all. The way you misinterpreted his words is truly astonishing. Alexander said, surprising him. Care to tell me your name? Alexander asked. I am Hamitsu Atsutsuki, the current clan head. What were you saying about the words of Lord Hamura? Please tell us. Hamitsu pleaded. Okay, in fact, I will let Hamura tell you himself. He needs to scold you all a bit. He revealed and again summoned Hamura with the orb. In an instant, Hamura's projection appeared. Seeing it, all the Atsutsuki men kneeled down. Lord Hamura, you are back, Hamitsu exclaimed. I'm not. This is just an astral projection of my body. I still live in the chakra. I am very disappointed in you all. You killed your own people using the chakra and dare to judge the people living on Earth. What makes you better than them? Hamura angrily asked. But Lord Hamura, it was your will that we look after the Earth, Hamitsu clarified. I never said that. I just told you to keep a watch over the Earth and observe how it evolves. It was you all who misinterpreted them to destroy the Earth. Hamura scolded. And these dumbasses killed their own people for it. Oof. Ragnarok commented. Everyone turned to look at him with big eyes. Cough. Anyway, what you did was dumb, that is a fact. But you can correct the wrongs now. I can move you all to Earth because there is no point for you to live here. Not after I will be done with Kaguya. Alexander stated. Hamura silently nodded at his words. Yes, there is no need to live here. Destroy that Tensagen too. Making it was a mistake. Sacrificing your eyes to it seemed to have also blinded your judgment. Hamitsu was sweating by now due to the angry face of Hamura. Go and tell your whole clan to pack up. You all will come to me then. Alexander instructed them and sent them away. Okay, now let's deal with Kaguya. Why don't you tell Hagoromo to also come and join in? Say hi to your mom, Alexander suggested. Alexander then concentrated on his eyes and tried to summon the husk of the 10 tails. He had no idea what it looked like but he still did it. Boom. Suddenly a big tree-like thing appeared in front of him. I guess this is it. So, how do we get her out of this? Dabi asked. Hagoromo was quick to answer. We sealed her in it using Chibiku Tensei, a powerful funjutsu which can only be used by those who have awakened the 6th path senjutsu. It combines the 6 paths yin and yang powers. I'm sure you can somehow unseal it too. You bet I can. I got so many powers I don't even remember them all. Most of the time it's just a wave of my hand and the job gets done. Alexander shruggingly said. He walked to the husk and put his palm on it and tried to sense it. His senses went deep within it like it was some kind of a void. He kept on going and finally found signs of life. But it wasn't just one. There were many life signs, though they were weak and nearly identical. Only one sign felt strong and still conscious. He tried to look for it and finally saw a figure. It was a girl in white robes. She had wooden horns on her head too. But he was surprised by the scene as Kaguya didn't look like an old woman at that point. Instead, she looked like a small 8 or 10-year-old child. She was currently sleeping, curled into a small white ball. Around her were a few made-up animals like rabbits and puppies. There was also a photo frame with both Hago Romo and Hamura. Alexander understood that what he was seeing was the most vulnerable state of Kaguya. She had been locked in here for 1,000 years, in this utter darkness. She probably made all this stuff around her with her chakra to feel less lonely. He lightly walked to her, but she didn't seem to sense him. Alexander was still unsure about what Kaguya's motive was and why she turned from a peace lover to a peace destroyer. He looked into her mind as smoothly as possible. He was immediately greeted with the dream she was seeing right now. Forgetting the memories, he decided to see what it was as it seemed the scenes were from Kaguya's childhood. Kaguya's memory, not canon. In a Japanese-style house on some planet. Mama, why does Papa always tell me to not be nice? Little Kaguya asked her mother, who had similar skin as normal at Satsuki. She also had Byakugan as it was originated from their clan. Kaguya's mother caressed her head, because that's the kind of world we live in, Kaguya. If we don't follow the rules then we will become an outcast, you know what happens to them. But I don't want my little brother to do bad, Kaguya said and hugged her mother's inflated belly, which was harboring another life. It is our destiny, Kaguya. We cannot run from it, her mother tried to ease her. 3 years later. Bam. I told you not to play with those rabbits. They are for your training. For you to kill. Kaguya's father slapped her very hard. But they are innocent, she retorted while crying. There are no innocents in the world, Kaguya. There are only weak and strong always stomps the weak. So you better start acting like a true Satsuki. We are just a small branch family. If we are weak, we die. Her father harshly told her and left her on the ground, crying, turning into a small curled ball. 2 years later. Nov. L.B//JNN. Kaguya had started to act tough to not get punished by her father anymore. Even though she hated it, she still did it. Mama, where is Kuma-chan? She asked. Kuminari at Satsuki was her younger brother on whom she doted over. Your father is training him outside. Her mother replied. Kaguya got worried, but he's only 5. Your father has very high hopes for him, her mother helplessly replied. She was just a weak member of the clan and basically only existed to serve her husband. That was the reality she had accepted. It was the kind of world she lived in. Survival of the strongest. Kaguya went out to look for her brother and see how he was doing. But when she came to the courtyard, she saw her little brother all bloody and beaten up. There were bruises over him and her father was still beating him. He will die, father, she shouted. No, he won't. He will heal and get stronger. That's the Satsuki way. He coldly replied. She could only look helplessly. 2 years later. She was now 10 and her brother was 7. They both had decided to act tough in front of their father but will always be their true selves with each other. But, good things soon came to an end. I will be choosing the next family head from among you two. For this, you will fight each other and the winner gets it. Understood? He firmly ordered. Yes. Yes, father. For the two, it was just like a normal spar. They had done it many times previously. They thought it was also going to be like that and they would soon be stopped and judged on who did better. But, something was different that day. Kaguya noticed the plain never-changing face of her mother and a scary smirk on her father's face. Soon her fears started to turn to reality. It had been 3 hours since they started fighting but her father didn't stop them. Kumo was already near total exhaustion. She went closer to her brother disguising it as an attack and whispered, just fall down, Kuma. Let's end this. But their father heard them and roared in anger, no, this fight won't end unless one gets total victory, by killing the other. Kaguya's face fell. She looked at her mother and pleaded, Mother, please say something. What is father saying? But her mother stayed silent. Instead, her father spoke, no, she won't say anything now. She's the one who's been spoiling you all this time. I have taught her a good lesson. Now, do as I say or both of you will die. Our clan is blessed with a long life. I can always have more children. Kaguya heard the scream and turned to look at her brother. He was running towards her sloppily with a sword in his hand. Her first instinct was to defend. It was like muscle memory. Clank. Their swords clashed and created sparks. She expected for him to stop then but he didn't. He spun with his sword and tried to cut her stomach. She again tried to block the attack. Clank. But, she noticed Kuma had instead jumped to hug her suddenly. Soon, the realization hit. Her eyes widened in horror and fear. She then heard a whisper in her ears, I am sorry, big sister. I love you. The next moment, Kuma's body fell down. He had jumped onto Kaguya's sword voluntarily and stabbed himself in his heart. Kaguya blankly stared towards the empty space in front of her. The whole world had gone silent to her small ears. Her tired body finally fell down as if there were no bones. She looked at the lifeless body of her brother that still had its eyes open. She was broken. The remaining glow from her face that a child should have vanished. Her eyes became like there was nothing. No expressions, no feelings. Clap clap. Splendid. Strive for strength and you can have all the happiness you want, Kaguya. You will be my successor. Your training will start tomorrow, he announced as if he had done a great deed and left her alone in her sorrow. Finally, tears started flowing down from her expressionless face. She crawled up to her brother's body and caressed his white hair. All she could feel was the cold body. She then finally closed his eyes. Mama, I want to kill father, she resolutely spoke. Feeling strange why her mother wasn't talking or even moving even now, she walked up to her weakly and lightly nudged her shoulder. Bemnov, L.B/JNN. The next moment, the sound of something falling on the floor came. She looked down and felt her scalp tingling. The severed head of her mother rolled near her small feet, its dead open eyes looking at her face. She started hyperventilating and fell backward in shock. Whyyyyyy. In an instant, her already broken mind was destroyed and became a blank slate. She screamed at the top of her lungs. She kept shouting for a while and then curled into a ball and silently cried with her eyes closed. After that, there was just darkness, a little sound of sniffs, the feeling of tears and a sense of total loss. Memory ends. Alexander felt jolted and had to take a step back to not lose balance. He looked back at the curled-up girl. She is dreaming about darkness while living in it. No wonder she has trust issues. Poor child, he muttered to himself. He was angry and saddened for her. The things her father made her go through were something no child can go through without scarring their little minds. Alexander then went ahead to check his theory about why she became evil. So, this time instead of seeing her dream he looked into her memory. He found out that after the incident, she really trained every day for the next 20 years. Then finally she was sent on a mission to Earth. Kaguya arrived on Earth with his Heiki at Satsuki to harvest a god tree of its chakra fruit, which she was to provide for the main family of her clan from another world. Oh, there was another one who came with her, Alexander exclaimed. After spending some time on Earth which was filled with fewer humans and more animals, she developed an attachment for the planet she was meant to destroy. She liked the simple-minded animals and people. She felt a feeling reignite in her heart, the feeling of wanting peace. Seeing that she was dimensions away from her home worlds, she made a decision. She betrayed his Heiki in the process and left him for dead. Later she was discovered by the people of the land of ancestors, who brought her before their emperor, Tenji. Identifying herself as the god tree's guardian, Kaguya used a mysterious power to wipe Tenji's memories of the encounter and subsequently settled among his people, becoming recognized as his concubine. Growing closer to the emperor, she eventually fell pregnant. Later, as told by Hagoromo and Hamura, she was betrayed by Tenji. But she still wanted peace. So, she ate the chakra fruit and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi to stop the wars and slowly unite the world by releasing people from it. But, at the same time, Alexander felt her mentality shift a little. Somehow, a person who only wanted peace started developing the signs of all the 7 deadly sins. It was as if something had corrupted her. Then she gave birth to her children. She loved them wholeheartedly and was happy to have a life she always desired. But when she found out they could harness the chakra, her mind started changing. Often seeing her sons with doubt, she became emotionless regarding humans and considered them ants. Even though her good friend who gave her life for her was a human. It all didn't make sense. That was enough for Alexander and he retracted from her mind. Looking at her calm and scared sleeping face, thousands of things went on Alexander's mind. It is for sure that she wasn't originally a bad person. Probably that evil chakra fruit made her that. But she has also killed millions by casting that infinite Tsukuyomi. What should I do with her? Alexander then focused on the first problem. He needed to get the chakra fruit out of her system and check its properties. Ah, didn't my eye have something like this? If I can absorb any power, I should be able to take the chakra fruit too, he thought. He activated his eye and intensely looked at Kaguya. Soon he felt a connection being established. He saw Kaguya's eyes twitching a little, so he put a sleeping potion on her. After a few minutes, he saw Kaguya's third eye disappearing and now Alexander had a third eye. He took out a mirror and looked. No. Olivia will hate this. Ew, this is ugly. I also don't want to wear 3-panel glasses. He then used his eye's power in reverse and willed for the chakra fruit to appear in his hand. Little by little, a fruit started to form like it was being 3D printed. Ah, this looks like some kind of a peach. But uglier, he thought. Once he had it all in his hand, he made sure that Kaguya was still sleeping. Then he retraced himself from the 10 tails husk. Alex, what the fuck? Where did you disappear to? I looked for you across this whole galaxy. Ragnarok shouted. Alexander was surprised. What? I thought only my consciousness went inside the husk. No boss, you disappeared soon after you started, Dobby added. Well, I saw a few disturbing things about Kaguya's past. You two boys probably want to know about it. Maybe you will understand why she felt so emotionless. I also took out the chakra fruit from her and now we'll test if it was the reason for her changes. You all stand guard here. Dobby, take this electric pensive. I have put my memory in it. I'll be back in a minute. Alexander rushedly said and handed it to him and disappeared to Fahame. In the meantime, Ragnarok, Dobby, Hagoromo, and Hamura saw the horrors Kaguya went through. Mother, Ymir sadly muttered, seeing Kaguya crying during the childhood incident. Alexander came inside Fahim and went to his lab. He took out the chakra fruit to test it. But then he noticed a change in it. Damn it, I should have thought this through, he cursed at himself. Alexander saw the color of the chakra fruit change from dark to light and soft colors. Now it really looked like a ripe peach ready to be eaten. His entering his pocket dimension automatically purified the fruit. But a quality check was necessary, so he licked it to feel its taste. Whoa, it does taste like peach. But he didn't eat it. He cut it open and checked the energy it produces. He could feel that earlier it was not pleasant, but now it felt pure. Wait, this is an edible fruit. Can I replicate it with the Hufflepuff pod I made to replicate food? He thought. To try it out, he went to the food production center that usually runs 24 hours every day. It was important for feeding the population of Fahim and some orphanages outside. He went and took a Hufflepuff pot and put the peach in it. It took a few minutes, but eventually, he saw progress. It was indeed being replicated, but at a very slow pace. It would probably take hours for it to complete. Well, they did say this fruit takes 1,000 years to grow. He didn't have any plans for the chakra fruit, but if they could make him stronger, he was going to eat as many as he could. So, after getting one extra chakra fruit, he appointed a seraph to produce 5,000 more. He came out of Fahim to Dobby and others. They had finished watching the memory and looked pretty depressed. Ragnarok sternly looked at Alexander. I so wanna kill those Atsutsuki bastards. Me too, buddy. We will eventually go there. But now, it's time to wake her up. Also, I was right. It was chakra fruit that had changed her mind. But no worries now, he assured them. He again went inside the Ten Tails husk and walked to the still asleep little Kaguya. He first sent the power of the chakra fruit back to her. Her third eye again appeared on her forehead. It was also sleeping. Wake up, little one, he lightly called her. She tilted her head and slowly got up. She rubbed her eyes and looked up. Who are you? Alexander's eye twitched. Kaguya looked like a small girl, but her voice was of old Kaguya. Though he was sure if he brought her out she would turn back to her original older body. It took her a second to realize that her personal space was breached. She immediately got up and also turned to her normal body, the old Kaguya, who also didn't look very old. Calm down, Kaguya. I came here to get you out of this place. But, you have to promise me to be a good girl, he politely said. But she got angry. Who are you to order me like that? We're going to have to work on that anger issue. Okay, can you tell me why you tried to kill Hago Romo and Ymir? He bluntly asked to see how she behaves, to judge if she was just manipulated by the chakra fruit or if she was originally like this. Though he was hoping she was good. Because they wanted to use my powers and conspire against me. Suddenly there was a pause, like some realization hit her. Oh no, I hit my kids. Why would I do that? I love them so much, she loudly exclaimed. She doesn't seem cynical, Alexander thought. Well, 1,000 years have passed outside. Your sons grew older and spread ninja around the world. They grew old and withered away with time. Your son Hago Romo stayed on Earth and Ymir stayed on the moon to look after this seal. You do remember why they sealed you, right? He asked. She nodded. I cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and enslaved the world. But why would I do this? I wanted peace. I loved this planet. Well, the fruit you ate, the chakra fruit, was the reason. Did you really expect a fruit that grows by sucking the life of the planet and its people would give you power without any drawbacks? The fruit probably had a psychological effect on you, he explained to her. She immediately collapsed to the ground. All I ever wanted to do was to simply live in peace. But why do these things keep on happening? Your sons, they are waiting for you outside. Their bodies may have died, their souls are still lingering as chakra projection. He revealed and also checked her sins. Kaguya Atsutsuki, Category 3, Murder, 10. Attempted murder, 1,546,875, still alive. Sin percentage, 53%. What? Attempted murder? Alexander confusedly thought. He looked at Kaguya, who was also looking at him with hopeful eyes that he would take her out of the seal. Don't you have questions? He asked. Will you answer? She asked back. A fair question. I will answer your doubts. Fire them up? He allowed her. She asked the first obvious question. Who are you? How did you enter this seal and what are those eyes? Whoa, go slow, girl. Well, for starters, my name is Alexander Maxim Universe. You can say I am a god. I travel to different worlds and help them. Currently, I am ruling this ninja world and making it better. And I have named my eyes God's Eye. He explained to her. She nodded. So you are like me? From another planet? Yeah, something like that. I'm also thousands of years old, so heads up, don't be offended if I treat you like a child sometimes. Now, let's go out. He explained. Wait. She stopped him. What happened? He asked. There are still so many people stuck inside here as cocoons. We should release them. They are all alive. She revealed. Oh, so it was them I sensed. They must be the victims of your infinite Tsukuyomi. But what will we tell them? I mean, I'm sure there will be whole families stuck in there. They will say the changed words outside and be confused. He asked. But we have to get them out, she insisted. I never said no. Okay, I'll just plant memories of the modern world into their heads. That would help them, he decided. He went to all the cocoons. But he found out that most of them had been transformed a little. Their facial features had gone missing. Nov, L, B //JNN. He took out the time cloth gadget, used magic to enlarge it and put it on everyone. He waited for a while for it to restore, and as expected the people looked like their original self. He quickly severed their connection with the 10-tail husk and the cocoon. Outside, Dobby and Ragnarok had gone bored, so they were playing chess. Ah, he's taking too much time. What if he's doing something not family-friendly in there? Ragnarok asked, making Hago Romo and Hamura uncomfortable. Dobby scoffed at the idea. I had forgotten you were in heat. Boss isn't like that. He'd probably die than be with anyone except Olivia. He's an ultra simp. Ragnarok laughed. Who's the simp? Alexander's voice came from behind him. Ahaha, I was worried about you, Alex. She must be Kaguya. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ragnarok showed a total change of attitude. Kaguya was less interested in the humanoid dragon and noticed the projection of her sons, Hago and Heimu. She ran to them and tried to hug them, but she fell to the other side face first. Alexander facepalmed himself and helped her get up. They are just projections. They are intangible. He reminded her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Forgive me, my children. I wasn't a good mother to you. Hago Romo and Hamura also looked very emotional and sat close to her. Although they had fought her in their life, they still remembered all the love she showered on them when they were small. It was not your fault, mother. You ate the fruit with good intentions. What happened later was not something anyone could have predicted. Hago Romo consoled her. Alexander let them have their mother-son reunion while he dealt with the husk. He first summoned all the people out. At the same time, he implanted memories in them without any intrusion into their privacy. He taught them about how to live in modern society and other values of modern society. They all still looked clueless and naked. He immediately conjured clothes on their bodies. Everyone, listen. I am the ruler of Earth and I will get you settled in a very nice village. You don't have to worry about food and water for as long as you are not financially stable. Okay, he asked the crowd. They all nodded at him, albeit confusedly. He then waved his hand and lots of tents appeared. There was also a food station. Dobby, go and help them. Ragnarok, go and see what those members of the Otsutsuki clan are doing. I told them to be here. He instructed the two. Then he looked back at the mother and sons. He went to them to talk about her original homeworld. Kaguya, can you tell me where your homeworld is? I'm gonna have to deal with them to truly bring peace. They are simply too barbaric to be left alone, and even if left alone they will come here. He asked. She looked back at him with sparkling eyes. Hago Romo and Hamura told her all they knew about Alexander and what he was doing all along. I know the location of where I came from, but I don't know where our homeworld is. Only the main family is allowed to be on that planet. All of our branch families were spread throughout the space. Every 1,000 years we are to give chakra fruit to the main clan as a tax for letting us branch clans exist. If 1,000 years have really gone by, then they will surely come again to harvest the fruit and destroy this place. She explained. So if I were to go to the planet you came from, catch the most important person there, will he know where the main clan lives? He inquired. Yes, he would. As the branch family's clan head, he is supposed to personally take the tax to them. She revealed. Good, I will be going there someday then. But for now, I need to solve this messy planet. Can't leave it at the mercy of power-hungry people. He muttered. Alexander walked to the husk of 10 tails and stored it in his pocket dimension. He was going to find a good way to use its wood later. Maybe I should make a nice table with it. Okay, let's go to Earth now. I had originally expected there to be a big fight, but who knew you were just a little injured rabbit. Come, I'll show you the new ninja world. He said and gave her his hand to grab. Like a small child, she held it and walked by his side. Alexander was really treating her like a child after he saw her as a small girl. The orbs of her sons flew behind them. Soon, Ragnarok returned with the whole Otsutsuki clan. Haha, these fools had no idea what to do to their Tensagen and tried destroying it but couldn't. I just used your time cloth and gave their eyes back to them. Good, follow me now. We will return to Earth. Alexander took out the anywhere door and crossed it. It brought him straight to the top of the Hokage mountain. Slowly all the people crossed the door and came to the mountain top. From there they saw the whole mesmerizing scene of Konoha. This is beautiful. Kaguya exclaimed with her sons nodding. Yes, it is. And this is just the beginning. He told her. Dobby, you help these people settle down in the new buildings. I will take Kaguya to my office and introduce her to some people. You too, Hamitsu, you follow me. He instructed and led the way. Kaguya and Hamitsu exclaimed every once in a while, seeing all the new stuff. This place is called the Hidden Leaf Village. Mainly a village made for ninjas to live in. There are millions of humans in the world right now, he said. Hamitsu, the head of Moon's Otsutsuki clan, had come to Konoha a while ago, but it had changed a lot since Alexander came. Gramps. Naruto appeared out of nowhere. Oh, who is this grandma? Are you cheating on Grandma Oli? He curiously asked. No, Naruto, she is your ancestor. Alexander jokingly said. Naruto took it very seriously and deeply bowed. My respects to the ancestor. Will you see my new jutsu? Kaguya's face changed as if she saw a cute little puppy. She crouched to his height and caressed his hair. His whole clan is a descendant of Hago Romo, Alexander revealed. He is also my son's reincarnation, Ashira, Hago Romo added, surprising Alexander. Whoa, so we need to find the other one now, Alexander muttered. What do you want to show me, child? Kaguya warmly asked. Naruto excitedly took a few steps back. Hehe, you will love it, grandma. Reverse harem jutsu. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs. Alexander facepalmed himself, already seeing what was going to happen through his observation haki. A cloud of smoke appeared and disappeared, leaving behind 6 nude men. But there was a problem. Wahahaha, goddammit. Ragnarok started howling in laughter. Alexander also started laughing. Naruto's jutsu didn't work correctly. Instead of beautiful men, there were 6 extremely obese and ugly naked men. You could only get grossed out and not attracted. He walked up to Naruto's main body and gave a fist of love. You fool, you want to get fined for public exposure. And so ugly at that? Ow, it hurts, and I practiced it so many times before. It works fine. Naruto said and turned back to normal. When did you practice it? Alexander asked. Just before seeing you, I practiced it 5 times, Naruto replied. Bam. Your chakra is depleted. You are just 4 years old, kid. He reprimanded him. Ha 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 ha, what an amusing child. Kaguya started laughing suddenly. She sounded really cheerful and happy. Even Hagoromo and Hamura were shocked by this, thinking that this was how their mother was originally supposed to be. Go home and tell your dad to come to my office, Alexander told Naruto. Okie dokie, old man, Naruto cheerfully replied and ran to his home. On their way, people greeted Alexander and the shop owners tried to give whatever they were selling to him for free. He had to slowly make his way. Kaguya, on the other hand, was enjoying the social interactions after 1,000 years. They all love you, she spoke. Haha, of course, they do. Ending the everlasting war, uniting the world, and making their lives better will make that happen anywhere. You just show them kindness and care and they will reciprocate it in most cases. Alexander responded. Finally, they reached the Hokage office. Alexander found Hashirama and Tobirama working there. How's it going, boys? The two looked at him and the guest in surprise. We are good, Lord Hokage. Who is this? Oh, this is Kaguya at Satsuki and these are ghosts of Hagoromo and Hamura. I told you about them right. Alexander answered without much thought. Nov, L, B /JNN. Both Hashirama and Tobirama were shocked. You mean the World Destroyer and the Sage? Yes, but she was not bad. It turned out that the chakra fruit she ate was rotten. Anyways, she will be staying with us for a while. He revealed. He was still unsure about what to do with her. After a while, all the important people of various clans came to his office. Hisashi, that is Hamura at Satsuki, the creator of the Hyuga clan. You can go and talk to him. That man there is also from the Moon's branch of the Hyuga clan. He told him. Obito, Hashirama, and Mito, that is Hagoromo at Satsuki, indirectly the originator of your 3 clans. You can ask him anything you want. He informed them. Then Alexander introduced Kaguya, and she is the originator of everything. So, she's like your big grandma. Lord Sage, has anyone from my clan come to this world after me? Kaguya suddenly asked. Not that I can remember. He replied. Then we must start preparing. When they come, they will try to destroy everything. She warned. Ha ha ha, it is okay, I can handle them. No matter how many come. He confidentially said. But, she tried to speak but was interrupted. Kaguya, why don't we have a friendly match? You can see how powerful I am. It will give you confidence in my abilities. He proposed. The whole room turned silent. Kaguya was also interested in this. I accept, Lord Sage. Everyone gathered in the Forest of Death to see the sparring. Hagoromo and Hamura already knew the outcome but didn't stop their mother as they wanted her to understand the scope of Alexander's powers. Kaguya still had too much pride after all and she needed an utter defeat to bring her feet back on the ground. This is going to be bad. I feel bad for this forest. Hagoromo muttered. Don't worry, Lord Hagoromo. Lord Sage has the ability to make the forest regrow. Hashirama assured him. A distance away, Mito was talking to Kaguya. Lady Kaguya, are you sure? I have not seen Lord Sage unable to do anything till now. Thank you for your concern, but I must see where we stand. I may have been corrupted back then, but I don't want this world to be destroyed by the hands of people from my clan. Not after you all have come so far and achieved peace. Kaguya emotionally said, taking a glance at the ghost of her sons. Lost time may never come back, I can at least try to redeem my sins. She muttered. Alexander was always ready. Let's spar now, Kaguya. We've got a lot more work to do later. They both could fly so to save the ground a bit they flew a few hundred meters in the air but still watchable for the people on the ground. Nov, L, B /JNN. You try your attacks first, Alexander told her. Kaguya suddenly summoned blackish balls out of nowhere. They then turned into long spears. Truth-seeking spheres. She spoke the name of the attack. They were orbs of black chakra of variable size. They were a mix of the 5 elements and natural energy and could obliterate anything at contact, cancel normal techniques, and overcome regenerative powers. They could also be used to channel their wielder's powers, stuck to people, sent as projectiles, and detonated in a devastating atomic blast. Alexander didn't even move and caught the spears in his hands. He could feel it was a very unstable thing and held the power of nature in it. It was like an atomic bomb in his hand, just without the radiation part. This is an impressive attack. If it were to touch a normal ninja, it would kill them instantly. He praised her attack, ignoring her gawking face. But Kaguya wasn't much surprised. If she could do this, there was no reason why a so-called god can't. A person who could break the Chibuku Tensei seal so easily could not be weak. She decided to take her next attack physically. Suddenly a big dark pink exobody formed around her. It looked like Susanoo, but this was much different. It looked more like a physical extension of her body than just a hollow armor. She teleported to Alexander and punched him. Alexander did the same, and as expected, a big boom resounded in the air which even dispersed the clouds around them. Haha, you are very powerful, Kaguya. If even with this much strength you are worried about the Otsutsuki clan, then they must be really strong. He commented and punched the exobody. Immediately cracks appeared on it. Finding out that Alexander wasn't even using his full power, she decided to defeat him in another way. She used a major ability of her called a Menaminika, her mightiest and most versatile power. It granted her access to several dimensions she created. She can instantly teleport to one of them, bringing anyone and anything with her. By this, she was removing them from the real world, with no hope of escaping. Alexander let her do her spatial attack as he didn't feel threatened at all. In fact, there was another thought going on in his mind. When was the last time I died? Soon, Kaguya and he disappeared and came to an endless lava field with a giant volcano in the middle. Oh, I sense we are in a different dimension. Did you make it? He asked. Yes, it is one of those I made. If you can come out of this place I will accept defeat, she announced and vanished. Alexander looked around at the toxic fumes coming from the lava and extreme heat making it highly dangerous. But there was nothing different or interesting except a huge statue that looked like some kind of demon of the Otsutsuki clan. He could apparate out if he wanted, but he just took out his anywhere door. Kaguya returned to the real world and flew down to everyone. What happened to Lord Sage? Hashirama worriedly asked. I have trapped him in one of my alternate dimensions. It is impossible to get out of it, and if he can then I cannot defeat him, she explained. Her two sons nodded at her words. But Ragnarok laughed. Wahaha, we'll see. Yeah, he's going to appear soon, Dobby added. As they said, a pink door appeared out of nowhere. The knob turned and the door opened, then Alexander walked out. The people near the door felt the extreme heat coming from the other side. It even started burning a few trees. Alexander just waved his hand and stopped the fire. Haha, I won I guess. Kaguya and her sons had their jaws falling. Hagoromo knew about the door, but they didn't expect it to be able to cross dimensions. They had expected him to come out eventually, but not this soon or this easily. How did you? Hagoromo asked. It was very easy. You see, the dimensions Kaguya created were actually a subdimension that was a part of this one. So, it was no big deal. In fact, if one of you were to get stuck into my dimension, then you wouldn't have been able to get out no matter how much you tried. He revealed. Can you also make dimensions? Kaguya curiously asked. Alexander nodded. Dimensions and many more things. Now, do you accept defeat? Yes, fighting any more will only destroy nature here. But can I ask how much power you were using while fighting me? Kaguya asked. About 5%. He nonchalantly said and started walking to the village, leaving behind everyone gobsmacked. If the legendary rabbit goddess who was the mother of the legendary sage of six paths was only equal to such a small fraction of his power, what can Alexander do if he utilized it all? They all thought this in horror and a bit of relief that he was a nice man and on their side. Alexander let Kaguya live in the Senju compound. It was the biggest and the least populated living area in Konoha. The repopulation of their clans would take a lot more time. Her sons also spent time with her for as long as they could. She told them many small things about her life which she could consider happy moments. Alexander, meanwhile, got back to work. He wanted to make the whole world inclusive and interconnected with each other. Even though he knew that it would take a lot of time for people to forget their past hatred and lifestyle that had been going on for years. This world was also filled with all kinds of crimes and he couldn't just make them disappear. It would at least take him tens of years to even change them slightly. But, one thing he could do was to make all the schools in the world nurture the children as the best possible citizens. They were young and moldable, so he was putting a lot of emphasis on it. He also needed the people to travel from one country to another and from one village to another. All the shinobi villages in each country would be labeled as capital cities/states of that country. He also sent instructions to Ragnarok, Douglas, Dobby, and Brian to start modernizing their respective regional administrations. The countries were smartly divided into states and states were divided into districts and small counties. A regional representative would then be elected by the people. For now, Alexander was establishing himself as the head of everything. Any country that held Konoha in bad view was now changing for the better, or at least had become neutral, as Alexander had supplied them with resources that made their lives much better. Bam. Old man, here, I have come to give you a gift. Jiraiya rudely entered his office. What is it? He uninterestingly asked while analyzing the natural resources data Dobby sent him. Jiraiya came forward and put a small book on his table. I finished my new book. This is the first edition of the Ika Ika series. It is called Ika Ika Paradise. I have also started working on Ika Ika Violence, the sequel to this. Also, you are my first reader. I'm honored. I guess, Alexander said and picked the book. He opened the first page and started reading. His eyebrows shot up. Interesting. He turned the page and started nodding. Very interesting. I can already tell it's going to become a bestseller. Jiraiya smiled from ear to ear. Haha, I knew it. Finally, my big break is here. I gotta go and practice my fan signatures now. Bye-bye, old man. Alexander unconsciously waved his hand and kept on reading the book with full concentration. I wonder if Olivia will like this book. No. She will beat me if I showed this unholy scripture to her. Maybe I should send one to father, he muttered. Because Alexander had dealt with all the bad things on the planet, now nothing was stopping the world from entering its rapid development stage. There were no wars anymore. Alexander kept on working, and before he even knew it, 10 years went by. World purity improved a lot and changed from 60% to 78%. In the past 10 years, many things changed. For one, the popularity of the tailed beasts skyrocketed. So much so that people started making statues of them as decorations, and many requests were received by his office for naming major streets of Konoha to all the tailed beasts' names. They all loved and respected them, though there were still many voices of hate against them, but he ignored them as they were a tiny minority. Alexander was also happy with the convenience that came with having ninjas work in the construction field. As traveling between countries was very much promoted, all kinds of ninjas with various expertise moved to various villages. Alexander hired Yamato and Hashirama to use their wood release to create ships, wooden housing, and many other big warehouses for industries. The father and son were making a fortune these days and were filling the Senjo family coffers. He hired some ninjas from Iwagakure who had a high affinity with earth element to start making strong roads connecting all villages and cities. He also looked around the world and hired people who had the nature transformation Kekei Genkai that could produce and manipulate steel. They were made to start laying railway tracks with the help of other ninjas. Alexander also focused a lot on the scientific advancement of the world, as he knew that unless people get the taste of the convenience provided by modern appliances, they wouldn't stop their backward way of thinking. He had also started teaching about pollution control and population control from the start, so it won't become a pain later on. As this world was different, their industrial revolution was also different. There was no need for coal when they could use fire release, wind release, thunder release. There were also many Kekei Genkai users who could create magnets from sand, and they were very useful in creating big generators and motors. Alexander had introduced thousands of ways for ninjas to use their ability and get rich. He taught them the power of solar energy from the start, and everyone started installing solar panels on their homes, office, or warehouses. Whatever Alexander did would become a trend. He had eradicated hunger from the world, though it was entirely because of him, and the world still needed to change a lot. He connected even the remotest parts of the world with each other, with roads, railways, and simple keypad mobile phones. He introduced wireless communication to them a bit later, as he had to teach them a lot before reaching that stage. Because being a ninja was very convenient in day-to-day life, and it also gave good prospectus in the job market, all the new generation kids would enroll in ninja school, where Alexander had included ninja studies with regular studies. Because normally every human had chakra in them, it was only a matter of how much, so he invented a way for everyone to at least be able to use a small amount of chakra for his daily life. He created a wristwatch that would concentrate the body's chakra in that hand when the person wants to use it. It was also restricted so one may not kill themselves by depleting themselves. This way he made the word truly equal, as all could use chakra. Right now, Alexander was standing in a private execution hall. Danzo had recently finished his punishment and had asked for forgiveness from all the residents of Konoha, be it human or an animal. He had called Hiruzen to fulfill his punishment of killing his own so-called friend and favorite student. No, I can help you, Lord Hokage. Give me a chance, Orochimaru pleaded. In the past 13 years, he had tried all he could to escape but never succeeded. Alexander didn't show any mercy. Those kids you murdered must have pleaded too before being killed. Did you let them go? N/O/bell/B/C/in.C//OM. Danzo, on the other hand, was silent. He had lost his ability to stand up and walk due to crawling for 13 years. Hiruzen, do it. Behead them with your sword. I hope you haven't lost that much strength, he ordered. You don't need to scrutinize them anymore, Lord Hokage, they've already been through Ino. Alexander didn't let Hiruzen complete. Don't speak in front of me about mercy. Stop with about these wise words of yours. You are a criminal, Hiruzen. You don't have a moral high ground against me. If you feel sorry for them, think about all the Uzumaki children you let die, the number of Uchihas Danzo killed. Just complete your punishment and go back to your compound. I don't have time to waste here, Alexander angrily told him. Hiruzen walked behind Danzo with his sword. He lifted it in position. I wish I had never met you, Danzo. Slash. With a clean cut, he beheaded Danzo. Then he walked behind Orochimaru. You have been a great disappointment. Just like you. I should have taken Danzo's offer earlier and killed you, Orochimaru hissed. Hiruzen's eyes widened hearing that. This was the first time he heard that even his favorite student wanted to kill him. Slash. With that, Orochimaru also died. Alexander used his powers and burned the bodies. You can go back to your house now, Hiruzen, Alexander ordered him. Hiruzen nodded and started walking out. But he stopped and looked behind. Thank you for truly achieving what I used to dream about. Konoha, this world is a much better place now. He left after saying that. Boss, what about the two elders? Dabi asked. Throw them on to their families and never let them leave the houses. They will soon die from various painful illnesses as their bodies aren't supported by chakra anymore. If I kill them while letting Hiruzen alive, I'd be a hypocrite. Alexander replied. Okay, this is done, let's go to the meeting now. After that, I'll be going to deal with the Atsutsuki clan. World purity will probably improve a lot after that, he said. So we don't have much time left here? Well, I did like the natural surroundings of this world. It was kind of like fresh air. Dobby responded. Yeah, it was. But, who knows, maybe the next world will be like this too. Until then, let's focus on our current job. Alexander went to his office. It was also modernized now and had a separate area for meetings. Okay everyone, I need to make an announcement. I will soon be going to the homeworld of the Atsutsuki clan to eradicate the biggest threat to us, he announced. The small crowd of people from various regions of the world started talking. When will you be going, Lord Sage? Shikaku asked. He was the director of intelligence right now. I don't know, in a few days maybe. Kaguya will be coming along with me. Ragnarok and Douglas will remain here to oversee the management of the planet, he revealed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There were still a few anti-peace elements around the world who would try to take advantage if the umbrella of peace called Alexander disappeared. But him leaving Ragnarok and Douglas behind was enough. Ji-chan, will you take us too? Madatabi asked. All the nine-tailed beasts had their own seats in the meeting room. Not this time, kids. They might try to catch you there. But, don't worry, you will always have a home with me in my dimensions, he assured them. Just then, Jiraiya stood up. Old man, I want you to catch a man. He's been going around the village and poking people's butts. But nobody has seen what he looks like and people have nicknamed him the butt poker shadow. I wasn't even able to see him and he was able to poke my butt. Alexander's eye twitched at the absurdity of the request. Alright, I'll look into it. Okay, the meeting is dismissed, he announced and left for Minato's home. They had invited him because it was a birthday celebration of Naruto's little sister. Jiraiya was also invited so he followed him. So, when are you going to propose Tsunade for marriage? Alexander asked. I don't know, old man. It was so hard to finally make her see me as a love interest. I don't know how long it will take to make her see me as husband material. Jiraiya honestly replied. Haha, well, you should hurry up. You are getting old now, lest you might find your banana going permanently soggy. Alexander joked and kept walking. Jiraiya understood the joke and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, then does that mean your banana is also soggy? Ha, I'm an immortal being. My banana was and always will be like steel. Alexander proudly replied. I don't believe you, Jiraiya retorted. And I won't try to prove it. I don't swing that way. Who knows, you may be researching something new for your new book. Alexander doubtfully looked at Jiraiya. Hey, I'm not like that either. Jiraiya clarified. Sure, says the man who gets turned on by Naruto's weird jutsu. Alexander jabbed back at him and walked away. With the fatal damage taken, Jiraiya followed him quietly. Inside Minato's home. Naruto was a friend of all the tailed beasts as he was often seen eating ramen with them. So, Naruto had invited all of them to the party and the 9 gluttons had arrived even before Alexander. The house was just beside Itake's house and the two families were very good friends. In the beginning, Sasuke and Naruto used to fight a lot but slowly they developed a good brotherly bond. They also shared their admiration for the cool big brother Itachi. When Alexander entered he was greeted by loud talking noises. Looking around the walls, he saw lots of photographs of baby Naruto. Haha, he grew very fast, Jiraiya commented. Yeah, it seems that way, Alexander muttered and entered. He came upon the tailed beasts performing a new song and apparently it was about their daily routine. He walked in silently and took a seat to watch it. They were all singing it together like a poem. It's a beautiful morning. We wake up and eat burgers, chocolates, and many more treats. We wash our faces and brush our teeth. Then look for our Ji-chan for some more treats. Ji-chan is a busy. So we help and make it easy. And he gets the work done in a tiny jiffy. He plays with us then. Because it's just 11 past 10. We wait for our lunch. But we had a hunch that Ji-chan had planned for our lunch. Soon rang a bell, the door opened then. Came in a man, with a big metal box and a lot of cans. Our noses got active and tummy went grr. But we already know what's in the box. Because as always our Ji-chan rocks. We thank the god and say amen. And as expected, it was Ichiraku ramen. Eating ain't easy and we get sleepy. So Ji-chan let us in easy on some cuddles and squeezes. He sings us a lullaby and sends us to dreamlands. There we beat some monsters and saves some kitties. They also in return give lots of hugs and kisses. Hard work we do, then wake up we do. We see our tired Ji-chan so for him coffee we brew. Ji-chan is a busy. So we help and make it easy. And he gets the work done in a tiny jiffy. Then comes the night, we sit on his left and right. We feast with Ji-chan because our relation is tight. Then we play with guests. It always feels the best. Then go to our rooms to have some more rest. Nov, L, B // JNN. We sleep with smiles, in hope that morning comes fast. Because we want this life to forever last. Let's sing it together. Ji-chan, you are the beast. We will love you till eternity and the re-east. As soon as they stopped, loud clappings resounded in the room. Alexander, of course, was the loudest. He treated the little beasts like his own children. They have been vocal about their love for him from the start and he feels it. He stood up while clapping and walked to the little beasts. That was an amazing song, my lovely potatoes. Come here and give grandpa a hug, Ji-chan. They shouted and jumped into his arms. Alexander held them tightly all for a while. Okay, let's start with little Nina's birthday, Alexander said. Naruto was 14 right now, and his little sister was 6. Naruto was currently a genin and was teamed up with his friend Sasuke in Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke had saved a lot of money to buy the present, but the two ended up fighting over what to buy, so they split the money. Naruto eventually bought a plushie toy for his sister that looked like a ramen-filled bowl. Sasuke on the other hand bought a plushie in the shape of Kunao. Alexander took out the present and gave it to the little red-haired girl. Hey there, Nina, this is for you. She chubbily held the doll, which was even bigger than herself. She looked visibly happy. Thank you, Grandpa, you get a kissy. She planted a kiss on his cheek and went to the side to open the box and see her doll. By now, Alexander was recognized as the grandpa by the whole world. All the kids and young people would call him Grandpa, except for Naruto. Old man, I learned a new jutsu, do you want to see it? Naruto excitedly came to him. As long as it's not your pervert jutsu, I'm okay, Alexander said. Naruto's harem jutsu had become quite famous around the village these days. Many men who didn't know about Naruto were still searching for the hot blonde girl of Konoha. I tried it on you, it didn't work. I was going to show you this, Naruto said and focused on his palm. Soon, a small blue spinning ball appeared on his palm. It kept on getting bigger and bigger. Bam! A wild hand appeared and knocked on Naruto's head. It was Kushina in her angry mode. Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you? No ninja stuff in the house. What if you hurt someone? Naruto lost his balance and his hand was about to touch the floor with the Rasengan. It would surely destroy their small house if it happened. Whoops, careful, kid. You could have destroyed the building. Alexander caught him and also made Rasengan disappear. Naruto looked back at Kushina and apologized. Sorry, Mom. I just wanted to show Grandpa my new move. Kushina stopped her anger too. Then you should do it outside, Naruto. You need to be responsible now, you have a small sister. Naruto in the beginning was very naughty and argued with his parents a lot, but Alexander then took him to the Konoha's orphanage and showed him how lucky he was to have parents, a home to go to. Unlike the children there who had nothing but still strived to be happy. He told him that if he had not arrived in time in Konoha he wouldn't have parents. Since that day, he really started appreciating his mom and dad. Haha, follow me outside, Naruto. I will show you more variations of Rasengan. He offered to lighten up his mood. Sasuke should come too, he said to the boy nearby. Sasuke was also initially a very spoiled brat, but Alexander, Naruto, Itachi, Shisui, and Obito easily corrected him. Talking about Itachi and Shisui, both of them were now governors of other states of Fire Country. Obito was still the clan head. In fact, Obito was already 27 years old and his wedding was coming up soon. Rin was still with him and they still acted like a new couple. Kakashi meanwhile had become the biggest fan of Jiraiya's Ika Ika series, and this made most of the girls see him in a bad light. Alexander and Naruto came to the backyard where a makeshift shuriken training field was made for his training. This is where Minato trained Naruto. Have you gotten used to Sage mode? He asked Naruto. You bet. Pervy Sage also taught me to fly, but my control is bad and I always fall on my butt. Naruto complained. Haha, well, have you ever thought of combining other elements in your Rasengan? Like wind, lightning, and others? He asked. Naruto jumped like he had an idea. Why didn't I think of that? Thanks, old man. What about you, Sasuke? You've even activated your Sharingan. Any more progress? He asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei has taught me Chidori, Sasuke said and demonstrated it. Alexander touched the electricity without worry. Very destructive, but you need to increase its power if you want to match the Rasengan. Why not try adding fire to it? And have you thought about getting yourself a sword? I am sure it will be very helpful. He recommended it. Sasuke nodded lightly. Brother also told me to get a sword too. I just need to gather some money for it. No you don't. Here, use this, indestructible, and totally suitable for your power. Alexander said and took out a sword from his pocket. The scene looked comical. This sword will grow with you, so you don't need to worry about ever changing it, he added. Sasuke carefully held it in his hand with a hidden excited grin. He looked at his own face in the reflection on the blade. This feels amazing. Of course it is, Alexander was interrupted. What the hell was that? Naruto's loud shout came and he was thrown a few feet in the air before falling down. Something poked my bit, he shouted. Alexander quickly covered the whole area under his senses and finally found a thing hiding inside Sasuke's shadow. So you are the one poking people around Konoha these days. Alexander charged at the shadow. Alexander grabbed the shadow and pulled it out. As soon as he did that, his shoulders slumped because he recognized the man. This was the man who was now like a curse to him. No matter how much he tried he would always appear and spoil his mood. Hehe, you finally caught me, my sexy man. Now, please poke me. Goddamn Wade, I thought I sent you back to Marvel World. How did you get here? Alexander tiredly asked. I have absolutely no king idea and I don't really care. I spent a few days with my Vanessa, Death, and Gaia, but then I started missing you. Soon, I felt like a fire igniting in me and I found myself here. Deadpool fanatically told him. Alexander threw him away and cleaned his hand with a sanitizer. And why have you been poking people's butts? I was researching about how it feels to get heavily poked. Initially, I saw a masked guy doing it with this dumb kid, but I learned very fast. Oh, I then also somehow teleported to a weird ship where you were having a conversation with this winged guy. I poked him too in front of you, but the result was not satisfactory and I returned here to learn more. Deadpool explained. Whoa, so the Deadpool who poked Pusaitart's butt wasn't the original Deadpool but this one from the future, Alexander realized. Boom. Suddenly Ragnarok appeared. Where is he? Where is that bastard? I can smell him from 1,000 miles away. 1,000 years of pain. Deadpool somehow thought it was a nice idea to try his poking on Ragnarok, but it backfired on him very badly. Deadpool's fingers were crushed by the hardness of Ragnarok's draconic thick ass. Haha, wrong move, Wade. Now face this. Ragnarok laughed. Poof. Ah, goddammit, ew, Ragnarok, stop this fartnado fire, Alexander shouted at him. But by the time Ragnarok stopped, Deadpool had turned to ashes. Sigh, you do know he's going to reappear soon. Alexander reminded him. It will take a while for that to happen. I just found a hack for peace now, Ragnarok replied. Alexander looked at shocked Naruto and Sasuke. Don't worry kids, that man was a retarded criminal. Don't worry about him. You two go in and play, I've got to go to work. Send Dobby out too, will you? Okay, Raggy, you stay here and keep an eye on everything with Douglas. He instructed. Don't worry Alex, you just give those criminals hell for me. They are high-grade bastards. Ragnarok said. Are we ready to go, Lord Sage? Kaguya flew down beside him. Yes, we're just waiting for Dobby, Alexander replied. Soon Dobby appeared with all the tailed beasts and many children hanging all over his huge body. Kids were using his arm as a swing and the tailed beasts were just having fun and playing with him. Elves were loved by everyone it seems. Okay little ones, we gotta go to serious work. You all go back in and play with the fat cat, Alexander proposed. As expected they cheerfully ran to annoy Hats. Hats was like a fun uncle to them whom they enjoyed annoying, but the uncle also loved them enough to not get angry. Hats also showed them fun pranks. Alexander then took out his anywhere door. Okay, Kaguya, I need you to open this gate while remembering your home. You just need to think about the location. Kaguya nodded and went ahead. Alexander and Dobby followed her and crossed the door. Alexander looked around and saw the same Japanese-style house he saw in Kaguya's dreams. This house had given Kaguya more sad memories than good. He also put all of them under invisibility. Dobby could feel the emotional storm she was going through. He went ahead and patted her head. Let's go and look for the branch clan head. She nodded and followed Alexander behind. Dobby flew beside her and consoled her. Did I ever tell you how I met Alexander? Kaguya shook her head. I was a slave to humans once. My whole species was enslaved by a group of powerful humans. He started. How is this possible, Lord Dobby? You are even stronger than me. Kaguya interrupted him in disbelief. Haha, I wasn't always this strong and tall. In those days I was just a small 3-foot-tall elf that was born to serve others. My species was brainwashed to the point that we all thought if we don't serve others we are bad. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. But I was different. I always longed for freedom. I had a very bad mouth and that got me beaten many times. Then Alexander came and freed my whole species, helped me get stronger, and learn what it meant to be truly free. So, Kaguya, I can just advise you to not hold yourself hostage to your past. Do not let it enslave you. It's bad for the mind. Besides, I am sure you'd want to live happily after we are done with this. Boss has told me he got a surprise for you. He revealed. Kaguya silently nodded. She had never thought that the kind big Dobby had such a past. She decided to ask something then. What about Lord Sage? Where is he from? Now that you've reminded me, you and Boss have had kind of the same experience. Well, there was a time when he was also immortal. But, because of greed, his 2 sons betrayed him and killed him. Later he ascended to become a god. At least your sons truly loved you, Kaguya, but Boss can't even be sure of that and I think it still bothers him sometimes. He's pretty good at hiding his personal problems. Dobby finished. Kaguya looked at Alexander's back and thought how she would have felt if her sons had really turned evil and betrayed her. Why don't you talk to him? She asked Dobby. I want to respect his privacy. Olivia on the other hand can, so I will tell her to talk to him. He decided. Alexander took them out of their discussion and stopped. I think we are here. The biggest building is usually where the boss lives. Yes, this is the palace, Kaguya confirmed. What do you want, Kaguya? Most of them have committed heinous crimes. Killing them would be a boon to the world. Alexander asked. Spare the innocents only. With these radicalized members alive, we will never be able to change. She thoughtfully said. Okay, let's find the clan head first. He decided. The 3 quietly infiltrated the castle and looked for the clan head. It was currently the night time and the clan head was probably sleeping. Soon, as expected, they found him, but with his 5 wives. He was also fat and looked weird. But Alexander had expected this from a planet ruler clan head. The man was supposed to be the highest authority and could do anything here. Alexander first went ahead and looked into his memory for the location of their main clan base. He found out that it was near a red supergiant star in another dimension. But now he knew the location, going there was no problem. Now it came to the punishment. He went ahead and slapped the hell out of his face to wake him up. The fatted Satsuki woke up with missing teeth and face so swollen that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. W.A. Fhoaau. The fatted Satsuki asked fearfully. You are a very big sinner. You got this position by gifting 10 chakra fruits to the main clan. This means you killed 10 planets and most probably there was life on them. For this, you will not only die but will be disgraced. He first put him on time torture in which he would never be able to obtain the chakra fruit and it would always get stolen from him by little Naruto and Sasuke. He would then be punished by the main clan and die miserably. Physically, Alexander tied him in a very ugly BDSM position with ropes and then gave him a heart attack. He was a category 4 sinner so his soul was supposed to stay in hell till eternity, which is why Alexander didn't waste too much time on him. Okay, let's head out. Dabi and Kaguya, you will team up and purify these lands. I will go east, you go west and cover the whole planet. He instructed them. Alexander then went on his judgment spree. All the Atsutsuki who had already worked to harvest chakra fruits were killed. There were also a few newly recruited interns who had only started their evil careers, so he let them go after putting them in a 10,000 years long time torture seminar on how to be a good living being. Soon, Alexander found Kaguya's father. But this man was not his to judge.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.